shadows. Henry resilient in disguise. Power Rangers pride, flashing in his eyes, in his eyes, in his eyes. Ninja moves, sliding stealthy through the dark. Grape soda, fizz and juice flowing, leave a spark. Potato salad on the side, keep it sweet. Falcon punch to the whales, hear these songs retreat. Backhanding clown, eagles crash and collide. Juice a squad standing by, ready for the ride. Yo, we rise from the dark, bringing light to the fight. Let them cook, Henry's got the rhythm, let it ignite. Blueberry pancakes, we feast on the truth. This SpongeBob bloaties, we bring the raw proof. Yo, we rise from the dark, bringing light to the fight. Let them cook, Henry's got the rhythm, let it ignite. Blueberry pancakes, we feast on the truth. This SpongeBob bloaties, we bring the raw proof. Go ninja, go ninja, go. Two legends link up, no static, zero drama. Henry resilient and stay humble, calm like Dalai Lama. Ecto cooler, high C, neon green in the cup. Sipping slow while the beat build up. What? Biggie flow in the pocket, pock soul in the glare. True bombs dropping, villains catching thin air. No beef, just feast, pancakes stacked to the sky. Whales harmonizing, juice a squad riding high. We ghost ride the rhythm, floaties on, no sync. Street lights flicker, watch the whole block blink. From the shadows to the stage, we rewrite the script. Ninja stealth with a smile, every bar's a gift. Yo, we rise from the dark, bringing light to the fight. Let them cook, Henry's got the rhythm, let it ignite. Blueberry pancakes, we feast on the truth. This SpongeBob floaties, we bring the raw proof. Yo, we rise from the dark, bringing light to the fight. Let them cook, Henry's got the rhythm, let it ignite. Blueberry pancakes, we feast on the truth. This SpongeBob floaties, we bring the raw proof. This ain't a game, electric vibe emotion now. Truth seeking ninja, feel the power. Take a bow, Henry in the spotlight, can't dim the flame. In the night we make this vow, remember the name. Yo, we rise from the dark, bringing light to the fight. Let them cook, Henry's got the rhythm, let it ignite. Blueberry pancakes, we feast on the truth. This SpongeBob floaties, we bring the raw proof. Go ninja, go ninja, go go.
What's this one?
I put the new 4G's on the G. I tap into the bloody bottles is on the knee. Cause all my niggas got it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. I remember hitting them all with a whole team. Now a nigga can't answer calls cause I'm hauling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas salty. All this designer on my body got me dripping. Straight up out the objects, I'm a big trip. If I got up on a lean, I'ma sip. I run the racks up with my queen, but I got rich on all these niggas, I didn't forget back. I had to go through the struggle, I didn't forget that. I'm on this side of the baby, and now I can sit back. These bitches know me now, cause I got the big rack. Cause I'm getting money now, I know you heard that. Young nigga on the corner, bitch, I had to serve crack. I'm confronting me some peas, like they getting birds back. We came up on dirty money, I gave it a bird back. Cut off the brain, and I gave my bitch a new. Even you running, y'all gang, like you suit. Got a new Orleans bitch, and man, that pussy voodoo. Ain't on a nigga now.
Again, so I picked it up.
I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. I remember hitting them all with a whole team. Now a nigga can't answer calls cause I'm hauling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas salty. I've been waking up to get the money, whoa, whoa. Got a bad bitch ass daddy, whoa, whoa. Bitches to my toes, twins, I'm fucking both. I put it in new AP, just brought it like a boat. I was that bad on my dick, what was you niggas like? I know you turned your back on me just to get some wrecks. I see you swerve back, cause I'm in a black bag. No diamonds on me, fuck a flash, this ain't Snapchat. Cause I been getting paid. Yellow diamonds on me look like lemonade. Got my baby mama, that new intake. Tryna get a dojo like a sensei. Rolls Royce umbrellas when I'm in the rain. Bye-bye, feelings. I got brothers that did the time, I ain't kidding. All these rappers just talk about it, I live. Going up, I ain't got no sky limit. I tap into the bloody bottles is on the knee. Cause all my niggas got it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. I remember hitting them all with a whole team. Now a nigga paid us a call cause I'm hauling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas salty.
Yo, who mixed this? This guy? Let's see what he got. Let's see what he got. Let's see if he got some more juice. Videos. That was dope, wasn't it? he mean to play it again. We'll play it again while we go through this catalog real quick.
I put the new 40s on the Jeep. I tap into the bloody bottles is underneath. Cause all my niggas got it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. I remember hitting them all with a whole team. Now a nigga can't answer calls cause I'm hauling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas saw me. All this designer on my body got me drip. Straight up out the objects, I'm a big trip. If I got up on a lean, I'm a sip. I run the racks up with my queen, London and drip. But I got rich on all these niggas, I didn't forget back. I had to go through the struggle, I didn't forget that. I hide inside of the Maybach and now I can sit back. These bitches know me now, cause I got the big back. Cause I'm getting money now, I know you heard that. Young nigga on the corner, bitch, I had to serve crack. I'm confronting me some peas, had to get them birds back. We came up on dirty money, I gave it a bird back. Cut off the brain and I gave my bitch a new. Either you running y'all gang or you suit. Got a new Orleans bitch and man, that pussy voodoo. Ain't not a nigga now. I put the new 40s on the Jeep. I tap into the bloody bottles is underneath. Cause all my niggas got it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. I remember hitting them all with a whole team. Now a nigga can't answer calls cause I'm hauling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas saw me. I've been waking up to get the money, whoa, whoa. Got a bad bitch ass, daddy, whoa, whoa. Bitch to my toes, twins, I'm fucking a boat. I put it in new AP, this water like a boat. I was that bad on my dick, what was you niggas like? I know you turned your back on me just to get some wrecks. I see you swerve back, cause I'm in a black bag. New diamonds on me, fuck a flash, this ain't Snapchat. Cause I been getting paid. Yellow diamonds on me look like lemonade. Got my baby mama, that new vintage. Tryna get a dojo like a sensei. Rolls Royce umbrellas when I'm in the rain. I got brothers that did the time, I ain't kidding. All these rappers just talk about it, I live.
Shout out to my
Going up, I ain't got no sky limit. I tap into the bloody bottles is underneath. Cause all my niggas got it out the street. I keep 100 racks inside my jeans. I remember hitting them all with a whole team. Now a nigga can't answer calls cause I'm hauling. I was waking up getting racks in the morning. I was broke, now I'm rich, these niggas saw me.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds him, dog.
True, good answer. Yo, good answer. Yo, you're good at PR, man. You're better than most people, man. Damn, you're quick.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
Hold on.
Check. Told you. Good PR, bro.
Team
Jinxie, what's up?
Team Los, Ray, and
All right, there we go. Let's get out of that anyway. I was like, wait. I was like, hey. Anyway, man, I think I'm getting sick, in all honesty. I was out in Toronto, not protecting myself, protecting my immune system, because the weather was switching up on me. I was like, well, should we? Yeah, I'm sad. You know, like when you so like when I left where I live, it was, I don't know, like 70. By the time I got to Toronto, it was like 40. I was like, what? 40? What the hell is this? Anywho. Let me just set up Twitch real quick and then we can just get to it. I do think I am getting sick, which is unfortunate, but you know, it's my own fault for how can I say, not protecting myself from the elements. I heard it today in my voice. We finally got a Johnny Yong Bosch interview. And let's see, Ranger, drama, Grift watch. I don't want to put nothing Instagram drama related. I don't feel like dealing with Twitch drama right now. Maybe tomorrow I won't stream, but I'll definitely edit. So anywho, I'm not prepped, but I figured I could just talk to y'all as I get prepped, kind of like I normally do. Pirate Bell, what up? Pirate Bell, what up? Where my Johnny Yong Bosch interview? No thanks to Pirate Bell. Anywho, shout out to Pirate Bell though. But anyway, I'll give y'all like some footage of what I was doing out in. Oh, I gotta start it on Twitch. Give me a second. Twitch. Now, here's the thing, right? I'm starting it on Twitch. I put Johnny Yong Bosch in It on Twitch. I put Johnny Yong Bosch in the title. Trust me, it's gonna be like 1 or 2 people there. This is what happened when you take like a little. I took like a little miniature vacay. All right, took a little family trip to Toronto. Or if you a Cavs fan, like way back OG Cavs fan, you know Toronto is really called LeBronto. Just saying. A lot of people don't know. But shout out to all the Cavs fans out there, man. You never know. Let me just test something out. All right, cool. All right, we got the Twitch chat up. We got the entire chat up. Anyway, how was y'all weekend, man? What did y'all get into? What did y'all do for the weekend? Did you clap some cheeks? Did you get your cheeks clapped?
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
Did you have a good weekend? Did you get some good food, have some good company, maybe spend some time with the family? All that good stuff. You know, I always like to check in with y'all. Maybe I don't check in enough. I'll be busy. I'll be busy sometime. Anywho, let's see what we got here. Like the stream for the OG Truth Slayer. Hey, thank you, Alucard, man. How you been, dog? I always ask you, like, when's the wedding, dog? Just type that shit in the chat. When's it? I think I'm gonna crash. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna crash. I'm like, oh, that's the date? All right. I'm gonna just show up, though. I'm gonna show up and not wear anything, stay resilient, just blend in and shit. They're like, well, who you know? I'm like, oh, I know the groom. How you know the groom? High school. We went to high school together way back in the day. And I'm gonna sit like, you know, I'm gonna peep the room. And I'm going to look for the table where it's like nobody there because, look, when you get married, I promise you, they're just going to be hounding you for an invite. And then you're going to give them said invite. And then you're going to pay for their meal. And then they're not going to show up. In fact, they're not even going to give you a gift, too. They're going to be like, oh, something came up, man. Sorry about that. You can be like, let's see. My little cheerleader. God.
Cheyenne, his little cheerleader, who used to fall asleep in the voice chat. You got a whole ass husband and a couple kids, and you falling asleep in another man's Discord like a little teddy bear in the pillow, falling asleep.
How much money did your weekend cost you, Poop Man? It was a fairly inexpensive weekend on Canada, considering the exchange rate. The exchange rate is pretty low. So not much. You know me.
I'm in a bind, Nate.
I try to do the most I can with the least amount of money I got. You know, that's all I try to do. I try to do the most I can with the least of money I got. But you know, it was less than 300 for sure. But like since I got the Tesla, not trying to brag, I got the entry model, not like some $100,000 model. Gas wise or electricity wise, I have to check my credit card, but less than $30 to drive over 600 miles. Less than $30 to drive 600 miles. In fact, I'm pretty sure I posted me filling up in Discord. Give me a second. Let me find that. Let me find that joint for you because I know I post a lot of videos. Give me a second. Let me pull up the stream. I'll be sharing everything right here. Open link. All right. So I would say this is probably like a half fill up, maybe. I went from like 14% to 60%. So what's that, 54%? So yeah, like a half fill up. So this was $12.64. And previously, when I charged up in Toronto, it was like $7 or something. Like really 10, but like the conversion rate. So hold on. Let's get to some of the stuff I posted. Like the duty free. Oh, I can't even play that one because someone, whatchamacallit, drove past Drake's house. That was interesting. That was actually fun. Where's that? Go that. There go that. And I am aware. Just in case y'all didn't know. Just in case maybe y'all like forgot, uninformed. Convicted sex offenders cannot make it to Canada. So consider that. Oh God, I saw this. Let's get that open. Oh man. I got the pink spandex. I got you. All right. So what did I do in Lebronto? Damn, I posted a hell of videos. All right. Downtown Toronto. Look at all this. I mean, it's just downtown. Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it. Having a good time. How look, y'all? Cooling. You see the grays? Man. Like, it's so goddamn crowded. Like, when we were down here, it was a protest down there. People were protesting the Iran attacks, and they had like some of it blocked off. So we were trying to get to like this event, which I'm going to tell you about, which is like super duper fun. We almost got there late. Almost got there late. So you have that. Here's the event. Let me see if I can pull up something. Give me a second. Gotta go to this. I'm telling you, this event I did, oh my God, it was probably the most fun I ever had in my life. You like, Henry, you lying. I'm like, oh my God, dog. I'm telling you, it was like the most funniest shit I ever did in my life. I was like, bro. I was like, what the hell is this? And it's like a huge plug. They should be paying me for this level of advertisement endorsement. So here I kid you not, I just did the most fun thing I probably ever did in my goddamn life. Goddamn. I kid you not, it's so good. Everybody go fucking try it. If you get a chance to do Skybox. Look, I can't even read. I think it's called Sandbox. Bro. Bro. He ignoring people now? What did I ignore, man? Let me make sure. Bro, y'all. No one ignoring nobody. Every time I look up, I see that. I'll be like, wait. Whatever. Anyway. Bro. Hands down, one of the best experiences gaming ever. All right? Peace. Like, I'm not lying. You like, well, what did you do? I'm like, look, ninja. Skybox, Sandbox VR, dog. This is what I did. This is what I was doing. What the hell? You don't get these. All right. This is what I was doing. This game right here. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That's what I was wearing.
We all have things we're afraid of.
Bro. When I tell you it's so real, oh my God. When them zombies be up on you, dog. Because, look, you can actually get downed it too by it.
Welcome, patients, to phobia.
That's like damn near one of the final bosses.
At phobia, you'll be exposed to some powerful stimuli.
Like, you are fully immersed in it. And like, if you get bit, you be like, your vest start vibrating. start vibrating. You be like, oh shit. It's called hepatic feedback or whatever. So if someone hits you in the back, you be like, oh snap. And then you look around, it's like a zombie, like, I swear, man, one of the most funnest things, you guys, you got to do this.
Oh, what is this? This is so scary.
It is. Bro, that's like one of the final bosses.
Oh my god.
We've never seen infected like.
Oh man, like you on like a platform, you on a moving platform, and zombies just coming at you. You like, oh snap. But it was fun.
This fire at will. Oh my god.
During this treatment,
Yeah, right here, you like, oh, you're like, whew. It's like you just revving it up. They just revving you up. Like you like, oh, you do the intro, you're like, oh great. It was all right, that was cool. But like when I'm telling you it's a workout, it is your heart rate be like, I should have wore like a heartbeat monitor.
subjects may experience rapid
Like you have to duck down or you'll die right here.
heartbeat, shaking,
It's like that too. You be like, hey, what was that?
What happened?
And it's like, in order to reload, you got to drop the gun, like point down and point up. So like, oh man,
Treatment here must
it's not laser tag. It's PVE.
continue.
Bro, when that ninja came down, this ninja, yo, oh, God. Oh man, that's the final boss. She was tough. Anyway, so here goes some more videos, guys. Go do that. This right here.
Yo, degenerate. Quit being a fucking hater.
Here go the view from the place.
Yo, what's poppin'? This is Toronto, 20th floor, cleared up nicely. Let's take a look around.
Views from the 6, literally.
Views from the 6. Oh, look. Oh,
Great times,
man.
Great times.
Views from the 6. It's like a plane over there. Let's see how good this room is. Not that good.
Oh, we got it though.
Anywho, I'll be going live tomorrow. Hopefully y'all ready. I'll give y'all a little update. And we gonna be talking about one of the best interviews you never watched. I promise you.
Yep. More stuff.
Yo, downtown Toronto, of all places. Look at the big old CN Tower. God damn. Hey, that's where Drake stood, right? And then you have Ripley's Aquarium. Like, nah, it's a no for me. But anyway.
Will I ever do a collab with Ranger Toa? I don't know what we'll talk about.
This is all this, you know what I'm saying? Crazy. Like, it is skyrise on skyrise.
Yo, everyone lives in a goddamn apartment down there.
Guys out here.
Apartment, condo, it's hella people.
Skyrise, you got families taking pictures. I don't know what's the symbolism of these trains though. Like,
I had no idea what these trains were.
like what is this about? Like, trains must be just like central to Canada. Look, I swear everyone lives in these goddamn big ass towers. Towers on towers on towers on towers.
Yeah, it's like offices in some of them and offices in like living.
On towers.
And like for the amount of traffic down there, hell no. No way. No way would you ever catch me down there. Now, someone said, did I see Drake? Yes. 100% saw Drake.
Drake lives here. This is like the creepiest thing I've probably ever done in my life. Why he has a phone booth outside his house, only God knows. He calls it the embassy. That's wild. wild. I know. Look, there's another car coming. Keep going. Go.
Like I didn't like. The last thing you want to do is like be at the edge of that ninja driveway like this, and another SUV was going out. So when we were pulling up, a big body Lincoln, whatever was coming out, and then we like, all right, we spin the block, and next thing you know, we like, let me just try to. I definitely saw 100% like a gray Maybach in the driveway. Yeah, yeah, that little gig, like, yeah. It was like, wow. And the crazy thing is, he lived like really in Toronto, like with the regular people, like probably like 2 blocks away. But every house on that street is like millions and millions of dollars gated. Everyone has gates. And he got like big ass fences around his house. Like, go.
Drake lives here. This is like this
is the compound.
Creepiest thing I've probably ever done in my life. Why he has a phone booth outside his house, only God knows. He calls it the embassy.
Like, what the hell is this statue right here? Have no idea. The embassy.
That's wild.
Like, I was definitely like trying to peek up in there, but nah, you got the mirror stuff. You ain't seeing up in there unless you could like see through that crack right there, which some people can. Yeah, creepiest shit I ever done, dog.
I know. Look, it's another car coming. Keep going. Go.
Anywho, let me turn this heat down real quick. Hey, but it was a fun trip, man. I kid you not. Fun trip. Probably gonna go back at some point. Just stalking his home of residence. I was not stalking. I was driving past. It was just like, yo, I can't believe I did that. I did it though. I did it. And here's Niagara.
Oh, Canada.
That's the trip over.
Canada had to stop at the motherfucking falls.
That's me at the duty free grabbing some alcohol for my sister.
Woo! My lord. It's bright. My camera musty.
I know, right?
Anywho,
The dinner got me all
on my way back to the States. Look at the zoom. I can zoom up to 20 times on here. Let's see. Or 10. Or 20. This is a 20 times zoom.
Look at that. That's Samsung, man. Like, getting there.
There go 10.
It's like America, Canada.
Look at that. Look at that. Man. It's like Canada side. American.
Look, I was cheesing. All right, last video, then we out.
All right, yo. So I had to stop at a supercharging station to charge the goddamn car, right? Now, here's the thing. Look how fast this joint is. So...
Now, the charging did drop off towards the end. It probably was like a 500. Like, the more people come up there, sometimes it'll slow it down. But you never want to be, like, next to somebody.
Over 1,000 miles per hour charger. Now, I only need to charge 11 minutes to get home with 10% battery. So that is what I'm doing. And I kid you not, the cost of going from home to Canada, which is about like 6 hours, in charging time, probably cost me, it's 100% less than $30.
100% less than $30.
Less than $30. I'm not lying. Less than $30. I think I had this charge. It cost me like $8 to get there because I had to stop the charge. And when I charged there, I charged for like $12. And this is probably gonna be like less than $5. I'll probably I'll post it, but like it's dirt cheap. Dirt cheap.
Dirt cheap cruelty.
Make sure I ain't giving that crazy up.
Bro, everybody in all the ninjas in Toronto wear bubble coats, skinny jeans, and Jordans.
Okay, so here is where I'm. Fredonia, New York.
I have no idea where that place is.
There is the.
I just like most of the time I was just watching like movies, like good movies. I watch War Machine and Trap House on Netflix, and then I watched a bunch of YouTube stuff. So anyway, that was my trip to Lebronto. Let me get to some more of these super chats, and then we're gonna get into the content what we're talking about today. All like this stuff. All right, we done with that. Anywho. Also one pink spandex for the culture. Where we at? Give me a second. I pull it up. Where's it at?
Back.
Got it.
Back, front, back. We're gonna speed this up. If you're not comfortable with popping your ass, all I want is your hands. Boom, 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 boom. But if you can, get in that shit. Come on, 4, 3, good, 2. We call it the ribbit walk. You go ribbit, 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 ribbit. Staying low, lifting and dropping that ass. If you have no space, stay in place and lift up those legs. Santa sleigh, you go Santa sleigh, bring the gifts. 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 From the top.
Hey, shout out to the 2 people or 1 person watching on Twitch. I don't know who it is, but appreciate you. Oh, it's the inventory. Yo, anytime this thing come up, it's going, ironically, all my haters think I'm jealous of them. Like, imagine me being jealous of someone who potentially is like more than likely homeless. Whoa. Imagine me being jealous of a convicted sex offender who couldn't go to Canada if their life depended on it. It's things like that put life in perspective. You got to remember that, man. And we actually going to talk about haters today. And you may know someone who fit the criteria by this new theory, which I actually like the theory that was bestowed upon me today. So we got that. And shout out to my man GhostfaceStudioProductions, who's actually going to be featured in the stream today. We're going to have our own superpower beatdown show soon. No spoilers.
That's a truthful statement.
Bro, that would be crazy, man. It's so much AI out. I don't even know. I don't even know. Whatchamacallit. Google spreadsheets. Hold on, give me a second. I saw the keep Brent offline off my channel. Super chat. I got to go to the spreadsheet. All right, Brent spreadsheet. Okay. So, a la carte. All right. So, currently, which month would you like to add this to? Just type it in the chat. Type it in the chat, man. To keep Brett off stream. So, he's off through May. But like some of these months are like $5. You want me? Which you want me to do? You want to add it to June, or add it to a previous month? Just type it in the chat. And I don't know. Like it's crazy. I'm sure he watching too, right?
Good riddance. Are you threatening me with violence?
Bro, be watching. He'd probably be like, oh, he was talking about me. Oh, man. Add it to June. Say less. Give me a second. June. A la carte. All right, got you, dog. Hey, the Brent spreadsheet be spreadsheeting, man. Just say it, dog. I appreciate it, man. Who is this sending me messages? All right. I know everyone is like, yo, you got the Johnny Young Bosch interview. You damn right I got the Johnny Young Bosch interview. You like, people thought I wasn't going to get one or something. Like, y'all don't know who I am. Like, maybe y'all be forgetting. Sometimes I just got to remind y'all. All right. So, anywho. Now that we got that all the way out the way, I appreciate everyone who donated, man. Appreciate you guys. Attitude of gratitude. And for my attitude of gratitude, oh, snap. God damn. Snap. Shit.
I got money.
Shout out to my man Answer, who says to keep all those parasocial losers from Custy Court off of here. God damn. I don't know what Crusty Court is, or maybe I do. Bro. Parasocial. Crazy, man. You know, a lot of people be talking. I think a lot of people are envious, guys. You may not realize this, right? You may not know it, but there are a group of people who really dislike me for whatever reason. I could pull a Young Crash out and be like, I never did anything to them. You know, some shit like that. But, you know, people just hate me for just being me, for being, I don't know, me. Like, you know, people like to emulate me and, you know, probably do what I do because I probably make it look easy. But at the same time, you know, what I do can't be duplicated. You could copy my layout. You can copy my sound effects. You can even cover the same stories that I cover. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to be me. And we could both cover the same story. And people are probably going to want to see me cover the story more than the people who copy me. And it is just is what it is. I'm imitated, never duplicated. But imitation is the biggest form of flattery. So I am forever flattered by all these Henry Resilient Juniors and, you know, Timu Henry and Great Value Henry. You know, I hope they keep doing it. I appreciate them establishing a Discord in my honor. I'm truly humbled. And I hope, and I can only pray that every time they go live, they bring me up in some form of capacity. So I stay on their minds and appreciate it. You know, you gotta keep, it's like, you know, I'll live on forever. Even if I stop streaming tomorrow, they'd be like, oh, Henry sucks. Henry's audience sucks. And at the same time, these are all people who used to be a part of it. And they're in a weird way, they're still watching now. They'll swear up and down. They'd be like, oh, I don't watch Henry. I don't watch him. But, you know, yeah, you know, 65 people watching, 6 people chatting. I think, you know, my haters be watching. And parasocial relationships, right? Let's talk about the parasocial loser. Probably the biggest parasocial loser is someone who takes up for someone who don't even know their name. Bro, it does not get no more parasocial than that. Bro, do you know this guy, Henry Resilient? I think he lied on you. He's like, oh, yeah, really? yeah, I come to you all the time. Like, really? Really? You have? What's your name? You know, I bought you the suit. Oh, Brett. Come on, Brett. Right. Well, it's okay. That's what my family calls me. Like, dog. Bro. Yeah, dog. Yeah. I'm aware. I'm aware, guys. I see everything. I'm aware of everything. Well, not everything, but most things get brought to my attention. You know, even if people like say it about me and like don't say my name. Just be like, bro. It's like I'm Voldemort and shit. Like, is he whose name we do not say? Let's reference him though forever. I'll be like, hey, dog, While people are referencing me, I am. People holding streams about me, I am. People making Instagram posts about me, I am. Hey, bro. People in the gym hitting the bag for me, I am. Just be like, people talking to me, I'm editing like. Like the only time they really come up is when I'm streaming. I'm like, oh yeah. Hey, thanks for reminding me. But I appreciate you, Answer 06, man. Appreciate you, dog. Yeah. Oh yeah. And another thing, they really hate when I get super chatted. I'm not lying, dog. I swear to God. I'd be like, I remember I got like a $2 super chat, and I think it was probably the only $2 super chat I got during stream, which I was appreciative of. I was like, oh shit. Hey, I appreciate that. And I go about my day. I'm like, oh, great stream, got a $2 super chat. I'm about to clip this shit up, and I'm editing, probably talking to mods or somebody afterwards. And then next thing you know, the person who did the $2 super chat is like, you're not gonna believe what the fuck is going on right now? This person is upset I super chatted you $2. And I'm like, really? They like, yes, look at this. And I'm like, holy shit, bro. I was just like, what? Bro. Oh man. I was just like, yo, I was like, I apologize for I was like, what the fuck, dog? Look, I even super chat people sometimes, like, dog, if you like the people's content, it's like a tip or whatever, but donation, however you want to appreciate it. All donations still go to Baby Mama Terrace Fund. Trial date, well, not trial, hearing is on April 28th. So I appreciate it, but I was just like, what the hell? This is my donation to get everyone to go to Aaron's social media and post this YouTube stream link. Oh my God, please don't. Look, guys. If you really want to rattle Aaron or whatever, just keep asking about Legend of the White Dragon. Say, hey, when we gonna get another clip or another trailer for Legend of the White Dragon? When's that coming out? I heard he did a live stream and he already is telling people that Legend of the White Dragon is not coming out before its beatdown, which he previously said you're going to see Legend of the White Dragon before the beatdown. But the problem is, once Legend of the White Dragon comes out, all those Power Ranger fans that he keeps farming for aura and engagement, that's going to cease to exist. That's going to be donezo. He already tried to get money out of y'all and only 500 people donated, or this how we get off the beaten path. Beat down Kickstarter. It's okay though. Like, where is he at? There we go. 501 people donated to Grift in the Sun. Yeah, $40,000. Just cross that, guys. Don't worry. His superpower beatdown is going to be mid. It's going to look like the same shit he did like 10 years ago. Because guess what? He's using the same team. So there is that. You have that. Hold on. Somebody friend of the show messaged me. Yeah. In about 1 hour. All right. So, you have that, but yeah, man. And we're going to be covering that video today. I think it's right here.
What's up, guys?
We're going to cover this video today along with this goofy shit. This shit going to come up like so many times because Johnny Yong Bosch in the interview takes some major shots, if you will. Not at just Aaron. But there was a subtle jab that if you know the lore, he took one at Walter Jones. Now, that's me because I know the lore. Maybe the person who cut me out, they cut me out the whole interview. I was like, hey, dog, I was there. They literally just, like, I was like the third person right here. And friend of the show, Action Addicts Podcast, was like, all right, we got to cut Henry out. I was like, bro, I was there. It was like, nope. No, I gotta cut you out, dog. So this is the Johnny Yong Bosch interview. 4 hours, 168 views, dog. 168 views. Criminal. So maybe a mod can post his channel. So you did, because this is what we're gonna be watching. And it's a little all over the place, but we got like 4 clips we're gonna watch up out of here. But it's a 4-hour interview, so it's a lot. But yeah, he cut me out of it, dog. I was like, bro, you cut me out. He's like, well, you know, Johnny didn't want you in there or whatever. You know, I was like, it was like, you was a bad vibe. I was like, for real? Johnny said that? He was like, yeah. I was like,
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
how you just gonna cut me out, man? He was like, dude, just, you know, Johnny get what Johnny want. I was like, man, but don't worry. I recorded it on my end, the questions I asked him, but it got corrupted. The file got corrupted. So we just gonna do this one, which is still good. I'm not in it much or at all. Like, but I don't know what you want me to do. I know, right? I know, man. I'm sad too, dog. I'm sad too. Holy shit. Oh shit. All right. Let me add it. Holy shit.
I got money.
Snap. Trying to keep up with Big Bro with the keeping the parasocial loser from custody court, dog. I got y'all, man. I got y'all. And then like when you do stuff like this, people be like, I want to be on Henry's show. I'm like, why? Ain't you on the show? He's like, I want to be on your show though more. I'll be like,
Shut up, bitch.
fuck out of here, dog. Like, dog. That's exactly what I'm like, dog. Get the fuck out of here, dog. What the fuck you want to be on my show for? Because, you know, no one really watches him like that. I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dog. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Anywho. Bro, Bosch hit me with the, yeah, man, stealth mode. Yeah, dog. It is what it is, man. Yeah, I got cut out the interview, but I don't take it personal or whatever. But you know, maybe we can get him on here, and he could talk about why he cut me out the interview. Maybe he'll do that. Let's see. Did we hit the go? Because we can just skip to it if we hit the go. Oh, we didn't hit the go, but holy shit! God damn, dog. God damn, bro. Answer 06. Sponsor. Hey, put the goddamn A's in the chat, man. Shit. Oh, man, bro, answer. You are like target numero uno. An answer. He donated to keep me off the stream. You like, bro. Read the room, dog. Read the room. Maybe people just don't want your ass here. Yo, man. Like, answer. Like, I'm gonna cry. I appreciate you for allowing me to spew my anti-JDF rhetoric and anti-Henry rhetoric week in and week out. I'll be there to click the link every time. I promise. Yeah, mate. I'm about happy as a dog with 3 dicks, mate. When I see you come up, mate. You're all right by me, mate. Just be like. Just don't call me out, mate. I might have to leave custody court, mate.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Gotta get Francis out of here, mate. She hurt my feelings, mate. Get answer too, man. He's toxic, mate. We gotta cleanse custody court, mate. Gotta cleanse it of all these toxic people hurting my feelings, mate. Oh, they're out. Okay, I'm back, man. I'm back, mate. Yeah. Who watches Henry these days, huh? Me does. I watch him. But I can't say that on stream. Shit. They going super chat for super chat. God damn, man.
I got money.
Hide the money.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
All right, mate. It's just me, you, and Brenty, mate. All right. You're in the middle, mate. Brent, get behind. I'm gonna be up front, mate. Let's Eiffel Tower this shit. Wait, what?
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Like, bro. Like, bro. I don't need them guys, man. I am moral, Maya. You know, my mother taught me this, man.
I cannot keep that secret. I have a conscience.
Hey, bro, I was morally doxxed.
Info on me. Likely after this live stream will probably be doxxed again.
Just be like, bro,
shut up, bitch.
Fuck out of here, dog. Get back to the Eiffel Tower position, dog. Back to the Eiffel Tower position, dog. Anyway. All right, now that we got that out the way. Appreciate all y'all, man. We're not gonna react to that, mate. It's too on the nose, mate. Like, don't react to that, Dust. You're better than him, mate. You took the shine. You took away realities, mate. You just said fuck reality. You said fuck Rudy, and yeah. You got a conscience, mate.
I cannot keep that secret,
bro. This big fucking circle jerk over there, dog. Everybody blowing each other. But anyway, what are we talking about today? We just probably really should just skip to the Johnny Yong Bosch stuff, right? All right, let me warm y'all up and shit, mate. Let me warm you up, mate. All right. It's like fucking three dogs sucking each other's shot. All right, dog. All right. First, we got to start with the fake fan. All right, so what do we got? We're not going to do the AI stuff. We got my man Jack Hunter's video right here. I actually like it. We're going to do Jack Hunter. Then we're going to do fake fan.
Hey, what is going on, folks?
You know how y'all be accusing? What the hell is this? Oh, that's why. All right, there we go. I was like, my format is off. You know how y'all be accusing me of being a fake Power Rangers fan, mate? No, I was going in. What the? Eiffel Tower position, mate. Dust, what are you doing talking, man? Fucking grab them ankles, mate. You want the Aussie bucks, right, mate? No more crying to Henry about no lack of super chats, mate. I got you. You just got to grab them ankles, mate. And get Francis and answer out the court, mate. And I'll come back, mate. Just be like, the fuck? Share that disaster video. It's like a lot of stuff. But we did an hour of just riffing. God damn. Shit.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
06. Bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Level up, man. It is all about leveling up, man. And, you know, I come from a place of gratitude, dog. Right here, dog. This is something to live by for y'all.
It's important lessons in life that you should know is to remember to have an attitude of gratitude, of humility. Understand where the gift comes from. It's not mine. It's been given to me by the grace of God. Use what I have. Use what you have to help others. On your last day, you can't take it with you, but you can leave it here. You'll never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. One of the most important.
All right, attitude of gratitude, guys. In all seriousness, I'm appreciative of all you guys. What the fuck? Bro, y'all about to, bro, you guys don't know. All right, y'all. All right, hold on, man. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not. Like, I just be taking my licks, dog. Like earlier this what was it, last week? Got a lawyer bill. How much do you think my lawyer bill was for? Hold on. You know, a lot of people be lying and shit. They're like, I'm in a court case. I'd be like, dog, I am in a real court case. Let me see. I mean, I'm gonna pull up my lawyer bill. So like when y'all be like, Henry, why are you so emotional? I'm like, dog, I'm still in it. I stopped talking about the court case because it's like a broken record at this point. It's like, dog, I'm still in it. Like, I've been in litigation for like 4 years. 4 years since I separated in 2021. I'm about to show y'all. You like, I did this before because people think I'm BSing. Hold on. Let me look her up. I think it's Steph. Yep, accounts receivable. Like, bro. Hold on. Is this the one? No, hold on. A tab. Crazy. Let me see if I could just bro. I'm appreciative and grateful that I can do these things. Or whatever. But whoops. Yo, I just be having it, dog. Oh man. Every time. Every time. I think y'all saw like a little something. These lawyers' names up out of here. All right. Make sure. Like, hold on. I got somebody who about to come up. The guy who cut me out the interview. Y'all want to hear from him? We'll probably just do like 2 segments and just go straight to Johnny. Because it's getting crazy. All right, so here go my bill. They be like, Henry, you got a bill? Like, dog. These shits just be coming. They just be coming. So there I go right there. You like, wait, what? So there you go right there. This was what, February? Now, it was a lot that went on in this month. Like, they had to prepare the motion for attorney fees. The lawyer conference happened by the end. No, it was that. They had to reply to her motions and shit. So, yeah, dog. That's why I say, hey, everything go to the Baby Mama Terrorist Fund. Do y'all think I make 4K streaming? Nope. Hey, but I appreciate it, man. It allows me to keep fighting a good fight. Like, I would be so caked up if I didn't. But yeah, almost 4K, right? So, and the thing is, when you have a lawyer in an ongoing case, you have to pay that. Like, I get like 30 days. And if I don't, they're like, okay, well, we're about to file to withdraw. Now, this ain't every time. Like, probably this next month will probably be closer to like 1K. I mean, I'll share with y'all. I have no issue sharing like the trials and tribulations of being an active father. You know, I don't talk about it. I miss my daughter though. But goddamn, man, thank you both, Alucard and freaking Answer 06, man.
I got money.
I think we should just skip to the Johnny Yong Bosch just off them two going head to head. Who the hell is this messaging me? Oh, money mindset meeting. Damn, dog, I be missing these every time I be live. It is what it is. So anyway, we're gonna do 2 videos and then we're going straight to Johnny Yong Bosch. Now, hold on. I got the person who cut me out the interview. Yeah, let's see if we can get them up because they're in a different time zone. So, like, oh God. I freaking accidentally logged out of my StreamYard. Wait, hold on. Somebody on my property? Give me a second. The property stuff. Like when I'm streaming, I'll be like on high alert. Where they at? The fuck was this? I look like an animal in my backyard. All right, neighbor. All right, cool. I'll be on high alert when I'm streaming it and I have motion in my property. I'll be like, hey, what's going on? Might be reeking. My bum ass ninja ain't gonna be in my backyard. Anywho. They out the country. They are. Look, man. All right, hold on. All right. Damn, I'm like really slouching in the chair. Whew. Oh yeah, dog. Don't even get me started on Ghost of Studio Productions' father story. Holy shit. His baby mama playing 5D chess on his ass. Not lying. He told me this story. I was like, I felt lucky. In all honesty, I felt lucky. Going to the father fund. So I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. And I don't even know if Donald Nevitt watching, but he could tell you too. I don't know, Henry, poop man job now. I do. Skip. All right. Anywho, let me see. Let's get to this one fake fan. Let's do Aaron. Let's do fake fans since we're in the fake fan. Then we're gonna do the Aaron video. Then we're gonna do Johnny Young Bosch. We should be on Johnny Young Bosch within like 30 minutes. But let me see if he ready to come up. Copy. And it's only gonna be like a quick 10-second. The guy who got the interview who cut me out of it, and we can grill him on the creative decisions who cut me out. I'll take my time. Okay, good. All right. You say give him, hey, so I take my time. All right, let's go. So since we're talking about haters doing Eiffel Towers on Ghostbusters, this video. Now, appreciate everyone who donated. Do me a favor, like the stream. I don't know, rats cry. Cry Henry. I probably I hate you, Cayenne.
In the time where I needed you guys the most.
Dog, it's been like a very emotional roller coaster with this stuff. Like very emotional. Like a lot of ups and downs. And like I tell you like some of the things, but I don't tell y'all like everything, but it'd be some shit. It'd be some shit. And like I try not to talk about it because it like puts me in a different mindset. Like made me think about it. Like, why am I going through this and all this other stuff? But yeah, dog, I had some moments. I had some emotional moments.
In the time where I needed you guys the most.
But I wouldn't.
When I was broke.
I'm not. Wait, am I watering? I thought I was watering. I did share something with the mod team or whatever. It was a little bit emotional. It was emotional. Because I do get flack from my family sometimes. Like people actually related to me. And I'd be like, y'all motherfuckers screwed me over at one point or another. And they know how I am. Like once you cross me once, that's it, you out. And a couple people got 2 chances. Grandma and like my uncle kinda. But, you know, you got to cut these people out. If not, you know, they'll just do the same shit. And then even I've been cut out of people's lives. So I was like over misunderstandings. Like when I cut someone out of my life, it's not a misunderstanding. They actually did some shit. They actually like wronged me. And they'll be like, yeah, I know I wronged you, but I'd be like, what do you mean, but? You set out to wrong me and you actually succeeded. And now because you wronged me, I removed you from my life. And now you think you should be back in. And I'm just like, no, you literally set out to hurt me. And low key kind of did to like screw me over. And then when you screw me over and I'm like, oh, you out my life, now you apologizing. Now they want to apologize.
Apologize, nigga.
I'd be like, no, dog, F you, apology. You didn't accidentally try to screw me over. You intentionally screwed me over. You thought that because you screwed me over, that it was going to have less of a response. You was like, oh, I'm going to just screw him over and he'll be cool. Like, nah, dog, that ain't how I'm rolling. That ain't how I'm rolling. Well, I've been around you your whole life. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. And I hope my uncle watching because it's fucking for life. And he like, he's so harsh. Grandma be like, well, he's your uncle. I'd be like, sometimes I look at my grandma and be like, shut up, bitch. The fuck? That's your son. you got to do that shit. You got to deal with him. You got to deal with that shit. How is he treating you now? How are you treating you now? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself. And then make up an excuse and be like, well, he's my son. I'd be like, oh, okay. Anyway, I know my grandma watching this shit too. She like, grandson. Anyway, I'm not gonna cry. But yeah. I'm not crying, I promise you. You would never see me cry on the internet. That shit would never happen. Never. Not me. Anyway, good to see you get out the clown chair and leave the house, Diddles. You seem refreshed. I leave the house every day. I literally leave the house every day. But yeah, man. I got out to Toronto. Like, the ninjas who say I look, imagine this, right? Imagine being homeless, telling someone who owns a home never to leave the house. Like, bro, your house is outside, dog. Your house is outside. The fuck? I'm not crying. I told y'all I was sick. I told y'all I was sick. You don't believe me. It upsets my haters. Just y'all, like, I kid you not, just y'all watching upsets my fucking haters. Like, when y'all super chat, it really upsets my haters. When my views go up, it upsets them even more. When my subs go up, they just be upset. They literally want me to just stop streaming so people could focus on them. Because in their eyes, they could say, I didn't miss. Like, well, who did you hit? What was the impact of you not missing? Well, I get to have Brett on my stream and I get to get Eiffel Tower by Co. It's like, oh, direct hit. Yeah. All right. Direct hit. I was just like, what? Hey, make another song, dog. Make another song and tell people how you got morally doxxed. It's like Emeru talking about she got sexually assaulted and then she come out and say, it's my emotional truth. Like, no, bitch, you had everyone thinking you got sexually assaulted. And then you come out like, emotional truth, and it's my opinion. I was S8. And then she fucking leave out the fact she went back to the guy. All right, wait till that's main channel shit. Anyway, let's get to my haters. Then we're going to do Aaron's video. And then we just going to do straight into the Johnny Yong Bosch shit. Mr. Brown, Alliance head. Right? Hey, salute for the raid, dog. I don't even know who be rating me and shit. I saw that influx. So we at 80. So let's talk about haters. Oh, God. Kanye.
Cheyenne, his little cheerleader, who used to fall asleep in the voice chat. You got a whole ass husband and a couple kids, and you falling asleep in another man's Discord like a little teddy bear in the pillow, falling asleep like it's free anytime minutes after 9. Falling asleep in the Discord, Cheyenne.
Like, here's the thing, man. I'll show the owl. Send me the owl. I'll show it, dog. I'll show the owl now. Send it to me. Where's the DM? Oh, someone did say they saw me cry. I did cry. It's a couple times I cried in front of people. I'm not like, yeah, dog. When I got that award, God, yeah, I cried. I was so happy. Even just looking at it brings me back to those emotions. Yeah, dog. When I was like certified poop man, I was like, oh, you the real poop man. I was like, yeah, dog. I am, man. I've been doing this shit for so long, man.
when you got no room to talk, poop man.
Like shit, they put some respect on my fucking name, dog. Wait, you seen it? TJ out there fucking sharing my shit, dog. Bro. Like the crazy thing is, right? When people be like, this is a very personal moment. It was a good one. It was a really good one. Because we worked so hard as a team, as a unit. And a lot of people, if you never worked as a team or as a unit and you get a big team victory, you don't know what it's like. And this was the Super Bowl for Poop Man. Because you morally doxed yourself this weekend. Yeah, dog. I morally doxed myself. I was in Toronto where none of my hate, like what? Young Crash Out can't even make it across the border. Greyhound don't go to Toronto. I felt very safe, even though it was crazy taking the gun out the car. I was crazy. I was like, man, I feel so naked without that joint. It's like, I feel so naked. I did. Why is Aaron Coney still doing business with Blake? Because they two birds of a feather, dog. That's why. When Blake was scamming fans, you think Aaron didn't know about it? Aaron knew about that shit. In fact, some of the people who was whatchamacallit was doing it. Which one you want me to show, man? Just pick one. Which one did you post? Because what not like the original owl? Hold on. What not the original one? Like what not the original owl, right? Or was I don't remember. Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. I honestly don't care. And I'm like, this is a threat against my life. You know, Ninja gotta be the victim somehow. Like, look at him. He's gonna shoot me. He just be like, dog.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Like, bro, when are you not gonna be the victim, dog? When are you not? When are you not? Anywho. All right, let's get into the fake fan stuff because we getting behind time. I got to go to work in the morning. Big day for all the people who were gainfully employed, not like fucking losers out here. All right, thank y'all. Did we hit the go? Because we hit the go. Shit. All right, we hit the go. Yeah, but oof. All right, so let's talk about my haters who are actually my fans. So, did you know if you're a hater of mine, you're most likely a fan? And we need to start deading the whole fake Power Ranger fan narrative that just divides us as a fandom. But let's hear your boy Rock Lee break it down for us.
Hey, what is going on, folks? Rock D. Lee. I got a video for you guys. And I'll be honest with you. My better judgment tells me I should not make this video, but the petty side of me, the passionate side of me, whatever part of me you want to call that side, has compelled me to do it. And hold on. When my Millennium Rod compels me to do things that I'm not supposed to do, it is not my fault. We will blame it on the influence of the Millennium Rod. I was told that I was a fake fan, right? I'm not a true fan, is what the real term is, and it really bothered me. And I wanted to talk about it, but I don't want to make it like Lee's not a true fan, or I don't want to make this about I am a true fan. Oh my gosh, please respect me. I want to make this more of respectfully shut the F up about who's a fan and who's not a fan.
Thank you, dog.
That's a truthful statement.
Crazy, right? As a lot of people call me a fake fan of Power Rangers. But let's let them continue because MMPR is the only season of Power Rangers you really need to watch. But a lot of people disagree, like y'all Dino Thunder Ninja sprinkled in the chat or whatever.
Who are you? Who are you? Who am I to tell people whether they're a true fan or not? Who am I to do that?
Right.
I'm gonna put it on me because that reflects everybody. I don't want to make it personal, even though it's personal, right? It is a comment that has spurred this, but it's also a content video for people who think like the said comment and are reading this or listening to this. And I want you to hear my point because I basically want to influence some type of change. Am I going to change the whole world? No. Is everyone going to agree with me? No. I'm going to say certain things that are going to be emotionally provocative, but I'm going to have to be because it'll water down my message. So anyways, I said something in my video. Someone said, never retract. A true fan is willing to admit when there's weakness in the series. I knew as soon as I read A True Fan that there was a problem in there. Bro. And
I can't stand all you true fan people. A true fan will watch Dino Thunder. But me and him are low key in agreement, but I really do like how he ties it all together towards the end.
I let it go and said thank you because they were not being mean to me. They were really trying to help me, and they said true fan. And I was like, I kind of don't agree, but I know you're trying to pat me on the shoulder and say just speak. I don't remember what I retracted. This is the video, right? This is the video reacting to every Power Ranger opening. But I know my nature. I probably said something bad about a Power Ranger series and then retracted it because I don't feel like arguing with the fans of said series.
See, that's where we go wrong, dog. You gotta quadruple down, dog. Don't backtrack, because when you backtrack, it kind of gives the impression you were not sure in your stance. Now, if you say, hey, I got new information and now I feel differently, that's one thing. But when you backtrack for the sake of, avoiding the argument, now we got to side eye you on that. But let's let them continue.
It's not that I'm afraid of people, but I like to at least have some type of control of what people are going to complain about. People are going to complain that I wasn't funny. They're going to complain that I didn't get a particular joke, but they're not going to complain if I can help it that I talked over the subtitles, or over the important line. If I can help it. Sometimes I do anyways. But at least I'm like, oh, dang, that's something I can control. Saying something ignorant or I didn't have enough information on, I don't like to give those types of takes. So if I'm going to say something critical and be negative about a video, then I would like to be, I knew enough when I said that line so that if anyone says anything to me, I can back it up when I'm talking to the public. If I'm talking to myself if I'm talking to my friends privately, you don't really have to do that, but I'm saying things publicly. So, you don't want to be a fool. Then someone else goes, he's not a true fan to be. By the way, so I don't have a problem with the first comment. I just said thank you. I let it go. Robert Rose, I don't have a problem with that. I disagree, but thank you. The next person, you talk about Digimon. This is a Power Ranger video. He's not a true fan to begin with because Lost Galaxy was the beginning of the show's downfall. I recommend everyone watch from the original to In Space. These are the true fans.
So now we have a qualifier for what a true fan is. So now for all you true fans in my audience, all you Dino Thunder ninjas, are you of the opinion that a true fan, right, watches from the beginning of the show, from the beginning of Power Rangers to In Space? Does that make you a true fan?
Why? This is basically where torches are passed and storytelling continues progressing. Everything in Lost Galaxy is flawed and started new. Everything in Lost Galaxy. Whenever someone says everything, in that context, it's already looking like everything.
Exactly.
Everything.
I'm with you on that way.
Anyways, so what did I do? Before I get to boxing, I do my confirmation. I'm not a true fan because I watched the original To Space and also Lost Galaxy and enjoyed it as well. I'm just making sure I understand. Are you saying that I'm not a true fan because I watch Power Rangers 2 in Space, just like you said, but I also watch Lost Galaxy and I also enjoyed it? That makes me not a true fan. This person was bold.
Bro, I can't believe y'all are dropping y'all true fan definitions in the chat, man. Y'all are wild, man.
They go, pretty much. Lost Galaxy is flawed. Your standards are too low. What kind of response is that? That's wild. Who thinks like that? I'm going to read my response and then we're going to talk about it and whatever. So I go. I was making sure I understood right. You are recommending people consume less of a series related. Wait. I think I have to rewrite this. You are recommending people consume less of a series related to the Power Ranger franchise. Let me fix that.
Here's the thing, right? He's basically saying don't waste your time after In Space. And me, I'll take it I'll take it even further. Don't waste your time after MMPR. Fight your mama.
Related. Just consume less of a series. You were recommending. stop supporting Power Rangers. There you go. That'll make the sentence coherent. All right, that's a coherent sentence. All right, good thing we did that. So I was just making sure you are recommending people stop supporting the Power Ranger franchise after In Space, and you are the true fan. What this means is based on the writing alone. I'm actually going to assume that this person has actually seen more In Space, but they recommend to stop. I'm going to assume that. But those words are, I have watched more Power Rangers than you, right? And that makes me less of a fan because I should not watch past Lost Galaxy and I should not enjoy Lost Galaxy. So if I enjoy, let's put it this way. Let's forget about who's watched more Power Rangers. But if I enjoy more episodes of Power Rangers than you, somehow I am a lesser fan. I'm going to repeat that one more time. Let's forget about who's watched more, because I'm going to assume he's watched more. He's had to have watched more to say stop, right? Because you guys heard how I talked in the beginning. In order to say you should not do something, you must have experience in it.
There has to be an episode requirement? Bro, we need to have a true fan application.
So I can assume, probably wrong though, that he's seen every single Power Ranger season, so he knows that you should not watch it. Let's give that person the benefit of the doubt. But based on those words, we can conclude the following. I enjoy more series of Power Rangers than that person because that person says don't like anything after In Space. Mine goes to Lost Galaxy, so I enjoy one whole season more than he does. That being said, I also enjoy Lightspeed and Power Rangers Time Force while I didn't watch every episode.
True fans need to get a Power Ranger tattoo and make a blood sacrifice to Zordon. Well, mate, I do know someone with a Power Ranger tattoo who currently thinks JDF. How do you get a JDF power coin and then say JDF a coward? Oh God, crazy.
And that being said, I watch more Power Rangers, right? And somehow I'm a lesser fan. Then let's keep going. I also have, you guys see my stuff. I don't know if I'm going to edit it on, but not only do I watch Power Rangers, I have a Power Ranger dagger, I have the Green Ranger dagger, I have the Jason's power sword, okay? I have the Mighty Morphins, all 5 of their power coins, and I have the Green Ranger's power coin, right? I believe, because I'm looking at the symbol, it's also what the White Ranger symbol too. So I have both versions for Tommy to transform. Let's do this real quick. Because anyone who watches my reactions know I don't know a goddamn thing. Tommy, Jason, Trini, Kimberly, Zach. Did I not say Billy's name? Did I not say?
Bro, he missed one. Yo. He failed right there, man. He failed right there. Write him off, guys. Write him off. Not a true Power Ranger fan.
Jason, Trini, Kimberly, Zach. Did I not say Billy's name? Did I not say Billy's name? Anyways, I have to think about it. I failed. Not a true Power Rangers fan, man. You know, normally
he not.
That's a truthful statement.
Why is he flexing on watching Power Rangers? Like, bro, flex about being an amazing father. He pisses me off. Wait, you got beef with this guy? I don't know him. Someone sent him this video to me and said, I'm a fake fan. And then Chef Michael says, true fans are day one OG fan club members. Ooh. I think we need to get a true Power Ranger fan application and see if myself and I, or y'all, we could probably vote on it and say who is a true fan and who is not one. All right, Ghostface Studio Productions say you don't know him. All right. Do we got kids? True fans buy a Power Ranger ape. All right, you got me to cry right there.
Okay, I might have left something out of context.
Bro. Okay, Super Chat says, true fans buy a Power Ranger 8K Ranger suit.
Okay, so what?
Bro, you know you watching right now too, right? He watching right now. He time stamping and sending it out right now. Francis, I be on the stream. I need to get some eyeballs on this. No one watches Dust. God. Oh man, this is true though. This is true. Shout out to my man Dom Rock, man. Appreciate you, dog. Let's go. Oh, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. We only got a little bit left.
Things are dumb, guys. Deciding, yo, say Billy's name. Anyways, I have to think about it. I failed. Not a true Power Rangers fan, man. You know, normally these things are dumb, guys. Deciding, yo, you could have watched one Power Rangers season, and I'm not gonna say you're not a true fan. What the hell is a true fan? Because where I'm at, not only did I watch more Power Rangers, I actually have Power Ranger products, and I'm not a true fan. Yes, it offended me. I've been called a lot of things that I'm not a true fan of, and you know why I let those go? Like, if you said I wasn't a true fan of Kamen Rider, even though now I watch a Kamen Rider, I joined the anime, I never watched Kamen Rider aside from Mask Rider when I was a kid. So I might argue with that, but I can let that go. I just started reacting to One Piece 3 years ago. So if someone said you're a fake fan because you reacted to One Piece because of reactions, I'm gonna let that go. Even I don't want to get my boxes. Even because they're under stuff. Even though I do own One Piece manga, even though I react to content, right? This is Bleach. I do buy their mangas. Not all of them, but if they're goated. So One Piece I actually have, even though I use it as an example. But there's a lot of stuff that it's under, so I don't want to get those boxes. I have 3 Bleach box covers. But anyways, nevertheless, I'm gonna let it go. If I started reacting to something and you say that you are not a true fan, I can let that go. What got me though is like I actually like Power Rangers. Like before reactions. And I revisit Power Rangers every so often. Every so often I have to revisit the Green Ranger kicking everyone out the Zord. I have to revisit that scene. I showed my daughter that scene. I use that as my gift when I enter a Twitter argument. Green Ranger's busting up, kicking all the Rangers out the Zord.
Classic scene. This guy has good taste. And
that one was like, yo, of all things, you can't say I'm not a Power Ranger fan, you can't say I'm not a Digimon fan, you can't say whatever. I don't want to keep listing it. You guys can't do it, but you guys do that to people. You know, you're a fan if you just like the product. Shoot, you can be a fan and dislike the product. If this person, if you hate Power Rangers and you told me that you've seen every episode of Power Rangers and you can't stand it, I'm like, yo, that person's a bigger fan than I am. Because I've only seen a quarter of Power Rangers. This person has seen every single episode. They can tell me every reason why it's bad. Yo, you a fan. Sometimes haters are classified as fans in my book. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go off a detour. I'm gonna piss a lot of people off. Let him cook. Why not? Sometimes. Because I on my Twitter account, I follow. Yeah, I'm doing it. Nicholas Light. Oh, God. He said Nicholas Light's name.
Did y'all hear what he said? Sometimes haters are fans.
Episode. They can tell me every reason why it's bad. Yo, you a fan. Sometimes haters are classified as fans in my book. You know what I mean? I'm going to go off a detour. I'm going to piss a lot of people off on this one because why not? Sometimes, because I on my Twitter account, I follow. Yeah, I'm doing it. Nicholas Light. Oh, God. He said Nicholas Light's name. And oftentimes people passionately tell me why I shouldn't follow Nicholas Light on Twitter. And you know what stands out to me? All the things they know of Nicholas Light that I don't know. I follow the man because we're in similar circles. He'll interact with me back. So we follow each other. Generally, my rule of thumb is if you're a content creator and you acknowledge me, generally speaking, I'm gonna follow you back. I don't overthink it. Like, why not? We might collab one day. We might not collab one day. But whatever. Also, I like to know what goes on. I like to know what works for you. I like to know what doesn't work for you. I want to know what the latest trends are. So I follow people that are successful, especially if they actually will respond to me if I say something to them. So, like them or not, they're successful. Why did I go there? There was a reason. It was because people would tell me all the reasons they don't like him. Specifically, they watch his videos. They tell me exactly what he says in the videos. I'm like, but you're contributing to his AdSense. Unless you have a ad blocker.
So here's Nicholas Light. For the guys who like, hey, who is Nicholas Light? I guess it's this guy right here. And I don't know. I ain't familiar with his content. But in other words, he's saying if you guys are saying not to follow Nicholas Light, then maybe you guys, and y'all know why y'all shouldn't follow him. You guys are fans of Nicholas to acquire so many different reasons why not to follow him. And you could say that's the same for like me. When all these ninjas be coming out the woodwork, how horrible I guess I am as a person, you know? It is what it is.
But like, you're contributing to his views. You aren't contributing to his success, because I generally don't watch the videos. I generally will see whatever he tweets. I'll look at it, and it might be something that is related to whatever. I'll chime in, whatever, and then we'll go about our business, okay? I have watched videos. I'm not saying I've never watched videos, but lately, you know, I watched enough videos to know that, like, it wasn't really going to be anything new, because he vents a lot. So I'm like, well, that's whatever. He's just venting. So I have watched those videos, but ironically, the videos that have frustrated people, I generally haven't seen those videos, because he makes a video that frustrates people. People get frustrated, and then he vents about that. I always watch the venting. The venting. But I never watch what caused the venting. It's like, why is he crashing out? I watch the crash out. But you're intimately telling me all the details of his life. I'm like, fam, you are a fan. You follow him. You watch. You screenshot the Twitter, and you repeat it to the entire world, further spreading his name. I'm like, you're a hater, but you're doing more good for him than I am. No matter how you want to cut and dice it, you are doing more good to him than I am. Yes, you're technically harming him, because you're saying bad things, adding to the negative psychology and whatever. But at the same time, more people know about him. 5 people are going to hate him, and 2 people are going to give him a follow.
That's the thing, right? That is the thing. 5 people are going to watch, or 5 people are going to hate him. 2 people are going to follow him. So when I come out and call these people liars by their name, and I play them and all that shit, I don't give two craps if people know about them, because I know at the end of the day, they won't do it to me, because I expose their lies. They don't want their audience to be like, oh shit, oh shit, they know about them. So I just be like, yeah, like, you know, more proof come out, like people were just lying from the rip. They'd be like, well, we're not going to address that. Like, yeah, damn straight you're not. Because the last thing they're going to come out and say, no, I told the truth. They're not going to say that. They're going to say, I was morally doxxed. And you're like, wait, what the fuck is a moral dox? Does Dust Turkey Haven lead to your house or not? You're going to be like, nope. No. Is that picture on the internet or not? Nope. Is that name on the internet or not? Nope. Like, so why would you say you were doxxed? Did you get swatted? Nope. Has anyone got swatted? Nope. Why would you say that? Well, I need to be the victim. I need to be the victim, guys. Because if I'm not the victim, then who's going to watch? I'm not breaking stories. I'm just covering shit that other people covered. like what's Beardo talking about this week, guys? All right, that's what we're talking about this week, guys. Bro, just be like, shut up, bitch.
5 people are going to hate him, and 2 people are going to give him a follow. But those 5 people were never going to follow him anyways. The only difference is now they know of him and they dislike him, but then 2 decided to be a follower. You see? So let people like what they want to like.
True.
True fan is nonsense. I got to the end of this video and I felt like it was nonsense, but I just wanted to share it because I was passionate about it. Kind of got me. You know, I was like, yo, I like the Power Rangers, bro. Come at me with Kamen Rider. You a fake fan. You just started watching Kamen Rider. That's true. I did just start watching Kamen Rider. But I like it and I respect it and I want to watch more. But hey, guess I'm not a true fan. But one day I will be. You know, that's my mindset. One day I will be. That day is not today. But I look forward to joining you guys and being a true fan among you. But in the Power Ranger group, someone said I wasn't a true fan. I'm like, no, you are not a true fan. You don't need to get out the group. I'm going to stay here. I'm not leaving. Get him out of here. That's why I made the video. So we can all look and say, manifest scrutiny. Want to know something? I never read this person's name until just now. Manifest scrutiny. Yo, is this dude trolling? Yo, you gotta be trolling!
This is the best part right here. This is the best part.
He didn't write like a troll. This channel is about critically reflecting on multiple topics of interest, such as film, interactive media, politics, religion, and so much more. What do you do? Do you post videos? Let me give him a subscribe. I'm his first subscriber. This is there's 5 of us. Okay, so there's 5 of us subscribers. This is how, hey, let's give Manifest Scrutiny a follow, guys. Let's get him to 100 subscribers. This is how haters be your best fans, because I started hating him, but...
Yo, haters do be your best fans, dog. Like, I got 3 people chatting. I got probably the majority of my audience is hate watchers. Waiting to see if I, like, say their name or, like, play their scene or some goofy shit.
So, one of the skeletons in my closet...
I know this little snake ass still snaking around. I don't care, dog. I'll put my ops or whatever you want to call it, the censors, detractors, liars, fake victims on the screen. We don't mince words around here.
You know, it started with beef, but now I'm genuinely curious about this guy. Oh, this channel doesn't have any content. That's all. But you got 5 subscribers. I think after that he has 5 subscribers. I'm the 5th. This person. Oh, you can't see. You can't see.
Now, this is the crazy thing, dog. He put him on there like, oh, he has 5 subscribers. Sometimes your biggest hater be people like Manifest Scrutiny. Their name, image, and likeness is not out there. They don't have a YouTube channel. They just you don't know this person from a can of paint, but they giving you paragraphs in your comment section on how stupid you are and or your take is or how bad you are, yada yada yada, or clicking some link talking about how horrible you are because things they believe happened years ago. You like, bro, the broken record.
I'm sorry, you can't see what I was working on. I'm sorry about that.
But this is where I kind of disagree with him too. Like, this is where I disagree with him. He likes to handle his haters a certain way.
This is what I was working on, and I subscribed. Right? If he posts anything, I'm gonna know about it. All bells are turned on. I support this person. Manifest Scrutiny with your 5 subscribers. I'm actually not. It sounded bad, but it was 4 before, and I'm encouraging anyone who's watching this video to also subscribe to this channel. Because sometimes the best thing to do is kill somebody with kindness. I went over there to call him a fake fan. I walked out with 100 subscribers. That's crazy.
Nah, dog. We not doing that. We not on that. No peace and positivity. Go give my haters a follow.
100 subscribers. Talking shit to your boy Rockley. Can we make this happen? I'm serious. I'm serious. Legion. I don't ask for much. I really don't ask for much. But I sincerely am asking for the Legion to get this person 100 subscribers. Do it. Please. Please. You know how good I will feel to just have that? Like, yeah, dog. Yo, we sent some hitters at you. Got your account 100 subscribers. No, we need 105. We need 105 because they had 104. I came in, so we can't count the 4. How's my math working? Oh, so we need to bring 100. How does this work? We need to bring 90. No. Yeah. We need 99 subscribers. That's what we need to do. We need to get to a end result of 104. We need to
see. No, I'm not out here trying to do that. With my enemies, it's like anyone ever read the 48 Laws of Power? You probably never have, right? Crush Your Enemy Totally argues that any leniency allows the enemy to recover and seek revenge, making total destruction necessary to prevent future threats. This involves eliminating their ability to fight back, ensuring they cannot return to harm you. Now, look, all my enemies want to harm me, dog. Make no mistake. But I always let people know that this is my enemy. These are people I consider enemies of mine. I never back down. I never ease up. I never pull my foot up. Like, we just dead them. Boom, done. Video, end it. And then you watch them flutter. You just watch them. You be like, damn, that was, where they at now? Well, I think one's homeless. Technically, both of them homeless. Making hate posts on Instagram. Like, talk about me. He's like, the other people, what are they doing? They going live, circle jerking each other. We all hate Henry. We're united in our hate, mate. I'd be like, and then you just do it. Like, boom. Do that. But anywho, there you go. Haters are fans. Shout out to your boy Rockley. Great video on explaining, 1, we need to eliminate the true fan stuff. And 2, your haters are your fans. But let me know if you think differently in the comment section and we'll stump you out too. All right. Anyway, like, subscribe, share, hype the video. See you next one. Peace. All right, man. I did not want to spend 25 minutes on that, but we kind of got off the rocker. All right, let's keep it going. We got to preface this with something. Give me a second. And then we got the Johnny Yong Bosch interview after this. Aaron Shonky. And I might have to save Aaron for a goddamn next stream because the Johnny Yong Bosch is beefy. It's healthy. All right. All right. Anywho, excited for the interview? Me too, dog. I'm excited to share it with you guys. I'm gonna have a person that cut off. Wait, did we reach the go? Damn, we reached the go. All right, let me just do this real quick. It's only gonna take like 10 minutes. All right. As you guys know, Aaron Shonky is still delaying Legend of the White Dragon. He's currently trying to fool fans into believing that he spent $20,000 on suits alone for his superpower beatdown that no one is likely going to watch. But friend of the show, Jack Hunter versus Aaron Schonke, or Jack Hunter, Ghostface Studio Productions, had some very kind words to say about Aaron Schonke in the further delays. Let's hear him out.
It's Jack Hunter with Ghostface Studio Productions. And I am part of the Henry Resilient crew. And the one thing in one video that I heard recently was we should forget that Legend of the White Dragon is being made or has been made. And Henry said that, you know, Aaron Schonke wants us to forget about it. Well, guess what? We're not forgetting about it, Aaron. If you guys don't know what Legend of the White Dragon is, then go check out Henry Resilient's channel, and you know, you can Google it. Let's just say it is a film that was every Power Rangers fantasy to come true, because it stars our beloved Jason David Frank. Over the years, there have been so many pushbacks with quote unquote production issues and everything else. And I just want to back up, Henry. Yeah, I'm in production. I make films full time, right? All that. Yeah, we never talk about, oh, sound design was just done or sound record. Like, no, you don't do that.
Exactly, guys. What big budget production was like, hey, guys, just want to let you guys know sound design is done. Color correction is done. We're seeking distribution. All of these little fake non-updates from Aaron, no reputable professional production house does them whatsoever.
Like, that's so amateur. Now, you guys might be thinking, well, how do you know Aaron and all of this? Well, I know Aaron, but Aaron probably doesn't remember me. Back in 2009, I actually passed by him in Crossing at San Diego Comic Con, and I noticed his T-shirt because I was a fan of Bat in the Sun Productions then. You know, he portrayed the Joker, and he did very well as portraying the Joker. And I complimented him on that, and you know, it was really in passing because I saw his shirt and I'm like, oh wait, you guys did that Batman fan film, you know. And then the next thing you know, they blow up with the superpower beatdowns and JDF returns and all of this. Well, my thing is, guys, that is how I do know him. But my thing is, you know, I want Aaron to fully come out, and probably not in a way that you think I just meant.
One day, right? Once the divorce happened, maybe we'll get him to come out. You never know.
I mean, that would be quite funny. Be like, oh, duh, that makes sense. He's pushing everything off because, you know, he's dealing with his hair, you know, his long black hair. But no, what I'm saying is, Aaron, dude, what the hell, man? You know, you're avoiding interviews. People don't give a damn about a script about your superpower beatdown. What we care about is the release of this film. It was done in 2023. Bro, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, Henry Resilient. Let him cook. Come on, I want to hear it. I know it's going to be there somewhere. But are you an idiot? Do you think we're all fools? You know, the crazy thing is, with the budget you had, you could have released at least a minimum of 2 sequels. All right, then have those sequels be legacy to JDF. But no, you want to use JDF as an excuse to get more funds, which you're probably not getting, and getting more sympathy. Guess what? The sympathy is fucking over, bro. And anyone that disagrees with me, well,
he's not wrong, right? He's not wrong, because once we see the Johnny Yong Bosch interview and you see the budget of Spage, you're gonna be like, wait, didn't he have a budget? Now this is just 500,000. That he is saying donated. However, we know the budget for this is in the millions, like around the 4 million mark. So with that being in mind, like, bro, yeah, you could have had that. But, you know, Vera was like directing, and currently he wants you guys to believe he spent $20,000 alone on costumes when the one for Batman is a rental. But, you know, let's get back to it.
I think the beach is over there somewhere. You know, I mean, I am a Navy war veteran, and strategy is kind of like my thing, you know.
Yo, shout out to everyone who served in the military. May my grandfather rest in peace, who also served in the military.
But Aaron, come the fuck on, bro. Who are you messing with? I am 40 years old, all right? And, you know, I don't know how old you are, probably like 36, 37. I don't know. Maybe Henry could speak about it right now as he's playing the clip. I don't know how old he is, but Grow the fuck up, man.
Aaron Schonke is 41 years old. 41 years old, guys. Mentally, 15.
Man. And you know what? Here's what I will say to you, Aaron. I will say to you to you. I've failed in my career at certain points with certain films. Okay, I have the longest running found footage anthology franchise in cinema history. Okay, it's called Paranoid Tapes, and that's not me doing this. What I'm saying is, within that franchise, we're up to 12 right now. Some have sucked. The thing is, we don't care if Legend of the White Dragon sucks. We still want it. Every single fan, and I probably speak for every single fan out there that's watching this reaction video or doing a reaction or whatever, you suck right now as a person for not releasing this.
That's the truth.
Do you realize you could just put it on Film Hub? You put it on Film Hub, all these other channels will take it and you will make money. What is wrong with you? Why are you so money hungry about this?
I'm not sure if money hungry because the money offers are just not there, guys. Like, if you're thinking he's about to sell Legend of the White Dragon for millions of dollars that he put into it, I'm here to tell you it's not happening. I think one of the real reasons that he doesn't want people to see it is because it sucks. And the moment he releases it, all of the JDF Power Ranger adjacent fans will no longer have any interest to pay him any attention. So his engagement is going to go way down. Think about every time he makes a post, what are people saying? Hey, what's up with Legend of the White Dragon? That's engagement for sure. You can kind of monetize that, especially on Facebook, which is, I think, his most popular platform at the moment. But yeah, if he puts it out, the Power Ranger fandom cease to even support him.
The fans will pay for what they want, but yet you're holding it like a precious little baby. And I get it. It is your baby, man. I get it. It is this thing you created. You know, you pulled JDF away from Johnny Yong Bosch, you know.
Oh, shit. Let him cook, man.
Originally, I wanted to do 250,000, but Aaron wanted more. Greed.
You put a wedge in their friendship, most likely. But this is how you're paying tribute to your friend?
Ooh.
You know, by going on other podcasts, in the past and saying, oh, well, he didn't want this, he didn't want that. You know what? Fuck you. We don't know what he wanted. We don't know what he really needed. Apparently, he needed a friend and you weren't there for him. So how about you repay him by releasing this to his fans? You remember the first time you saw Power Rangers and you saw Jason David Frank as Tommy. Don't tell me you don't, because I know you do.
Yeah, Aaron was a Green Ranger fan.
Aaron Schonke, I may be a nobody in your eyes or in other people's eyes, but I do have fans around the world that watch my films. But can I say the same about you? Anyways, what you have done, Aaron, is disrespectful to JDF and every single Power Ranger fan. From the moment we knew that this film was greenlit, and for all the supporters that knew about this film, we were hyped, and you let us down. I encourage every single fan of The Legend of the White Dragon and JDF, if you see Aaron out, if you see like him at a convention, you go up to him and you scream, JDF, JDF. You know why? Since he wants to use JDF as an excuse or as sympathy, we'll prove to him that as one power, one fight, will make him remember what Legend of the White Dragon is.
True. I keep telling you guys, keep asking him. When he posts anything new on Facebook, Instagram, just be like, hey, what's up with Legend of the White Dragon? What's up with Legend of the White Dragon? Just keep, hey, what's going on with Legend of the White Dragon? Because you're doing that, that's putting pressure on him. And he hates when people talk about Legend of the White Dragon and not his dated superpower beatdown.
So let's pressure him, guys. Everyone that's watching, you know, every single post he makes about Bat in the Sun or superpower beatdown, go and hammer those comments. Legend of the White Dragon. Because at the end of the day, we are one team in one fight. And the fact that you let other people watch this,
Get your money.
and then you give excuses while they're watching, oh, this is from blah, 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 or blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, guys, currently Kickstarter people, y'all can't watch it. Y'all cooked. In fact, the people who put the first amount of money in will likely be the last people to see it. Someone off the street who didn't even contribute to the Kickstarter literally has a higher percentage of seeing Legend of the White Dragon before you do. He's really went on. He's even touted like, I'm gonna let this person who had no input production for it see it because that's my friend. You're like, hey, well, what about we? I thought we gave you some money for this product. Yeah. Who cares? Y'all will see it when y'all see it.
Bro, we don't care. We, the fans, do not care. What we care about is fulfillment and a promise that was made to all of us out there. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when fans hoard you and scream JDF? Release it to the fans. Have a panel at a convention and show the goddamn movie. You're not going to lose money.
Well, he'll probably argue, well, we may lose distribution or something goofy like that, where you see people like Yong Bosch literally took his movie on a film festival tour to, when I show you the interview, literally anyone who would like show it for the most part. Show it. Like, hey, let me put some money here, see if they'll show it. Where Aaron don't want no one to see it because for $4 million, it looks like ass. It looks like the beatdowns from 10 years ago. You're like, wait, this was $4 million? Yeah, it was $4 million. Where'd the money go? Well, reshoots. Reshoots. Well, did you collect the director fee for it? Well, of course I did, Remember, Bat and the Son get half the budget. Not Aaron, though. Not Aaron. Just Bat and the Son. Wait, hey, who owns Bat and the Son? Well, me and my dad, of course. We use that money to pay people. Okay.
I mean, it's okay to fail at some things, but to act like this never happened, we are not, my friend. We are not. So, all my Henry Resilient people, what's up? Henry, I see you. I would say your real name, but I'm not,
Bro.
I'm not going to name drop it because that's...
Stay resilient, bitch.
I'm not, what's his name? Young Crash Out? Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Young Crash Out.
But I'm Jack. And Aaron, remember me, please. Because if you see me at a convention, I'm going to call you out.
Ooh.
Because we are Team JDF. And we're tired of you using JDF as an excuse and a sympathy card. Everyone watching, if you agree with me, hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Like it, comment, and share your thoughts.
Yeah, man. Shout out to all the JDF fans that are like JDF fans for life, not like flip-floppers. But I agree with the sentiment. Keep the pressure on Aaron Shonky in spam Legend of the White Dragon comments, because that is going to keep him from forgetting about it and put more pressure on him that, hey, we know that you have the movie. We know it's quote unquote finished. We know it's many talks behind the scenes, but how much more is going to get delayed? The most recent delay from Aaron is it's not coming before the beatdown. Remember, this guy is the king of broken promises. It's going to come before the beatdown. Like, let's go through them, right? Jason passed in 2022. Don't worry, guys. Film's still coming out in 2023. 2023 roll around. Don't worry, guys. We're going to do some reshoots 2024. 2024 comes around. Definitely in 2025. 2025 come out. All right, we're gonna look for an announcement at the end of March, or definitely gonna have, or the end of February, beginning of January, beginning of February. And we're gonna definitely have it come out before the beatdown. Now, the latest announcement. Yeah, it's not coming out before the beatdown. Well, when's it coming out? Sometime this year. Like, what? Yeah, okay, man. Sometime this year, right? All right, man. Thanks a lot, Aaron, for the note update. But let me know what you think to the call to action to keep reminding him of Legend of the White Dragon. Like, subscribe. See you next video. Peace. All right, somebody post my man channel in the comments section. Jack Hunter, Ghostface Studio Productions, if I got a mind. Now let's do the Yong Bosch interview. Lego. It's like one thing I have to find before we get to it. I don't have to find it. It's a video I couldn't find. I know I made it. I just don't know what I titled it. That's what I really like. And we have like 4 segments from this that we got to get to. And I didn't get to all of them. I did not get to all of them, but I know what I need, because we're about to order. Indie Go. Like, the thing about me, right, is you have to, when these Power Rangers do these goddamn announcements in interviews, what I am learning is you have to kind of screen record them. You like, Henry, why would you have to screen record them? Because I'm telling you, they will X you out. You like, wait, what do you mean X you out? Like, Power Rangers Playback deleted their Johnny Young Bosch interview. Why do you think he deleted the Johnny Young Bosch interview? Why? Well, it's hidden or can't see, whatever, whatever goofy shit they want to like call it, justify it. Because they got getting called out for the order. And he literally made Karen Ashley and Nakia Burress look bad when she tried to like say the order's still happening. And you delete that because then people can say, hey, we saw in the live stream that the order was still happening. All right, so here's the plan. Is to react to the interview for like bring you up, then get back to the interview. All right. Cool. Or I can bring you up now so you can go to sleep. Like, I appreciate all my international fans because we definitely dealing with a fan who is, I wouldn't even say fan, friend of the show with a huge time difference. So when I started the stream, it was like midnight. And that is 2 hours ago. So it's like 2 a.m. And I'm like, do you want to come up now or do you? No, you good. Go for it. All right, great, man. He up. He a night owl. All right. And maybe he might find some comfort in this. All right. Where's let me get my phone. Cause I like just to be for real. Yes, I watched this entire interview, start to finish. And I got timestamps on my phone as I was riding back home. I got it. So we're supposed to start at 25:21. All right. We're like, dude, you don't understand. Like, this is the Johnny Young Bosch interview. I can't believe I got cut out of it. Like, get ready to answer why you cut me out the interview. Because it clearly was it clearly was me and you interviewing Johnny. I'm writing them right now. I don't know. Maybe we got beef or something. I don't know. So I had to let him know, like, hey, Ninja, you gonna answer that question straight out the gate. Straight out the gate. All right. I got to get something else up. Like, the first part is like buku bananas. Aaron Shonky. Like, dog, I am like about to cook in this first section. And it's another section. It's a JDF section that come up too. And White Dragon Kickstarter 2019. Not that one. I gotta go through Bat and Sun. X out. Here we go, right here. This the one. Gotta have this one. And they lucky they cut out my questions, dog, because I was going at Johnny neck, dog, in the interview. For sure. Like, I was going at Johnny neck in the interview, dog. I was out. You could probably say I was really.
And you watch the people cheer while you see me ready to go, hitting the
and
bag.
I told you I'm bringing you up, and you're up.
I was bodying Johnny, dog. I was bodying him, dog. I mean, he even talked about AI, dog, in this thing. Like, Like the funny thing about Johnny Young Bosch, and I guess I'm giving this away, but that's not gonna get clipped. I'm only clipping like a piece of it. Like it's a 4-hour interview that I was there for, and I told him, I'm like, hey, you better be ready to answer that tough ass question. Shit, we got a Pirate Bell, where your ass at? You was supposed to get this goddamn interview for me. She was like, I'm gonna meet Johnny. I'm gonna tell him to come on the show. I was like, all right, cool, Pirate Bell. She was like, I know him personally. I was like, all right, cool, get him on the show. My daughter ain't called me. Hold on, let me make sure my daughter good. I don't want her to call and interrupt. But I was like, Pirate Bell, you gonna get him on the show? She's like, yeah, for sure, Henry. I got you. I was like, all right, cool. Where Hawkalee's at? He's another one. Hold on. Let's see if she answers. Come on. All right. Daughter ain't answer. Maybe she called back. But anywho, Hawkalee's owed me the Kyle Higgins interview. When she said the order is still happening, Johnny just went, I'm not going to be in it. I know. You remember that, dog? Bro. See, that's the thing, right? People don't know, right? And maybe my platform is not the biggest, but I captured that moment. Like, I captured that moment. It's right here. You remember this live stream is gone. It's gone. They're like, nah, we not airing it. I'm like, you interviewed Johnny Young Bosch and you don't want the live stream to be out? No, why? Because he brought up the order. But Soy Boy over here was the one who asked the question. And it comes up. It comes up during the interview. Now, overall, guys, this is a phenomenal interview for Johnny Young Bosch fans. My only criticism is one, I shouldn't have been cut out of the interview for one, obvious reasons. Like, bro, how you just gonna cut me out? Two, after he cut me out, he was supposed to at least ask a couple questions about me and be like, yo, you know this guy named Henry Resilient, like that we were just interviewing, you ever heard of him before? I'm sure Johnny know about me, dog. I'm sure you're like, oh yeah, I know that guy. You know, we BFFs. I mean, I didn't get the Spades invite, but I'm sure it got lost in the mail because I was gonna fly out there for the premiere. But you know how it be, man. You know, it should be getting lost in the mail, man. Dog. My address change, new number, who this, you know. So we gonna give him a pass this time, but maybe we can set up an interview through the person who cut me off the interview. If you get where I'm going. All right. Anyway. All right. I got to set this up. Johnny Young Bosch does that. He talks about that. Talks about this. Talks about that. Let's do it like this. We're gonna be in our regular bottom corner mode, but I want to like get to this. Johnny Young BOSCH does not hold back. You know, make it salacious and shit. Like he was taking shots. Now we ain't gonna talk about the shots when we got our guest up here and shit, but I caught the shots. I caught all the shots. I was like, oh, he taking shots, but he don't want to take shots. Like, you know, when you like shooting and shit, but like, I don't want to shoot. Like I'm shooting, but like Henry, don't call me out too much. Like, don't point it out too much, because if you know the lore, you'd be like, oh shit, he said that? Like, yeah, dog. And there is like, so hold on. Most people don't know this. Walter Jones. All right. So when the order got shut down, right? This is a rumor. All right. I think it's confirmed. I don't know. Maybe it's a rumor. Remember someone called SAG and was like, hey, is this on the up and up? Yeah. Who you think called SAG? Would it be someone who recently joined SAG? And you think Johnny would take a shot at that, knowing that? Fuck yeah, he did, dog. Fuck yeah, he did. It's like buried in the interview. You got to watch all 4 hours, and you got to catch this 2-second snippet. All right, here, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it, dog. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. Let me go to the transcript. Wait, oh, I got a timestamp. What am I talking about? I got a timestamp in my whatchamacallit. In my screenshots. Hold on. in. Nope. Hold on. Stop. It's in the SAG part. Damn, maybe I don't get it. I see AI. Oh, here we go. 146.31. What is this? Oh, this is a shot at Aaron.
When you were
when he talked like, this is a shot at Aaron, 100%, dog. Like, I'll just play it because I'm not gonna clip it, but maybe I'll clip it. But this is 100% a shot at Aaron.
Putting this production together, what was the casting process like? Because obviously, you wrote it, you directed it, part of putting your name on these things.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Effects, which, if it's anything like Arc Exodus, actually mean you wrote it, you directed it, you produced it, and Vox Rocket Studio did the sound and the visual effects, which, if it's anything like Arc Exodus, actually means you did them as well. You were just sick and tired of putting your name on these things.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and there's so many other things that sure, I could have put my name on like all over the place, but then it's like, it's ridiculous, you know, like, am I have my name all over the final like credit roll or whatnot? It doesn't make sense. It's already in there a lot already. So it almost seems a bit self-serving when you do it that way too, you know? So, and I did, you know, like I would track a bunch of ideas and then
you see it? It's right there. It's self-serving when you put your name up. Who does that? Aaron. Directed by, written by. Just be like, bro. Edited by, color by, sound design, dad. Shit. I was just like, where's the SAG one at? Hold on. You like, wait, how was that about him? All right. Let me go to the transcript. Is it SAG or not? Like, I was like, bro, this is a straight shot. Because the order got shut down when someone called SAG and was like, yo, is this legal what we're doing? And they were like, nope. Nope. The fuck y'all doing? Hey, we got to go drop a dime on them. Like, you see it? Like, wait. See, you have to see it. You got to know. SAG or let's just say do SAG. Right here, right? This is a straight shot. I think it's at Walter. If the rumor is true that Walter called, but this is a straight shot.
shooting this thing in your backyard with your, you know, with friends, then that's a different story. You could probably get away with it that way, but you know, we don't want anybody to get in trouble, you know, or anybody to call up SAG and, hey, can you double check to make sure that everything's by the book in this? So you know, that makes things.
Why you think he laughed like? Why do you think he did that? Because he know the lore. When you know the lore, you get the inside jabs. If you don't know the lore, you just like, that's right. You don't want no one calling up SAG. You know, but he was like, but we're going to keep it civil when he come up.
You know, we don't want anybody to get in trouble, you know, or anybody to call up SAG and, hey, can you double check to make sure that everything's by the book in this? So you know, that makes things a little tricky. And
it's one of the things the Power Rangers all know, but they don't talk about and shit, Rock. And I'm like, don't think I'm like spot on. Like, look. Look, anyway, let's get to my starting point. When I told you I watched it all, you like, damn, Henry, you picked up that shit 3 hours and 55 minutes into it. I was like, you damn straight I did, dog. What you thought I was? Walter 6'9"? I mean, it like my take on it is, you know, when you get a new job, you want to be doing shit by the book. Karen Ashley was about to get on cooked because she was greedy as shit. Greedy ass bitch. All right, anyway. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We gotta do the setup. All right. Karen Ashley definitely makes appearance. Not by name. And like, you know, I'm sure they cool now, but like people don't forget, dog. Where's the Indiegogo shit? Right here. Walter. All right. 25-21. Come on, man. Get to the 25. I'm trying to get to the starting point, so. All right. You're watching a master at work. Like, let me see, make sure my person coming up. Yeah. Look. Look, man. Dog, you think you like, yo, it's there. I'm like, bro, I know it's there, dog. I know it's there. All right. So this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna react to the first half. We're gonna have the person who cut me out the interview come up, and then we're gonna react to the second half. And we definitely have a JDF segment. He kind of touches on JDF too. We got a Spades review. You're actually gonna get the budget of Spades too, which is, guess what, guys? Spoiler alert. How much do you think Spades costs? It's in the interview. Anyway, let's start. Johnny Yong Bosch did the best interview you could probably see on YouTube right now, and none of you guys watched it or even know about it, but don't worry, I'm here to bring it to you. He talks about Jason David Frank, why he's not in Spades, and how it was just dealing with Jason David Frank overall. Definitely brings up Aaron Schonke, and in my personal opinion, he definitely takes some shots at Aaron. He details what happened with the original first Kickstarter and how the second Kickstarter for Legend of the White Dragon still had him part of the promo, which was most likely there just to get more donos. And it wouldn't be a proper Johnny Yong Bosch interview if he didn't go over the order in that train wreck that, he tried to salvage, but didn't because Karen Ashley was just on her power trip. Even takes a shot, if you know the lore, about Walter Jones, because it's rumored he made the call to SAG to see if what they were doing were legal. And SAG was like, nope. So you have that. But anywho, let's get into the best Johnny Yong Bosch interview I promise you never saw.
Let me find some, because I do like a lot of movies. But yeah, I definitely kind of go to stuff where you'll know what this one is. But that's also why I did Spades, though. That's why I chose that one. I have like a whole lot of stories and scripts that are kind of there. But this one was one that had been sitting around for a very long time. And I thought this one kind of like bridges the gap. So it kind of like it allows enough people to come into this space and go, I get it. It's still going to, some people aren't going to get connected with it. But I feel like of the things that I have ready to go, that was the one where I was like, this might be the most appealing, I think, for a general audience.
So as far as Spades' origin story goes, I don't want to speak too much so that I don't contradict something that you're about to say. However, for those who haven't listened to our episode on Hellfire, you should. But if you haven't, one of the last things that you actually said was that Hellfire had a direct involvement in you deciding that now was the time to go after Spades. But I'm also very aware that Spades used to have another name before you worked on it a bit, of Click Boom. And that's been around for even longer. So would you care to explain the origin of Spades in your own words, please?
Yeah.
Now, before we get to that, remember, Johnny Yong Bosch originally wrote Click Boom for Jason David Frank. And Jason David Frank was on board for it, but ended up, let's let Johnny tell it. Because I know he took his money out, but now you actually hear from the horse's mouth and not an anonymous source like we originally found the story out.
Actually, I started writing a few of the scenes for Spades when I was on Power Rangers. I was, like Jason Frank and I have always tried to do a film, even just a short. And so I had created a bunch of these little action ideas and stories, and occasionally I would present one to him, and I did. I came up with a few, like some of the finale stuff and ideas that were in this one, and I remember showing him or talking about it to him, and he was like, "Yeah, that's cool, whatever." Didn't always really land with him, so I was like, he doesn't really get it yet, or I'm not explaining it well. So that was a long time ago, and then I think we had always run into each other, here and there, either at a convention or somewhere. And then he would always say, man, we want to do a film. Why aren't we doing a film? I ended up writing a totally different film called Blue Sun and sent that to him. And he was, into that idea. And he was like, yeah, but how are we going to do all this stuff? The thing with Jason Frank is he didn't know anything about film production, And so in my head, I'm like, well, I know how to do it, but I don't know if I know how to explain to you that I know how to do it, And so Blue Sun was something that he was like, this is great, but I just don't see how we can make it happen. There's maybe too much visual effects. And then I was like, all right, fine. And then so I wrote another one. I wrote another story, and it was called Boom Click Boom. I think I finally had the first draft in like 2015, and I'd sent that to him, and he loved it. But he couldn't say the name Boom Click Boom for some reason. He kept messing it up, you know, and saying Click Click Boom. That's I really like this about Click Click Boom. And then I was like, well, it's Boom Click Boom. And then like at some point I looked up boomclickboom.com, and then it was like some X-rated site.
Now here's the thing, guys. For most of you guys don't know, like Jason David Frank and Johnny Young Bosch, they actually go back to the original Power Rangers, and this is where their friendship was formed, and they were actually literally good friends up until Jason pulled his money out of Click Boom, which, you know, Johnny Young Bosch is going to detail. And I know this story, one, from the anonymous person, and two, from when Johnny Young Bosch went live, and I was watching the live stream, but I didn't screen record. So, but let's get back into the story.
and then it was like, wait a second, I don't know if we could use that. I eventually acquired the website for Boom Click Boom years later. But anyways, it was like he couldn't say it, so we ended up changing it to Click Boom because it was much easier for him to say, and he was ready to move on that. Let me see if I can go through the path, though. There's a whole lot to get to that because he was into it, but then it was like, how are we going to do it? You know, we still need quite a bit of money to make this thing happen. And I felt like it was David Wald actually was going to, you know, who shot Love Like Bullets, was going to direct. And, you know, we tossed around this idea of doing this for a very long time. And there's so many elements in there that Jason Frank liked. Sorry, because I have to go through all of this in my head. But, this is what happened. And so David Wald was set to do it. But then the order came along.
Dun, dun, dun. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Guys, if you don't know The Order, this is the movie where Karen Ashley collected over $100,000 from Power Ranger fans and eventually got shut down by SAG, or they ran through the money for, because they're essentially allowing people to pay to be a part of the production and guaranteeing them a SAG card. And yeah, Karen Ashley Eagle eventually shut it down. And we know this because I do have the phone call from Jason David Frank talking to Johnny or somebody about, you know, her going off. But let's get back to it.
So Karen and David Fielding had written this idea. They wanted to do like bring in a bunch of the Power Rangers and have them kind of fight each other. And I was like, that's kind of a cool concept. I really like that. And they kind of like gave me some ideas, and then I was like, all right, well, and I'd asked, like, what do you want to do? Like is the script that I read, I was like, there's a lot of action in there. Can we do some things? And she was like, whatever, let's make a trailer and we're going to use that. And so I kind of wrote a trailer based off of the ideas I saw in the script. That kind of became the thing. And then so I brought David Wald in to direct that. And that was... Oh, and then, you know, Jason Frank was supposed to play the character I was doing on there. I'm trying not to go on too many tangents because I can. But then he had to think about it, and then he eventually was like, no, I can't do it. And then he saw the trailer.
So Jason David Frank was supposed to be in The Order, and he didn't do it. And Johnny Young Bosch went instead. And now he's about to say he's going to see the trailer.
And when he saw the trailer, he was upset, I think, at himself. He was like, how did you guys do all that? And I was like, what are you talking about? I mean, I've brought David in, and like, you know, we have a great action team, you know, behind it. It's like, of course we can do it. And he's like, yeah, I just didn't think that you guys would be able to pull it off. And
why won't Johnny interview with Henry, dog? First of all, my audience, y'all are like cannibals and shit. Two, I am like, as someone called me, controversial. But at the same time, you know, when people do bad stuff and there's like proof and a track record of it, there's a group of people who think it should not be talked about. And actually, Johnny even brings it up during the interview about how people are scared to make each other look bad, even if it's true. And what I like about Johnny in this interview is like, he does dance around some things, but you know, when he pulls out the he's a sniper with it. He's not whatchamacallit. He's sniping. Like, boom, boom. Like, you're not going to know about the Walter Jones jab. You're not going to know about the Aaron Schonke jab unless you know the lore. So he's clever if you know it. Whereas, like, if Walter watched it, if Aaron watching, I'm like, well, who else would he be talking about?
And then I had like an issue with it, and I had a bunch of red flags, and I was like, can we adjust this? Can we do this? And that me sending out an email that said that kind of stuff, like, hey, can we fix this? Can we have this person play this or this person do that? And that was not received well.
Not received well by Karen Ashley. This seems like a perfect time to interject. One, someone asked the question about the order that this live stream is going now, but what I really want to get to is this little voice note right here. All right. Down the film, because everyone was worried about this film. Do you think this
to be live?
All right. And what Johnny Young Bosch did. Okay.
Oh man, I talked long to Johnny Bosch. I can't believe all that. Karen texted everybody and said he lied. And
so Karen texted everybody that Johnny Young Bosch lied. Now, now here's the thing, guys. Karen and Johnny could be crystal cool right now, but the lore is the lore. This shit happened. You think this person is going to be forthcoming and take accountability, even when she got caught out for breaking the law and paying people to be a part of the order? She blamed it on SAG finding a loophole to shut down the film, because everyone was worried about this film with about 20 Power Rangers who, for the most part, can't get cast in nothing else, with the exception of mostly like Johnny Young Bosch and Nakia Barry. She actually she got cast, but for the most part, this is not like the cream of the crop of acting talent. There's no shade. It just is what it is. Cooking right here.
he's like hurt because he didn't like shit. He put his own money. He didn't sleep. He did his own shit. And Karen, and she got mad because Johnny's name was on the production sheet for him and David Wall. And she's like, that's my name. And he's like, okay, I'm done. So,
damn. And this is what happens when you have that man.
Quit yapping.
Did all the legwork. It should be all you do. Now it's all yours.
Control issue. It was just more like a control thing. I told you that's the way they are. It's all control and making big deals over stupid stuff. And even he said he's embarrassed. And he's like, I don't want to fucking work with that guy.
all right. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to the interview about the order.
And so I just had to take myself out of that project.
Yeah.
And once that happened, Jason Frank was like,
pause there for 2 seconds, because I just want to add before I forget. Those 2 trailers that you did, I can't put into words how good of an idea that actually was. And the fact that they had you and David Wald behind the camera and Dan Southworth doing the fights, I will never understand what the hell happened there. In terms of like what we can talk about publicly, because I also know some other stuff. For example, Dan was gone long before you were for sounds like similar reasons. And
from that project?
Yeah.
Well, I could add clarity to that. And again, this might be a different project or a different interview altogether. But yeah, I convinced Dan to do it. I'd worked with him on, obviously, Broken Path, and I worked with him in Japan on Devil May Cry, and I saw in him just a brilliant, not just physical, performer, stunts and stuff, but like as an actor, and he's just good. He has a lot of great ideas. I brought him into it, and then he was during the shoot. There were some issues, and and he was like, dude, I don't know, man. And he's like, I'm only going to do this because of you. But as soon as he caught wind of like me thinking I was like, hey, I don't know. He was like, I'm already like out the door, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was unfortunate the way it worked out. And I think it was mostly just a misunderstanding, misunderstanding of even just me just saying, I think we need to adjust a few of these things so that we can, my biggest red flag was like,
I think he being too nice about it. It is what it is. We know how Karen is, dog. You don't gotta like cover for her, but this is a big interview.
After shooting that trailer, talking with David, it was like, dude, this is gonna be a really hard shoot. How are we gonna get through this? And that's when I was like, me and him sat down. We're like, if we did these things, we can probably make it happen. And so when I sent that, like the ideas of what we can do, it just didn't come across well, or it wasn't received well. And maybe it was just maybe because I didn't sugarcoat it. I was just like, we need to do this, 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 and this. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to make this film happen. And that wasn't received well. And it's no blame to them or anything like that. It's just stuff like this does happen. Well, if I continue, so then Jason Frank was working with had worked with Bat in the Sun and shot some of their what was it, like him as a ranger doing stuff like Green Ranger versus something or whatever, right?
The White Ranger versus Scorpion and the Green Ranger versus you.
Right, which one of them he had me come in.
Yeah, Green Ranger.
The Green Ranger one, I think. Yeah, and then
in the alternate ending that you now can't find anywhere.
Right. Well, it was like
Why you think that is? Why you think the alternate ending with Johnny Young Bosch you can't find anywhere, huh? Why do you think that is, huh? Very, very, very odd. Very odd. Very odd. Mister who leaves all his content up to farm revenue. Why? But he's a little kid.
I kept saying, Jason was like, hey, we're going to throw you in at the end. And I was like, why? Why am I in it? What do you mean? I don't need to be in it. He's like, no, come on in. And then I show up and I meet, Aaron and the rest of the guys. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And it was kind of a cool shoot. But then Jason was like, here, just kind of do an alternate ending thing. And I was like, all right. But it wasn't like, like this planned out thing. It was like, I'm just going to like make up some lines, I guess, and added some like spoofy stuff and was just playing around. And I, of course, thought, I don't know why I'm here, unless you're going to do some real radical kind of thing where you're combining not only the Black Ranger, but Ichigo or something into one blend. That might be.
All right. Someone said it's not there because it was on Machinima YouTube channel. Okay. But at the same time, you think Johnny didn't know it back then, but this guy was just trying to farm off Johnny. To say, hey, we got Johnny Young Bosch in the alternate ending. And he was like, wait, Johnny, you had to make up your words? Yeah, because Aaron Schonke can't write. So he's just like, hey, just freestyle it. Just ad-lib it. Just, make up something cool. And Johnny like, bro, this has nothing to do with me. What are we doing? He's like, well, I need to farm aura. So just be on camera.
Thought, I don't know why I'm here, unless you're going to do some real radical kind of thing where you're combining not only the Black Ranger, but Ichigo or something into one blend. That might be kind of cool, but it didn't make sense for me to be there, I didn't think. But Jason really wanted me there. Mainly, I think, to meet the guys at Bat in the Sun. And so, because then after that, he was like, we are planning to do this Green Ranger series thing. And oh man, I can go on a whole other tangent on this too. I had written I won't go into it, but anyways,
later.
Then, yeah, there's just so much in there. Like I had written this other thing that was like a post. So when I was coming up with ideas, Blue Sun and even Boom Click Boom, Jason wanted to, I said I wasn't going to go into it. I started going into it. Jason wanted to do he was like, yeah, but they don't know us from anything other than Power Rangers, so if we could do something like that, like us after Power Rangers. And I was like, okay, yeah. And then so I wrote a short, and I didn't want to write a full script again because he's just hasn't been into it or not committed to him. And so I wrote this post Power Ranger thing called Aftermath. And then I pitched him that idea, and I didn't hear anything for it. Like there was no response, and I was like, "Oh, okay." So, anyways, years later, then they're thinking about doing this Green Ranger series. They bring me in, and then over a very long time, it shifted, and I was seeing elements of the story that I had like pitched to him a long time ago, and even him kind of saying, "We're gonna call it Aftermath," and I was like, "Wait a second, is he pulling my leg, or is he pulling the stuff from?"
Aaron Schonke lacks originality. Like, wait, so you mean to tell me I told you about Aftermath and now y'all are going to do it? Wait, what? You pulling my leg? No, we're going to do it, man. It's totally original, man.
Like I was a little confused. I thought he was joking at first, but then I thought, this kind of thing happens. You talk about something and then it becomes their idea. It truly was. There were a lot of things that he had added that were his own ideas. And I was like, okay, this is a different thing. Not entirely, but enough. And then eventually, long story short, it became Legend of the White Dragon. I got brought in to work on that, and I helped with the trailer on that, and
This is where it really gets good. But before we get to that, shout out to my man Answer06, who found the alternate "Why Am I Here" ending that I guess is going.
I challenge you.
Yeah, okay. This was like, hey, we might have Johnny Young Bosch in the next beatdown. Just put some money in the Kickstarter for me, guys. You'd be like, what? Put some money in the Kickstarter.
Aaron wanted more. Greed.
He did the Kickstarter. A lot of stuff happened there. And then
one thing I do want to add though, because I've said this till I'm blue in the face and people don't always believe me. You did all of the promotional stuff for the Kickstarter with your own money to do those animated vignettes and get people to come in and voice the characters. Because I've said that to a few people and they just don't believe me. And I've had to find where you said that on like an Instagram live from like 6 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
I've covered it. I've actually covered the vignettes that Johnny Young Bosch did, and I believe they might be on this one originally. Yeah, here goes some. No. They were like little small story joints. I covered them. They're on my channel somewhere, but yeah, Johnny paid to get all this stuff done. This is not AI. This is actually Johnny putting in the work. But you'll never hear Aaron say that, right? Unless now he's watching now, like, oh yeah, Johnny did all that. And the bigger question is that's actually going to come up is when Johnny Young Bosch was no longer a part of Legend of the White Dragon, why did Aaron make it seem like he was keeping him on the Kickstarter? That's a great question. I'm sure it was an oversight, right?
Yeah, there's been some time. Like, there's a lot of that where I've also kind of just not talked about it.
Yeah.
Because like I don't want, like, I don't think it makes anyone look bad, but I think it just kind of maybe makes them feel like it.
This is the part right here. This is the part. He worried about people's feelings, dog. Hey, Johnny, F they feelings, dog. F they feelings. They did what they did.
Like, there's a lot of that where I've also kind of just not talked about it.
Yeah.
Because like
I had to find where you said that on like an Instagram live from like 6 years ago.
Right. Yeah, there's been some time. Like, there's a lot of that where I've also kind of just not talked about it.
Yeah.
Because like I don't want, like, I don't think it makes anyone look bad, but I think it just kind of maybe makes them feel like it makes them look bad. I mean, it's all part of it, and it's like, yeah. I mean, I've done this all the time. I even did this. I think I mentioned this in Hellfire. I spent $200 on my own to like borrow some guy's car, you know, so that we can, shift into, like, we need to do this and shift gears because we're not going to have a plane or whatever.
You said shift into, and that was not the one.
I know. I caught myself.
Yeah.
Shift into turbo. We have to. We had to morph.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. So with that, oh right, no, the vignettes, absolutely. I ended up in that the trailer, like there were four owners, in that, and it was Jason, Frank, Aaron's dad, and myself. There's 4 parts. We each paid $5,000 to get the trailer done, and then I did spend a couple $1,000s more, but it was like outside. It wasn't.
Wait, what? You spent $20,000 to get the trailer done? What? 4 owners? What? 5? You sure? I thought that trailer at least looked like $100,000, right? Let Aaron tell it. Yeah, it was about $100,000. I would love to find the original clip where he says how much the trailer costs.
Frank, Aaron's dad, and myself. There's 4 parts. We each paid $5,000 to get the trailer done, and then I did spend a couple $1,000s more. But it was
now the question you have to ask yourself when you hear that, the $5,000 to get the trailer done right here. Since Aaron took care of the editing and the color and sound design and all that other stuff, and special effects were done by like the guy in Russia who's grossly underpaid. When you so basically it's literally Johnny Young Bosch and Jason David Frank, I would imagine giving Aaron $10,000 total, and Aaron saying to get the rest done, it's going to cost another $10,000 from me and my dad to get the special effects done, right? Because who's doing it? So that's what I imagine, which makes me wonder, how much did it really cost, right? Because Aaron he's gonna get a director fee, an editing fee, all that good stuff, right? Color correction fee, sound design fee, him and his dad. They're not working for free, are they? I mean, I would have been, if I'm interviewing Johnny, I'd be like, wait, Johnny. So did you see them? Did y'all all give someone $20,000 to do this? Or like, how did it work? The money exchange, because we know how Aaron be, yeah, I think it's going to cost us about $10,000 to edit this. I know I'm paying my editor probably like $10 an hour or $10 a scene, but that's a lot of money to him. So we're actually doing him a good job. We're doing right by him. And we're just going to pocket the rest. More than likely, dog.
It was like outside. It wasn't like, hey, you guys owe me. It was like, I think we need to do like some vignettes, some stories. So I found an artist, a couple different artists. And then I had, a couple animatics put together that would kind of like give some backstory to the characters. Things that I had in my version of the script. Just kind of like tease the audience. But they didn't want to release it until after the Kickstarter was announced, which to me I had a problem with because but I had done Kickstarter before, you know. I mean, I was familiar with other, like I've never run it, and so I didn't know. Like I was like, hey, you guys are looking this information up. You guys are more aware of how this works. So if you say we're not going to do anything, we're just going to announce a Kickstarter and go from there, fine. But for me, in my mind, I thought we should show these animatics first, right, to get people excited for this, possibly, and so they didn't. They did it the backwards way. They wanted to, hey, we're doing a Kickstarter, and then they released those. But I think they just wanted to have some content, but I felt like there wasn't enough preparation to get people excited for it.
There wasn't,
but
that's just a whole separate debate.
Oh,
Let him cook.
Look. No. That would have been like, hey, let's get it done right now. I'm like, why not now? Why not do it right now? This is why not get it going now?
Johnny.
That's what I would have been on, but you know me, dude. I'm messy, dog. This is why we can't get a Johnny Young Bosch interview. I'm like, hey, so what about this? What about that? I would have been all over it.
It is a different debate because, you know, hindsight as well, you know. But
yeah, if we're being nice, hindsight. But
yo, you see the laughter. If we're being nice, hindsight. Like, why is that a big funny? Because they know it's like you talking about the person without like saying his name.
But that's just
a whole separate debate.
It is a different debate because, you know, hindsight as well, you know. But
yeah, if we're being nice, hindsight. But bearing in mind what
clearly it was not the right way to do it.
I want to just clarify. I have seen a lot of movies over my lifespan, and at one point I was very, well, I don't know if you noticed, but this copy of Death Grip has your signature on it. I backed this movie.
It does have you backed it?
Yeah, I didn't just, I hate saying this because it sounds so egotistical. I did back it, yes. I was the single largest individual backer.
Right on.
And I really don't mean that to sound egotistical or arrogant or anything like that. It's just that I really, really believed in the project. And at the time, I had a lot of money that I could do that.
Someone said, I don't need the Johnny Young Bosch interview, but I want it. I want that shit, dog. Like, you see the look in my eyes. I want that Johnny Young Bosch interview, dog. Like, Pyrabelle gonna come through for me this time, right? Pyrabelle, like, I want it.
With. So that was fine. But part of the reason why I had no problem backing this, not just because I knew you and I knew Eric, the campaign that they put together was actually informative.
He about to throw Legend of the White Dragons campaign way under the bus, dog. Way under.
And I have seen so many, not just Legend of the White Dragons' first Kickstarter attempt, but I've seen so many other movies and actors who don't understand that Kickstarter and Indiegogo is not pitching to an investor. You can't hold stuff back from an audience if you're also asking them to give you money. And almost every project that's tried to do that never gets anywhere, whether it's a film or even a video game, which I know you also work on.
Let's run that back.
First Kickstarter attempt. But I've seen so many other movies and actors who don't understand that Kickstarter and Indiegogo is not pitching to an investor. You can't hold stuff back from an audience if you're also asking them to give you money. And almost every project that's tried to do that never gets anywhere, whether it's a film or even a video game, which I know you also work on. And I remember I looked at Legends of the White Dragons Kickstarter page, and I distinctly remember saying to people in my circle, it's not going to get funded, and I hate that it won't. And it didn't. And
English Jack Black. Bro, that's going to stick. Who is English Jack Black? Friend of the show. Johnny Young Bosch, I was sponsored $2.5K for the interview. Wow, dog. I mean, I'm sure $2.5K is nothing to Johnny, but maybe somebody Johnny can get in touch for me and be like, hey, he got $2.5K for the interview.
We're not going to talk about this, but I said...
Yeah, well, I don't think we need to go into it too deep.
No, not that. What I'm about to say. I knew that the second one wouldn't get funded either, but when it did, it's because a lot of the stuff on their page was incorrect.
Yeah, I mean... they still had me up on there.
Yes.
Ah! Like, bro, like, yo, why you still got me on the goddamn Kickstarter? It was like, well, we want people to think you're in it, Johnny, because we think we can get more money from it. Trust me, you think this goofball right here, you think this guy didn't know what he was doing by leaving Johnny on the goddamn part of the Kickstarter? Come on, dog. Aaron know about that shit. It's just false advertisement. And, Power Ranger fans fall for it because Johnny is too nice of a guy to be like, hey, I just want to let you guys know I'm not part of the new Legend of the White Dragon. If he would have did a video like that, that would have just sunk the Kickstarter.
It either, but when it did, it's because a lot of the stuff on their page was incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, they still had me up on there.
Yes, there are still people to this day that believe you're in it. I literally spoke to one 2 days ago.
I get asked constantly at conventions, you know, and this is probably really my biggest gripe about that, you know, is because I didn't want to crap on the project, you know, after, I don't even know if like just the way, I mean, I should probably just continue.
You should. I would recommend
without like,
yeah,
you know, so it was, you know, we had done that. And then obviously we did not reach that goal. Yeah. Right. Which the goal in my head, because Jason and I were talking about, you know, we wanted to shoot Boom, Click, Boom. And in my head, I was like, we could probably do this for, and this is going to sound like a ridiculous amount. I was like, we can maybe do this for like $60,000, man. I think we can shoot this film for 60. And then when we went over to Legend of the White Dragon, has a whole lot more special effects and visual effects and stuff. And so that was in my head, I'm like, all right, if I'm doing it, it's probably going to cost us 120, 125,000, maybe 150. And then that eventually, after talking with Matt and the Sun and Aaron and how they ran their thing, it seemed like it was probably going to end up costing at least 250. And then,
wait, 250? Wait, what?
Originally, I wanted to do 250,000, but Aaron wanted more. Greed.
You're starting to see things line up. You like, wait, you got this soundbite, you got all this corroborating information that the driving force behind these inflated, goofy Kickstarter numbers was Aaron. Johnny was like, yo, we could do it for 125. Aaron's like, no, we need all these special effects because I'm going to pay this guy pennies on the dollar in Russia to do it. I'm going to give him a wheelchair too during the war just so he can like edit my stuff and maybe a generator too if he lose power, because we're getting this guy for so cheap. Who cares if we buy him a wheelchair, which we're just going to GoFundMe for it anyway. We're not spending money out of our pocket. Who cares if we send him a generator, because we're making out like crazy on getting this guy to, you know, do these special effects. So yeah, you have that element. You know, people come to me because, you know, unlike English Jack Black, I'm going to say the real shit. Like, no. Aaron didn't need that money. He wanted that money. You think how much, if Legend of the White Dragon had so many special effects and you got one special effects guy, the special effects guy should be living like Scrooge McDuck because he's getting all the special effects money. You got one guy doing all the special effects for the whole movie, but the reality is he probably not doing, you know, probably not, right? You're like, well, Aaron kind of helped with the special effects. And we kind of paid him a little less. We're not paying him SAG rate for an editor. We're not even paying him American rates for like a editor fresh out of college. We paying him the equivalent of overseas, what we think would keep him living comfortably, if you will.
And then, but we still thought that's doable. Initially, after talking with Matt and the Sun and Aaron and how they ran their thing, it seemed like it was probably going to end up costing at least 250. And then, but we still thought that's doable. That we could probably reach that. But then Aaron informed us that was, yeah, but that's not a full feature film. That was like maybe a 30, 45 minute, you know, kind of short film. And I was like, wait, what? We can't do that. And I think it's all like the path that he goes. Like I've worked on many different, like I said, you know, Stray and these other little projects I tried to get off the ground that, you know, didn't, well, although we did finish Of Like Bullets for $2,000. But I was like, okay, so maybe it's not going to look super polished, you know, but we could still get it done. But then that ended up, you know, long story short, it ended up being a $500,000 ask, I believe, for a feature film. And I thought, all right, well, I didn't feel like we could do it. You know, that seemed like a big, especially without prepping people. And that was one of the things that kind of made me go, we don't have enough stuff. Let me shoot these vignettes to get people excited about it. Again, they did it. And long story short, we didn't reach that goal. And Jason got really upset about that. Really upset about like us not getting the goal, because in his mind it made him look bad, but also like he had a bunch of issues, and so he got really mad with Aaron and Bat and the Sun, and then was like, screw it, let's shoot Click Boom. And I was like, are you sure? And he was like, let's do it, you know, we'll and then that's when I talked to David Wald, but he was like, he wanted to do it, but then it just timing was probably not going to work out. And so it's like, oh shoot, I can't bring David. So then
you see, now he did. Jason David Frank 100% was upset with Aaron. Now there's some audio recording out there of Jason David Frank literally going in on Aaron all the way in. Likely probably made his ass cry. I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting on it to come my way. Just say that. And
originally I wanted to do 250,000, but Aaron wanted more. Greed.
Greediest guy in the greediest YouTuber walking the earth, holding a $4 million film because the $4 million it doesn't look like it's in the movie. It's not on the screen. It's in a bunch of people's pockets, including his.
Jason had a bunch of guys that he had worked with in Texas, like in the same town that he's at, that shot like some of his like whatever poetry stuff. Yeah. And so, and I'd seen a couple of those and they looked good. The cinematics, you know, the lighting, and look, they knew what they were doing. Right. And so he's like, I got people, you know, and I was like, yeah, but I got action people. Like, how are we going to get all those people into this thing? And, anyways, sorry for these very long-winded answers, because I'm also kind of like, how deep do we want to go? Long story short, we set up 2019 for about a year, maybe 10 months to 12. You know, I'm prepping this thing, and we all know Jason now. We all know that Jason had issues, but everyone that knew him knew that there were these problems and these potential issues. He'd run hot and cold with everyone. He was like a brother to me, though, you know, and so.
Damn, dog. And when I tell you, when we get to the Jason David Frank part, yeah. And when I watch that live stream that is gone off, you know, in Instagram archive limbo that Johnny did, it was this is a phenomenal interview. And he does a great job talking about Jason David Frank. But I think when I caught that Johnny Yong Bosch live stream, he was a bit more vulnerable. It was still a bit fresh. He talks about, you know, them having a fallen out and how they came back together, or they were planning on coming back together. And right before it happened, Jason took his life. It was way heavier than the segment you're about to see or later on coming up. But yeah, him and Johnny were close. They were close. And Johnny also going to touch on his brother that he lost. So imagine losing, like, you know, your biological brother, and then you got your Power Ranger brother, brother in arms. And, you know, I think the worst thing is when you've had a falling out with people, and this is someone who you want in your life, and you don't have that closure. It leaves probably like a big wound, you know?
I had prepped, you know, and of course I live in California with these guys that were in Texas out over email and text and over the phone, just getting things set up. And Jason put in $30K for that. Man, I'm going to let you know all of it. And then he was worried that I wasn't going to put in $30K of my own money. And so $30K pre-production, those guys spent the money on whatever they needed to find the right people. And of course you got to think about locations and all this other stuff. And lens rentals, you know, and everything else. And so I then, he kept calling me and said, you're going to put in $30K, right? And I'm like, yeah, of course I'm flying in. I'm going to give him, because he didn't want a paper trail. It's like, paper trail? What does it matter? You know, it's like, who cares? Like, we're just putting in money, you know, we have to.
I mean, I can only imagine why someone would want a paper trail, you know, tax man, or maybe some other body, you know, you're like, hey, where that 30K come from? Like, look, bro, just don't ask no questions, hear no lies. Here's the 30K. Now go film the movie and shit.
This is the way we got to do it. He's like, well, I just want to make sure you're going to do it. And I'm like, I'm going to do it. And so I flew out. I gave the guys $30,000, and then we had prepped everything. And then Jason Frank would call. We would have meetings every week or 2 weeks, and Jason would have a list of questions, you know, because he was in charge. It was his film, you know. It was me just kind of supporting him. I was in there obviously as a character. It was a slightly different story. The skeleton was there, but it was more of a buddy film, and there's actually 3 characters that intertwined in that film. But then I consolidated that into Spades. This is a long way to get to Spades, but sorry about that.
It's fine.
And so it's just what it is. And so Jason would come in and he would have a list of questions, and we would answer those questions. We would figure it out. Where are we going to get cop cars? Where are we going to get this person? Who's going to play this? And then we would do that. Towards the end there, as we're getting towards December and we're going to shoot in January, he starts asking the same questions. And then each time I was like, hey, we already went over these. Are you good? And I could tell something was wrong. But he wasn't like really letting me know. And he was like, what about this? And what about, and then I kind of felt like, is this insecurities? He's like, hey, I don't know if I can do the fight scenes. Who are we going to have to do the fight scenes? And I was like, well, if you can't throw a punch, we'll have a stunt double come in, And so he was like, we can do that. And I'm like, of course we can do that. We can bring in a stunt guy. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I was confused, and he would kept asking the same questions, like each time we would meet. And, at one point I was talking with the guys that were head of production over there in Texas. And he's like, I need to really start focusing on the film. I've been answering all these questions that are the same. What do I do? And I was like, well, just have him ask me or the, the assistant director. And then you just focus on getting whatever you need to get done. And Jason did come back and asked him a few questions. I wasn't a part of it, or I missed it because it was over Christmas. And then next thing I know, Jason is just upset. He's like, I'm out. I'm done. Help me get my money back.
What? Bro. This will cause issues in any relationship where two people agree to put their money up to go into a project. And I imagine when you're doing business with friends or someone you consider your brother, you're not thinking about, oh, let's do a contract or anything. This is all, and Jason didn't want a paper trail. So I imagine this is all just handshake agreements that Jason made with Johnny regarding the investment phase and splitting production costs with the movie Click Boom. And you see Jason David Frank starting to get what looks to be cold feet. And after, the money is getting spent, he says, hey, I need my 30,000 back. You're going to put your friend in a very awkward position. And let's hear how Johnny ends up handling Jason David Frank asking for his $30,000 back.
And I was like, whoa, what do you mean you're done? The money is spent, they've already spent half the money. And he was like, I'm done. And I kept saying, dude, just talk to me. Let me know what's going on. I'm sure there's a way we can work this out, and I was completely lost. And this is, again, I don't want to go into too much detail because it was really hard for me to accept that he would do that, and then I was like, and he was just really adamant that he wanted to get his 30K back. And then I was fine because the production was like, hey, they're sending their assistant to come pick up the 30K, but his 30K was spent. I have yours. Do you want me to just give him your 30K? And I was like, yeah, just give him my 30K. And then I'll try to smooth it over and see if, things are going to be okay.
What? Ooh, Johnny just going to hold the L, dog, and be like, just give him my 30K. I don't know, man. I'm poor. These are rich people problems, or people I consider rich. It's all relative. They probably look at other people like, no, those are rich people problems. But man, hey, just give him my 30K. Hey, what about we agreed on a 60K budget? Yeah, I know. Yeah, just give him my 30K. You sure? The assistant's on the way to get the 30K. I don't think it was Francis. I actually think it was Nicole. Because I heard this story. It's like, I've heard it before. It's just finally hearing it from Johnny in this interview, as opposed to people who want to remain anonymous. It just is further corroboration. If you've been watching me for any amount of time, you know the story already. But now we get more specifics. Johnny just said, I'm going to salvage the friendship, give him my 30K, and see what we could do, see what we could work out. But look, bro. Yo, 30K is a lot of money. Don't ever, think it's not. But at the time, 30K could be a lot for Johnny, but maybe it was just one convention appearance for Jason David Frank. So it's relative. So whereas Jason like, it's just a weekend for me. Johnny like, it's not a weekend for me. But let's let the story continue with how Johnny handled this.
And then it wasn't. And he picked up that 30K. And again, I'm saying all this because he was bipolar, and everyone knows now. But they didn't really know the kind of things he would run hot and cold, and you wouldn't know where he was at. And he brought up a bunch of issues that really kind of bothered me and put me in a really terrible place. And I had to go and then he said a few things that really hurt me too. He's like, don't worry about it, man. It's only $30K. You'll make the money back. You know, just cancel it. And I was like, but
what?
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Bro, no, it's not just 30K. I'll make the money back. That we're not doing that. We're not doing it. It's just 30K. I'll make the money back. No. It's not just 30K. I'll make the money. It's 30K. You could make the money back. But we agreed at the beginning, handshake agreement, that we were both all in on the production costs of Click Boom, which is now Spades. No, it's not just 30K, dog. Bro, you doing this to me? You'll make the money back, man.
Terrible place. So the kind of things he would run hot and cold, you know, and you wouldn't know where he was at. And he brought up a bunch of issues that really kind of bothered me and put me in a really terrible place. And I had to go. And then he said a few things that really hurt me too. He's like, don't worry about it, man. It's only 30K. You'll make the money back. You know, just cancel it. And I was like, but what are you talking about? I got a family. I got kids. You know, this is 30K is 30K. It's a lot of money. And it hurt me that he thought that it was just nothing, you know, like it didn't mean anything. And he was trying to blow it off. And that's where I was thinking he's on something, you know, because he's not acting like himself. You know, he's acting very selfish and it doesn't care that he's kind of put me in a terrible position over the holidays. Thankfully, I reached out to all my actors and production. I was like, look, I know the 30K is spent and we can't get it back. What money can we salvage? Can we return the lens rentals? And and so they started working on that. And then I called all my actors and I was like, we can't do the film now, unfortunately, but I want to try to shoot something else. Would you be into it? And a couple actors bailed, but most of them were like, okay, sure. Do you know what we're going to do? And I was like, no, but I have 1 week to come up with a new idea and that's what we're going to do. And so a lot of people were like, okay, fine. And we scrambled and it was hard. And I started to come up with a whole different concept in that 1 week. And Kyle Higgins reached out to me to wish me, whatever, Merry Christmas or a Happy New Year or whatnot. And I was kind of just explaining what I was going through. And he had gone through a similar thing with Jason. And I was like surprised. I was like, oh, this has happened before. And I had heard other things like that. Since he knew what that felt like, because he had gone through a similar experience, he was like, what's your story? And so I pitched him my story and he's like, that's pretty good. He's like, maybe you should go sci-fi with it though.
Now, Kyle Higgins now enters the chat, not the chat, in reality, but the chat, the conversation, if you will. And long story short, Kyle Higgins teams up with Johnny Yong Bosch and they actually going to create Arc Exodus, which does phenomenal. It crushes at the not the box office, but it crushes in the film circuit. Typical like Spades, wins a bunch of awards, and the rest is kind of history. But there you go. Johnny Yong Bosch literally just detailed everything from Jason David Frank not being in Spades to Aaron Schoenke and the failed Kickstarter and still using them to talk about, to promote the new Kickstarter, which passed. You have them talking about The Order. We didn't get to the subtle shot of Walter Jones, but we'll get to that next one. But there you have it. 3 big events in Johnny Yong Bosch's career that kind of like shaped him to where he is today. Discussed. Let me know what you think of this, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Also, go subscribe to English Jack Black over there doing the Lord's work, stealing my Johnny Yong Bosch interview and cutting me out of it, man. Even though he stole it, still support him. Like it, share it, hype it. See you in the next one. Peace. All right, we got like 3 more segments. Hopefully I crushed that one as I know I did, but no, it wasn't even me. It was like, it's easy because Johnny Yong Bosch is doing all the heavy lifting, man. Just speaking his truth. Just speaking his truth. Like JDF moving like Michael in GTA. I mean, that 30K, dog. Bro, I don't know, dog. I don't know how I would have handled it. Someone try to get like, it's just got cold feet. Like, bro, no, it's not. You put 30K in, we spend the 30K, then you come back later and be like, give me my 30K back. I'd be like, nope. Like, bro, we all in on this. He's like, nah, I need that bread back. But Johnny, that was the cost of their friendship. 30K. You have to realize everyone has a price. How much is the friendship worth? Well, to JDF, it was $30,000. You know, people will crash out. It is. It is what it is. All right, let's get to part 2, and then we're gonna get our guy up here. Let me make sure he's still up. You still up? Well, all right. Should take 15 minutes. I want to cover the JDF part. And then we're gonna do like I have all my timestamps. All right, cool. He said sure. I know I'm pushing it. I know I'm pushing it. All right. I don't want him to stay up for the. Yeah, I know it's late over there. You're like ninjas 1 a.m. I'm like, all right. Where's my JDF part? That's right here, man. Okay. He's yawning.
I'm very happy that you mentioned Blue Sun because I remember that being announced of yours and something of Jason's, and I did some stuff for Blue Sun, and so many people asked me what the hell that was.
Like they talk about Blue Sun. Blue Sun is a Johnny Yong Bosch film, I believe, that never came out. Where eventually, like, look, when that stuff come to DVD, put that blue. He like put everything you ever shot that never came out on.
And I was like, it's a movie that they're making, and then it never happened. So that the fact that you mentioned it is great because I've said this to people recently that I'm pretty sure Sun. There is still an article about Click Boom on the hashtag show.
All right, I think we might be starting here.
What are you talking about? And I've looked, and I cannot find any of the articles that originally informed me about Blue Sun. There is still an article about Click Boom on the hashtag show, but it doesn't mention Blue Sun, so I remember that as well. So it was just nice that I was going to mention Blue Sun, and then you...
No, English Jack Black, that name is just hilarious. I should ask him how you feel about it.
You mentioned it about a second before I did, so I was like, yes.
Yeah, it was another project that... So that's one that I always kind of revisit and look at and go like, I still think this could be kind of a neat project. But yeah, Jason Frank, what he would do a lot is like,
all right. All right. We'll just start right here. I know how it goes. Let me make sure. Let me just check my timestamp because he actually has a great starting point. It was like, I asked everyone this. Hopefully I'm not crossing the line and no one has ever said I was. Hold on. I thought I saw Tammy Frank for a second at an airport. I was like, wait, what is this? Snapping, ironically. Hold on, Frank. Images. Sorry, guys. I want someone. All right, here we go. It's right here. This is the Jason David Frank part. It's gonna get heavy. Okay. All right. Whew. It's always tough, talking about people who are not here, especially like, when you think of Johnny Yong Bosch and Jason David Frank, you know how the story ends. I mean, you saw the 30K grab, and like I said, a little heavy. But anyway, let's lock you in. I've been called Jack Black since I was in the uni. Make sure y'all go watch his video and leave him lousy comments. Call him English Jack Black. Y'all can actually go do it now. And make sure you like the video too. I'm gonna post it right here. Call him English Jack Black. But I'm telling you, we're only scratching the surface of this interview. But like I said, it's 4 hours long and we got like maybe 3 more clips. Is he much better than Henry? This is the shit I'm talking about. That's why we can't get a Johnny Yong Bosch interview, dog. It's y'all fault. I'm not taking no accountability. I'm gonna just blame it on y'all. Even though everything y'all do ironically just gets blamed on me. Like, wait, that person watches Henry Resilient. They said that shit. Like, bro, I didn't tell him to say that shit though. Yeah, but we saw him in your chat.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Like, what? You saw? Yeah, we saw him in your chat. All right. Anyway, dog. I just like, man, I can't win. And just like me, I can't win for losing. All right. Jack Black is blended. Damn, he did a 4-hour interview. Yeah, dog. I said go watch it. He talked about everything. Like, and there's so many shots in there. We will be doing a 6-hour stream if we covered all the shots. But I'm gonna actually bring up English Jack Black after this shot, and y'all could grill him with questions. It's a really good interview. Yeah, it is. Like when it broke, I was like, how is this not? Look, I kid you not, right? When I saw this interview, I was like, why is this don't got 100,000 views? Where's 100,000 views at? This is a phenomenal interview. It's like, where's that? It's like, why don't got 1K views? Well, I'm sure after today, with all y'all, 1,000 people that already damn there clicked on the link for the live stream, y'all are probably going to watch this. Y'all are probably going to go download it. You're probably going to go save it because you're like, well, Henry's yapping all over. He's interrupting and shit. We want to hear it straight from the horse's mouth because I'm skipping around, dog. I'm skipping around. But what the hell? They always popping up. All right. Let's get into it. Excuse me. Johnny Yong Bosch did a great interview that you probably didn't watch. Links to it will be in the description, where he actually talks about how he dealt with the passing of Jason David Frank. And without further ado, let's kind of get into it because I want to preface you. It's a little bit heavy.
I'm going to preface this by saying apologies if this is going too far. I've done this in the past and most people don't have an issue with it. But something that you said when you were talking about Jason David Frank, you went into a lot of stuff, and you mentioned that he's bipolar, which again we all do know now. And
right,
one of the things you said is that he's like a brother to you,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm very aware that you also had a brother. So, as somebody who's also dealt with cancer, who also has a lot of mental health difficulties, both in the family and with me, I'm very sorry that you had to go through all of that. It's a very difficult thing for people who've never experienced to truly get how very, very challenging it is to have people in your life that make decisions that just do nothing but hurt you. So, genuinely, I'm sorry that you had to experience all of that, but I'm also really glad that you're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for saying that. I did lose my brother to cancer, and I, lost Jason to, self-harm. And so, and that's not it. I mean, everyone goes through, and I've gone through many. I don't talk about this a lot either, but when I was younger, I was kidnapped, and so.
Man, we really want that kidnap story, but let's get back to Jason David Frank. Focus on the task at hand.
So everyone goes through stuff. I've gone through a lot of different things in my life, and I think it's kind of obviously helped develop who I am now. And so, yeah, it's hard to go through things, but it does. I appreciate going through the hard things because it does connect me to people. And I think that's the most important thing. And that's one of the main reasons why I enjoy going to conventions, is because I do get to connect with people. And many of them have these exact stories, where they've watched a series with, a family member and then they lost their family member, or they watched it. And I've heard this so many times, the same story where they've watched Bleach or even the new Devil May Cry series when they were in the hospital, fighting cancer. And so it's a beautiful thing that art can connect people. But then circling back on Jason Frank, yeah, there's just a lot, that, I mean, everyone knows now,
Yeah.
But nobody really knows that everyone that knew him knew the struggles he was going through. And then our relationship with him individually was always push and pull, and we never knew if he was going to be, if things were cool or if things weren't cool, I mean, I did for a long time. Like I was fine. Like he really felt like he was a brother to me. He really was. And I knew I could count on him. And that's why it hurts so much when he kind of,
man, hey, I knew he was a brother to me. I knew I could count on him. And he's about to say it really hurt him when Jason did what he did, because it's not very brother-like. But at the same time, you knew Jason was bipolar, or, it was well known behind like the Power Rangers circuit that, yeah, he was bipolar. You know, when someone's bipolar, their highs are really highs, but their lows are really low. And when it's triggered, if you're in the purview, guess what? If they're in the high mode, damn, the stock on Johnny Young Bosch is going to be high. It's going to be through the roof. But if you just happen to be around him on a low day, then the stock is really low. And maybe he doesn't want Johnny Young Bosch in his life anymore. Maybe he wants to X Johnny Young Bosch out of his life. And you're like, wow, dude, just the other day at the convention, you were really all about us and, you know, let's make a movie together and all this other good stuff. And now you're like, cold shoulder, need my money back. I'm out. And this is the challenge when you deal with people who have mental health issues. You know, like, what do? You know, they're not necessarily being their self. Do you give them a pass? Or do you continue to kind of, in, you know, for lack of a better word, suffer? But let's hear from the horse's mouth.
Cool, if things weren't cool, you know? I mean, I did for a long time. Like, I was fine. Like, he really felt like he was a brother to me. He really was. And I knew I could count on him. And that's why it hurt so much when he kind of pulled out of the project at the last minute, because it just felt like, was I lying to myself?
Yeah.
That he was, you know, or is it just the one side? Do I just care more about him than he cares about me? And so that hurts, you know? But you go through that in life, you know. But then, you know, I knew he was struggling with things. I knew he was bipolar because of things he said before. And I pulled him out of this darkness a long time ago. He made promises that he would never, you know, hurt himself because of his daughter and things like that. And so I was very angry when I heard about it, you know, because.
Damn, dog. He said he would never hurt himself because of his daughter. You know, people say a lot of things, right? Like, hey, I would never do ABCD. I would never do EFG. And in the heat of the moment when they say that, it's easy because maybe life is going good. Maybe they're in a high moment. But when life hits hard, the things that people said they would never do, now all of a sudden it's an option. Well, maybe I should do that. Maybe it looks a little bit more appealing now that, you know, I'm down on my luck, which we know Jason ultimately did. But, you know, this is crushing to hear your brother say, hey, I know I'm struggling with this, but don't worry, man. I would never do that because I got a family. And you're like, oh, okay, man. All right. Well, you know, if you never need to talk, man, I'm here. You're like, nah, man, I got you.
Darkness a long time ago. He made promises that he would never, you know, hurt himself because of his daughter and things like that. And so I was very angry when I heard about it, you know, because he had pushed a bunch of us away. The people that would tell him, you know, we weren't yes men. I'm not a yes man, you know? And so that's the thing. It's like he pushed a lot of the people away that would say, hey, you need to not do this. You need to, you know, whatever. And so once you surround yourself with only yes men and people, and I'm not saying like, cause maybe we're going to think specific people, but I know that he did do that. And then.
Yes, man. When you surround yourself with yes men or people looking to leech off of him, you know, despite Jason David Frank having issues, he was still beloved in the community. He still had a fan base that loved him. He still was relevant, especially on the convention scene. And what happens when your light is so bright, you attract flies, you attract these moths. It's just like night, you know, at nighttime, you know, the light that's lit in the dim area, it's a bunch of flies circling. And for a lot of people, Jason David Frank was their light. He was their meal ticket. He was their key to relevancy. And guess what? They want to stay around him by any means necessary. Oh, you met Chris J. Oh, we want to make a movie. We want to get some of Chris J money. Oh, you're at a convention. I want to be at a convention with you. I want to be with you, man. You shaking and moving. Shakers and movers usually attract people. That's just what it is. Shakers and movers will attract people. And not everyone around Jason is going to have Jason's best interest at heart, because they may be thinking about how can they become Jason? How can they benefit from being around them? How can they increase what they have going on in their life by associating themselves with Jason? So if Jason want to do something bad and you tell him, hey, don't do that bad thing, well, Jason might cut me out their life. So if I see him doing bad, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to just go with it. Maybe I might encourage him, and maybe Jason may, like me a bit more because I didn't tell him that bad thing that he knows he's doing that's bad is bad for him. Shit, maybe I enable him a little bit. Maybe I enable him a little bit because I know if I hold him accountable, I don't want to get the Johnny Young Bosch treatment. I don't want to be out of Jason's life because right now life is good for me. Right now, because I'm friends with him, people are noticing me. So when you have a person like, look, man, he just said, hey, he was surrounded by yes men. He won't name names, but people can easily figure it out. People are like, oh, I was his closest friend. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay.
Do this. You need to tell him, we weren't yes men. I'm not a yes man, and so that's pushed a bunch of us away. The people that would tell him, we weren't yes men. I'm not a yes man, and so that's the thing. It's like he pushed a lot of the people away that would say, hey, you need to not do this. You need to, whatever. And so once you surround yourself with only yes men and people, and I'm not saying because maybe we're going to think of specific people, but I know that he did do that. And then it kind of fed into this darkness, I believe, but I wasn't there. And so there's guilt about that too, because I felt like, well, what if, even though he did all that, what if I gave up on the 30K and shooting my Arc Exodus thing? What if I didn't do that? Then would we still be cool? And if he had an issue, and so I think about that too, but at the same time, I'm like, well, he was definitely on something then too, because he was acting strange. So I don't know. It's one of those things that you kind of just go through, and it's part of life. That it's the darkness, the dark part of life, that we all kind of at some point struggle through in different ways. And so
it's actually,
it's unfortunate.
Look, that what if, I don't know if you have someone in your family or friend who you are close with that has taken their life. And if you've been watching me for any amount of time, my cousin at the tender age of 21 took her life. And out of all the people in the family she could have called, she didn't call me, who was practically glued to my phone. She called our grandmother, who was in and out. Shout out to my grandma. And I don't blame my grandma for anything that my cousin did or anything. But I think if my cousin would have called me, she knew I would have probably talked her out of whatever decision she was thinking about making or mood she was feeling, but she didn't. So when Johnny says, hey, you feel guilt because you're like, why didn't he call me? I was cool with him. Yeah, I know we had that thing, but why didn't he call me? Let's hear it one more time.
An issue. What if I but I wasn't there. Maybe we're going to think of specific people, but I know that he did do that. And then it kind of fed into this darkness, I believe, but I wasn't there. And so there's guilt about that too, because I felt like, well, what if, even though he did all that, what if I gave up on the 30K and shooting my Arc Exodus thing? What if I didn't do that? Then would we still be cool? And if he had an issue, and so I think about that too, but at the same time, I'm like, well, he was definitely on something then too, because he was acting strange. So I don't know. It's one of those things that you kind of just go through, and it's part of life. That it's the darkness, the dark part of life, that we all kind of at some point struggle through in different ways. And so
it's actually,
it's unfortunate.
I'm not gonna lie, Jack Black is about to cook right here.
Briefly swing it back to Spades, then swing back around to what you just said. But it's actually one of the things that I related to the most about watching Spades. It was the struggles that Detective Bishop has. Jason Narvy's portrayal of somebody with PTSD, of somebody who's experiencing flashbacks, of somebody who has this trauma, is unfortunately something that I can relate to. And people in my family, I've seen it from the outside looking in, and then eventually realized, no, I'm also experiencing it from the inside. And that took a long time to get diagnosed. And he plays that really well. And I think that a lot of the film does sort of center around how loss and trauma can affect our relationships with the people that we're closest to. And with what you just said, I fear that this is almost sounding like we're in a therapy session now, but I need to say this, is everybody, including me, will sit there for eternity when something goes wrong and say, what if I'd done this instead? What if every decision I'd made contributed to this thing that happened that I wish hadn't? And in this specific instance, and it's the same with all instances, they'd have found a way. You might have been cool for a very brief period of time, but then you'd have found a different reason to push you away, because you only push away the people that you care about the most when you're in that dark place.
That's a
People
truthful
that stay,
statement.
they stay because you don't care enough to push them away, to get them away from you. And it's a really, really reductive way.
Did you hear that? When you know you're doing wrong, you push the people away that you care about, that sometimes maybe you may be seen in, for lack of better words, a burden to. You push them away, and you keep around the people you don't care to push away, that you don't care if you're a burden on. That's a bar.
People that you might have been cool for a very brief period of time, but then you'd have found a different reason to push you away, because you only push away the people that you care about the most when you're in that dark place. People that stay, they stay because you don't care enough to push them away, to get them away from you. And it's a really, really reductive way of thinking, but I did it when I was really low and depressed and had similar thoughts. You know, the people that could help you are the ones you seem to do the most damage to, and then they leave. And there's nothing you could do about it, and it's an easy thing to say, but it's not your fault. Nothing you did would have contributed in that way.
I know that's true. I mean, I dealt with my own depression, so I know exactly like what it's like on both sides of it. So, but you can't help but question.
Of course.
But yeah, it's how deep do you go into that? You know, what's healthy? Anyways, we should probably talk about spades.
Oh,
But there you have it, man. I'm telling you, the time that I saw the Johnny Yong Bosch talk about Jason David Frank, it was way heavier. It was like, wow, man, he didn't ever get the closure, because that 30K that was pulled out from Click Boom and strained their relationship. And if I remember the story correctly from that live stream that he did on Instagram, they were supposed to be at a convention together soon, and that's when it was going to get addressed, or something to that effect. Or maybe I'm getting the people mixed up. But they were on a path to reconciliation. They were on a path. And I believe it may have been because Johnny Yong Bosch's brother died or something. But they were on a path to reconciliation. And unfortunately, that them reconciling, that friendship, that bond just never happened. But what do you think about Johnny Yong Bosch sharing his thoughts on Jason David Frank? I can't imagine him dressing it again, but let me know in the comments, share it, hype it, and go subscribe to English Jack Black channel. It's in the description of the video. Peace. All right, guys, we're about to actually bring up English Jack Black. He is in the background waiting. Give me 1 second. We're going to hit him with the hardest of the hard-hitting questions. I don't know how. Don't go too hard, guys. I don't want you guys to scare him away and shit. Like, it's already tough. We don't got fucking friends and shit out here. You got, people doing live streams on me and lying and shit. We don't want to scare away English Jack Black. Hold on, I gotta put the real Jack Black. Maybe we could do a side-by-side or whatever. Where's Jack Black? All right, there we go. Maybe we could do a side-by-side, and then we can kind of we'll see. Like, we'll see about it. All right, guys. No way. He was his brother. Oh God, no way. Johnny Yong Bosch was Jason's brother. Only Aaron says he was Jason's brother. Oh my God. Do not believe what that fucking guy says, man. He drives me crazy with this. The only real friends Jason had was me, and me. Everyone else is just, just lying. Remember when he said that shit? I wanted to just like, I imagine the other real friends that Jason had wanted to punch him in the face. But I could be wrong. So, all right, guys, hold on. You're not live yet. You are not live yet. So hold on, let me get everything ready. All right, guys, we have a very special guest we're about to bring up. Without further ado, give it up for English Jack Black. How How is it going, English Jack Black, man? How are you doing this fine evening?
Oh, I'm doing great, mate. It's 2:30 a.m. in the morning, and there's no place I'd rather be.
Look, man,
But-
go ahead.
Yeah, the answer I think you actually wanted was more along the effect of, "I'm doing great, man. I'm loving to be here."
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's get with the hard-hitting question right out the gate. We're not going to play these little games or whatever, but you did something because this was supposed to be a 3-person interview and somehow I got cut out. Can you explain the artistic decision to cut me out the interview?
Yeah. Originally, when you were saying that, I was going to make a joke. I was going to be on my phone pretending to talk to Johnny, but you did that last bit was rather heavy, so I didn't want to do it. So I thought I'd give you a serious answer instead, which is that it took a long time to edit this, Henry, and I was looking at it and it just wasn't working. And when I was doing the color correction, and you just kept throwing off the mix, and so I had to go in. I had to do a couple of reshoots, and by the time I finished, the aspect ratio was just wrong with 3 people. So it just made more sense to do it with 2. Okay, that's why it just wasn't working as it was. So we did it from scratch.
Okay. I guess I can handle that, but Jesus Christ, man, what a phenomenal interview. Were you shocked that I picked up on the subtle shot at, the call to the order or the call being to SAG? Okay. All right. So did you hear that same story too?
Yes.
About someone calling. Now, did you also hear it was Walter?
I didn't hear it at the time. I've heard it since then.
Okay. All right. So I'm not blowing smoke. This is like a known thing in the community. All right, because when I bring up stuff like that, oftentimes people say I'm lying, I don't have no source, and it's hard to tell people, like, look, guys, the source I have doesn't want to be on record with this stuff. So there's that. Were there any questions that you thought about asking Johnny Yong Bosch after? But before you answer that, man, guys, tell me this was not a fun. I mean, they probably didn't see it all, but this was, from me, who watched it all, and I probably watched it at least like 1.5 times to get my timestamps ready. I thought it was a great interview, man. I really did like how you let him just go and didn't interrupt him when he was going on his tangents.
Yeah, 100%.
I thought that was masterful. The only drawback is you never asked him if he knew me. And, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of a big deal and narcissistic. So I got to give it a C for not asking about me. Did I ever come up during the interview?
No, not during the interview.
God damn, man. Jesus Christ. Guys, we got to do better. We have to do better. All right. We have to do better. We need to get our presence known. Spam Johnny Yong Bosch's email. We need to interview. Anywho, what was probably...
Also, I just need to address, someone just said, did I spray cucumber melon in my room and that delayed the edit? No, I had it on good, reliable authority that is a poor creative decision. So I had a meeting with myself and I decided that I needed at least double the original budget and time. And then I took half of it for myself and my dogs took the other half.
Is it safe to say you're not the biggest Aaron Schonke fan?
Not anymore.
Why not anymore?
Because of everything that's happened. I mean,
go ahead.
So I was a Superpower Beatdown fan before Jason David Frank. I was watching their videos as they were coming out, and there was a bunch of them. There wasn't just that one. There were other creators that were doing a similar thing, regardless of what he says. There was loads of them at the time, and theirs was good. I liked it, and it had some people that I actually know, like one of the actresses, Tess Killhammer. I know her in real life, and that's how I found their channel. And when they got Jason Frank involved, I was like, this is amazing. and Mercure was the host. They got all these famous people that were well known in the comic convention. And then I watched it over time, not knowing any of this behind the scenes stuff, just lose everyone. And it was really noticeable that people who had been regulars weren't regulars. There were now different stunt people. There were now different, and they were taking longer and longer. And it was just, it seemed to coincide with the fact that there was more and more Aaron. And there was a bunch of stuff that happened, like Taz in Operation Black Unicorn was a project that they never talk about because it was the first time they did a Kickstarter that didn't go anywhere and failed. White Dragon wasn't the first time they tried to get money and no one cared. But Ninjak versus the Valiant Universe, obviously that one wasn't entirely their fault that they got screwed, but there's a lot of issues behind the scene that all seem to be traced back to the same person. And a few issues you can write off and say, well, it's bad luck. Maybe there was just some problems, but eventually there's a common denominator in all of this. You have to sort of go, am I the problem? And that never seems to have happened.
Yeah. Legend of the White Dragon this year is the latest update. So I think right now a lot of people are on board that Legend of the White Dragon seems to be less about Jason David Frank and more about Aaron Schoenke's constant delays, if you will. And you brought up something very good, and Johnny caught on to it too. Go ahead. I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm debating whether or not I can say this, but I don't think this is like a secret that I must not keep. But what you just said about Aaron's character Dragon Prime having a lot more screen time. One of the things that didn't stay in the interview because it was said when we weren't recording was that in the original version of the script, in the Johnny script, Aaron wasn't playing that character, but when he did become that character, in Johnny's version of the script, there was no dialogue for that character.
Really? Wait. So you're telling me, let's just make sure we're speaking clearly. In the Johnny Yong Bosch version of Legend of the White Dragon, there was literally Dragon Prime having no dialogue.
Yeah, that's my understanding, because in that version of the script, the character was not really a featured. He wasn't going to be around much. He was the villain at the end of the movie. There was no real involvement of him. And then that changed, obviously, as time went on. But in his mind, like, the villain isn't the main character. You maybe see him for a few minutes. He gets really built up, but he was never like one of the main characters.
Wow. Because if rumors are correct, Dragon Prime is the focal point of Legend of the White Dragon. He's seeking revenge against the White Dragon for killing his wife, or accidentally killing her because some building fell on her head or something. So
yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah. So Dragon Prime was basically Aaron Schoenke in a roundabout way, if you will, inserting himself into the movie.
I mean, by the time I assume that all that stuff was done after the first Kickstarter, so I think it was. My understanding is that his script is very different from the original they were going to make, which is why the two teaser trailers don't look anything alike as well.
Okay. Wow. This was a huge revelation, and thank you, main Joho, for the 420. Salute to you. Appreciate the super chat. And someone said Shonky the donkey. Oh my god. Play my chat, no mind, man. These are all like trolls, man. But I appreciate the $2 super chat. Stu Henry of all names. I appreciate this $2 super chat. So wow, man. Now, you actually got to see Spades.
Yes.
we didn't even get to your review because clipping your review was part of it. Can you just give them a little, like, there was something you said in there that Spades does not look like a low budget film.
It does, but it doesn't. So Johnny is very much, he likes having a style, and he like the information packet I was sent basically says that it's a neo-noir movie. It's not an action movie. And neo-noir has a very specific aesthetic that, you know, if you think like a cyberpunk movie where they have all the bright neon lights and the signs flashing, that would be sort of neo-noir. But obviously he's not doing that on his budget level. But what he does do is he does a lot of color correction, and he does a lot of he filmed scenes in certain ways so that only certain colors would come through. And as a result of which, there are an awful lot of scenes, especially in the more sort of closed off areas, where it is just a couple people talking in a dark room that's very bare, but that's not what your eye is being drawn to. It's being drawn to the big purple lights, that shot with the masks all having different colors. He's spent a lot of time thinking about how to utilize what he had. One of the things he says in the interview is that he was only ever allowed 8 people on location at any given time, cast and crew included. So there was no room to be like, oh, it's fine, we'll just make it up when we get there. It had to be like, this is the way I want to do it. This is how we want it to look. And, you know, I was quite upfront. There are a couple of scenes in the movie where if you're looking, you're going to go, that's clearly just a room that they've put some props in to try and make it look like what it's supposed to be. But it's such like small sequences. And like I said, I unfortunately get sent a lot of low budget movies to look at and review, and some of them, they're terrible. And it's always a challenge to try and find some redeeming qualities. I didn't have to try and find redeeming qualities with how he shot the movie.
Okay. Now, I'll let you reveal it. But thank you, Donald Never, for the $2 super chat, who said, awesome interview. Aaron has nothing on Johnny Young Bosch. Don't take the bait. We already know that. We know that. Don't take the bait. We know this to be true. But can you, the budget is revealed in the interview, guys. We just didn't get to it. I wanted to be respectful of English Jack Black's time. Can you reveal to the good people what the budget for Johnny Young Bosch Spades was? Because I don't think they know.
Yeah, the budget for Spades was $50,000, and it was entirely Johnny's own money that he put in. There's no outside investors, there's no finance, and nobody else put any money in. It's purely on his back, whether it succeeds or fails. He's the only one that will lose anything. And he also paid everybody that worked on the movie. So nobody was doing this for favors or free lunch.
What about exposure? No one did it for exposure?
No one did it for exposure. And he does make a point of saying that a lot of the reason why he's able to do that is because he did so much of it himself, but he's doing it for free. Like, he spent 2.5 years doing the visual effects, half of the sound design, the editing, the color correction. He does actually say he did that as well. But he's basically doing all of the post-production himself, but he did it in 2.5 years whilst continuing his voiceover career, while still attending Comic-Cons and everything else, being, you know, a full-time dad, etc., etc. And he still got it done in much less time than some other people.
Don't say some other people. In much less time than Legend of the White Dragon. And English Jack Black, I'll defend Aaron Shonky on this one part, but there's also going to be pushback at the same time. Johnny Young Bosch in the interview did say if he would have hired a team, the budget would have been around $250,000 or say. If there were more people involved.
Yes.
But, you know, that is him not doing everything. And he said, he also, if I remember correctly, said the movie would have likely been a little shorter, which gives some credit to Aaron Schonke, right? He's like, oh, it kind of gives some credit. He was being generous, saying it gives some credit to Aaron Schonke. To him, I'm going to push back and say, no, it doesn't, because Aaron Schonke doesn't really hire out other people to do the editing. He does the editing.
Yeah.
He does the, he got the Russian guy doing special effects. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you go ahead.
No, I was going to say exactly what you were going to say. The whole reason why I wanted to highlight that with Johnny is because the whole reason why you do this stuff yourself is specifically so that you save money. You don't do it all yourself and then spend a load of money or take a load of money. The main reason you do that is to have something that you can actually put out that you couldn't achieve if you worked with other people. I mean, the other thing that we get into that is where you pulled that the SAG clip from is the fact that this isn't a union production, but you'd be hard pressed to find a professional editor or visual effects person that isn't going to charge a lot of money. So it would cost that much just for them if you were to go to a proper production house. But he has the skill set. I mean, you know, a little bit that he slips in that I think goes under the radar is another movie that we were talking about, Love Like Bullets. That one had a budget of $2,000. And the trailer for that, yeah, it does. The sound isn't as good because it's a rougher trailer because it was an early cut. That also doesn't look like it was that. I thought that was more like maybe 20,000, but not 2,000.
Yeah. I mean, it just shows you that Johnny Young Bosch could take $2,000 and do something that looks really, really good in Love Like Bullets. And also at the same time, it's literally, in my personal opinion, rubbing Aaron's nose into the ground or in crap, because he's like, look, I did more with less, and he's already secured distribution. And whether Johnny wants to say, I'm sure he would probably disagree that he said that for Aaron, but the comparisons, people are naturally going to compare what Aaron Schonke did not do to what basically Johnny Young Bosch has done. Or
yeah.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I want to make sure, like, you know, that this is how I see it, guys. This is how I see it from the outside looking in, from all the, I guess, the little bit of knowledge that I have about the background stuff. What was something that he said that surprised you in the interview? Or did you see a shot that was, you know, a roundabout way, a shot, like a friendly, like a jab, if you will, that may go under the radar?
I think a thing that will go under the radar, and I don't know if by extension I should point it out, is not something that he said. It's something that he said about someone else, which is that Dan Southworth didn't want to be involved with the order unless Johnny convinced him. And that alone is like a huge, well, why? Why doesn't Dan Southworth want to be involved with any of the rest of them in a project unless Johnny was at the helm? Because that again, Dan is a professional. He may not have had the on-camera career that maybe he should have had and certainly probably wanted, but behind the camera, yeah, he's been working solidly in action movies for years. He's worked with some of the biggest on some of the biggest movies and with some of the biggest people. So he's not gonna just show up to a very, I don't want to use the word amateur, but amateur production and just be like, oh yeah, you know more than me. What do I know about this?
I'll give you a little bit of drama. And this is actually public knowledge. I'm not saying nothing that's like privilege or anything. There's a Dan Southworth interview where he talks about him having to film his action scenes last on Power Rangers when a certain other actor, another Red Ranger, was on set, because the other Red Ranger would try to outdo him, which he lacked the skill set. So to eliminate multiple shoots, Dan Southworth would always go last when filming his action scenes. You could probably figure out which felony Red Ranger that was. So I don't know if you saw that or you saw that Dan Southworth clip. He's sitting in a chair and doing an interview with 200 people.
Are you talking about like On the Order?
No, this was I think probably Forever Red.
Oh, Forever Red. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Forever Red.
Try to match Daniel Southworth for any of them was a stupid idea because he was a stuntman. Like he did all of his own stunts on Time Force and then was like, this was so silly of me. Why am I doing this? And then realized he should be using a stuntman. But yeah, trying to keep up with him, especially back then, was a waste of
time. Someone said, shout out to Ghostface Studio Productions for the $5 super chat. Who said, now I see it. He's gloating when he said sound design is done. Yup, he's an egotistical arse. Yeah, like anytime you see Johnny Yong Bosch or anyone hint at sound design being done, that's a direct shot at Aaron. Whether he want to say, whether he's trolling him, because do you know any other production that announces when sound design or color correction is in the process or editing, anything like that in your experience?
No. The only time that you would see that is if you are literally following an editor and maybe they would post like, oh, I'm at this stage of the editing, but they wouldn't post it like oh, this is done, yes, look at me, I'm congrats. It's no. And most of the time they can't talk about what they're editing anyway, so it would be blurred. So 99% of the time they don't post anything.
Okay, so what do you think about Aaron Schonke's updates about him posting it?
I mean, I just don't think he knows what to do with it, but he knows he has to keep talking about it because it's what gets attention.
That's a truthful statement, dog.
That's a truthful statement.
Like I said, I used to be a fan of Bat in the Sun, but they haven't done anything for a long time. And when they did start doing stuff again, it was with Kevin Porter, and then that suddenly stopped for some reason. And I'm going to give myself a little plug here because if people don't know, one of the other people I've interviewed in the past is a director called Sean Piccinino, who also worked with Bat in the Sun.
Whoa. That's Aaron's arch nemesis. Go ahead, continue, please.
And when I asked him about the work he did, I asked him real direct about Superpower Beatdown, and the closest I could get to him to talk about it was, oh yeah, I did some of those silly YouTube videos, but and that was it. That was as much as he wanted to talk about it.
Wait, silly YouTube videos? How dare Sean Piccinino have the audacity to call Aaron's life work silly YouTube videos when they're clearly pieces of absolute cinema that should be protected and locked in a vault and studied when men go extinct and used to bring back filmmaking? How could Sean do that? That was crass of him.
I mean, the really funny thing is that he did another YouTube show with like basically all of the same people from Bat in the Sun, like Tatiana Never and I think Kevin Porter and quite a few of the crew, called Heroes with Issues. And that he was really happy to talk about because that actually got him the job that started his now career for making movies. So,
Oh, wow.
Because people saw that and were like, that's really good. Like, do you want to come work on XYZ? And he was like, yeah, sure. And yeah, that's what got him started, not any other YouTube videos he may or may not have been in.
Yeah, here is Heroes with Issues, guys. Shot by Sean, I guess directed by Sean Piccinino. He has Deadpool on the couch. I did see there go Tatiana Neva right there. So wow, Sean Piccinino won't talk about those silly YouTube videos with Bat in the Sun. That's a great revelation, man.
I mean, it's it's like what everybody else says about him. That he's got nothing to say about those guys.
Shit. Now you look. First, let me acknowledge the super chat, man. Shout out to Ghostface Studio Productions says, "Okay, we need sound design is done shirts, Henry. Patent that phrase, stat." Look, man, I can't do that. Because we got to get back to the Johnny Young Bosch interview. When will we get part 2 of the Johnny Young Bosch interview? Is there a part 2?
There is a part 2. Believe it or not, what's the final edit of that video is 4 hours 15. If I tell you that the unedited recording is closer to 5 hours, and the actual conversation that we had was 6 hours and 20 minutes. But the spoiler section won't have anything revelatory. It's only because anytime you saw me like take stuff out and put up that redacted thing, or there's a cut, that's basically because he mentioned something that he doesn't want talked about to do with spades. There's certain story elements that he's not, like, they're not in the trailer, they're not being talked about, and it took me by surprise, and that's what he wants to happen for everybody who sees it, which is also why I said it's not what you may think it is when you go and watch it, because it certainly wasn't what I thought it was.
Okay. All right, guys. Y'all have any questions for English Jack Black before we get back to the Johnny Young Bosch interview? I thought it was a great interview, and I implore everyone to go watch the full interview in its entirety, because I'm only clipping like the parts that maybe I think are noteworthy and not like the entire interview. I mean, because I look, if I point out a joke that happened 3 hours and 55 minutes into a 4 hour and some odd chain, trust me, that is like the, hey, did you watch this video? Check. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, I watched it. I caught it in the car. I was like, oh shit, he taking shots. I was like, oh, there we go, Johnny.
I was also laughing at a comment from Degenerated It's, who just said, wait a minute, aren't you Larigo from the Turbo movie? And since Larigo has no dialogue, I can't really answer that question. If you want, I could be like, but that's literally all he says in the whole goddamn movie. So
do not look, man. Do not talk to Degenerate Edits. He's a freaking degenerate moderator who does nothing but troll me. And if you guys were wondering who they're talking about, I'm about to try to pull them up right here. Let's see, share this tab. Like, bro, look, man, they do not feed the trolls. Degenerate is like number 1 or number 2, actually. TJ is like the real bad guy. But anywho, part 2 is on the way. Go ahead.
No, one thing I was going to say, well, there was a few things I was going to say, but they're not all to do with Johnny Bosch. But this first bit was, when you were talking about the money and how he's like, Jason Frank was like, it's only 30K, you'll make it back. One of the things that I'm not sure, I know some people are, but I don't think everybody understands, is Jason Frank was not poor, I think is the nice way of saying it. The dude was business savvy, and this is something that I have no problem with people saying whatever, but he already owned his first karate school before he ever stepped foot on Power Rangers. So he was not relying on the money that he was making on Power Rangers. He already had an income that was earning when he wasn't doing anything. And by the time we get to like Spades, that business is across multiple states. And he had a clothing company. He sponsored fighters in various different mixed martial arts circuits. He had more streams of income that didn't rely on him having to be directly involved than most people have hot meals. He was insanely good at business. And so for him, I have no doubt that he was like, come on, man, you'll make 30K back, no problem. Because I'm sure he did. And that is something to bear in mind when people talk about Jason Frank saying things like, well, I'd do it for free. Because, yeah, I think you mean that, but it's real easy to say when you don't really need the money, you know?
Wait. Karen Ashley took she took a strong stance against Jason David Frank when he said he would do the reunion for free. And it was about the fans. I don't know if you remember. She was like, he just screwed us up. He screwed all of us because he said he would do it for free. And because he would do it for free, then why would they pay Karen Ashley for anything when they can get Jason David Frank for a private flight and whatever rate that he negotiated with Saban?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Regardless of what any fan thinks, Jason David Frank was in more episodes than any other Ranger actor because he was actually outdone by Bulk and Skull. But I like Aisha, but she was basically only in like 1.5 seasons. It's not a comparable thing to say, oh, they should have paid me more. It's like, yeah, maybe they should have. But when you're coming back, it's like you have most of those team ups, you have 2 lines of dialogue if you're lucky, and maybe 1 fight scene. And most of them, they didn't even get that. And if we're going to be mean, this isn't aimed at Karen, this is aimed at a lot of them. One of the other advantages that Jason David Frank had is that he could go back like Johnny could and do fight scenes because he was ready to do fight scenes. The rest of them needed a bit more notice and spend.
That's a nice way to put it. That's a nice way to put it, man.
I mean, David Yost was posting the pics of him in the gym before the Once and Always special had been announced because he was like, I gotta, if I film this now, I ain't doing anything. I'm gonna look terrible.
True. Well, any last words, English Jack Black, you want the fans to know, or maybe some I haven't covered yet in the interview because I saw it twice. I got notes, I got screenshots, the timestamps. I was like, okay, this is where we're gonna start. This is where we're gonna stop. Right here. Because I have other sections, especially when he goes over budget and distribution, which I thought he did a good job covering that, where he had like 6 and like Johnny Yong Bosch, you're gonna see it in the interview. He was like, oh yeah, we had 6 to 7 offers. He had 6 to 7 offers for Spades, and he took the best one, where Aaron Schonke, like, we just got Tubi and YouTube. So you have things like that. Anything else you think that we should definitely hit hard or know about that interview?
No, I mean, there's a couple of things I would like to say, but I know I can't. But I think the interview speaks for itself. The only thing I would say is when Spades does come out, people go support it, because how well Spades does will have a direct impact on how much Johnny gets to play with and bargain with for his next movies. Like he isn't trying to make this a one and done. Like he is going to make more films, and I know that people want to see him team up with, like, well, the person they want to see him team up with, he can't, but there are other people that he wants to bring in, which we do sort of briefly talk about. But I know that a lot of it is going to depend on if Spades does well, then he can get investors. Then he can say, well, look, this is what we've done on nothing. Now who can we bring in? Let's play. But that is all going to fall flat if the vast majority of people just go, oh yeah, Spades looks great. Not actually going to watch it though.
I'm watching it. I'm gonna watch
I know, but there's he has like 390,000 followers on Instagram. That alone would like really put him in a good position. And we know that like 2/3 of that audience isn't going to watch it.
Yeah.
So it's always one of those things that you've got to be aware of, and he's very aware of that. But yeah, I mean, you still need to watch Arc Exodus. So
I do. Jack Black, do you think we should support Legend of the White Dragon? Guys, type your questions in the chat for him.
When Legend of the White Dragon comes out, and I say when very loosely, maybe if is better, but when it comes out, yeah, of course. It's Jason David Frank's last film. Like, park all the other stuff aside. Of course, we should support it. It doesn't mean we have to sing its praises from the rooftops. It doesn't mean we have to ignore what I'm sure will be a lot of shortcomings. but it is the last time we're going to see Jason David Frank on screen, unless one of his other lost projects comes out the woodwork, which did happen when he passed. But I don't think that there's any more out there other than Underdogs Rising, and for whatever reason, that movie doesn't seem to ever be coming out. But yeah, I say still support it for sure.
Okay. When are you interviewing Austin St. John? If you guys got questions, type them. Soon, tomorrow, next week. You got one in the can already. You just got to edit.
Well, I've actually spoken to Austin St. John probably 4 or 5 times. Never actually got an interview with him, but I probably could. It would take more effort now, but I probably could. I'll never get this now, but I also spoke to Aaron, and I know that he was willing to come on the show at one point too. I imagine that's probably not going to happen now, but
That's dumb. That's dumb. You could put a pin in that. You could put a pin in that.
But so someone actually just made a comment that I wanted. They said they want to see Johnny team up with Scott Adkins. I don't know if you've watched the video. He wants that too, and that almost happened. There was a photo, and I actually put it in the video, where the two of them met at a convention and they talked, and they're big fans of each other. He wrote a script, Johnny, and nothing's come of it, but maybe one day it will. Maybe if Spades does well, he'll be in a better position.
Yo,
we'll see.
Scott Adkins is everywhere, dog. He is in every direct to action TV thing, dog. And I thought like this right here when he was in John Wick, I thought that was great.
Oh yeah, I mean,
that was like one of the best parts. I believe John Wick 4, dog. I'm not even gonna hold y'all when he's fighting this dude. Obviously, it's him in a fat suit, but he was moving to be a guy in the fat suit or whatever. Really, really, really good, man. Really good. Any more questions, guys? Like questions he can answer. I saw like someone said, "Why didn't Johnny do something?" I was like, "Bro, you got to ask Johnny that."
What was that? What was that question?
When is School of Rock 2 coming out?
I don't know. I did hear something about that, but I don't know if it's gonna if it's actually real or not.
I mean, this is my troll of an audience. Anything else, guys? Can't wait to see Johnny Bosch movie. Yeah, guys, we're about to get right back into the interview. Anything else you guys got for him? Going once, going twice. So, thank you, English Jack Black. I'm gonna send you a text message about what the next steps. All right. Via IG. I mean Discord. All right, guys, go subscribe. Action Addicts YouTube, link in the description. See you in the next video. Peace. That was a great interview with English Jack Black. We got to have him on more. But he be holding back, dog. He knew some shit. I wanted to try to pull as much out of him as we could without him compromising relationships. But I think we did a good job, guys, on the questions. But like, subscribe, share. See you next video. Peace. All right. Oh, no, I got to send him a message real quick. Links for the clips I upload. Link your channel to the video. All right. But that will get done in like 3 hours. All right, let's finish this Johnny Young Bosch interview up. And that was fire interview, dog. Look, man. Look, that's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I do. Like fire interview. Like what type of show? What type of show y'all thought I was running over here? You know? Well, you thought I was gonna drop the link and let Brett come up. You see Henry?
Nope.
Like, dog, no. Anyway, let's get back to the Johnny Young Bosch interview. I still got like 2 more segments we got to talk about. And then we're Gucci. Never coming out, Legend of the White Dragon? Maybe. All right. Let me get back to my, let's see what this is. It's a little late. Oh. Henry could never. Yeah, because of my chat, dog. I can't get these interviews because y'all be talking mad shit in the fucking chat. So since y'all be talking mad shit, I'll just be like when I it's a shame when I have guests come on, I'd be like, please don't read the chat. And you got fucking degenerate fucking trolling and shit. Like, how we supposed to make friends, guys? I mean, I'm just joking, obviously, we'll be all right. I gotta get back to my timestamps. So we did that. We did that. What's this one? What's this? Spades development. Oh, end of review. Hold on. Start. Stop. That was the click boom. Spade start 1 hour. Spade stop. Okay. Look at his face. It's kind of late. He kind of late. What are you talking about? Spade start 1 hour. All right. Like, let me make sure I got it.
That they wanted us to do, right? And complete the pilot episode, rewrite it.
Like, this was a good clip where he realized he could sell the movie.
Polish it, and then write 3 seasons worth. And we wrote 3 seasons worth of a series, and it's really cool.
Like Arc Exodus, we're gonna watch it on stream one day. I promise.
And I gave it to them, and I said, all right, go to work. And they sat on it for a year. You know, they kept saying, oh yeah, we're about to go in to meet with these guys, and then Netflix isn't doing any outside projects now. There's always some kind of excuse, and maybe it was true, but it was like, it just felt like, man, we did all that work, and now you're just sitting on it, you know? And then finally it got to the point where the guy said that it's a series, you know, and if it was a film, we could sell it.
All right. Dude, I'm about to rock this. I think I'm like, I just get better at time. I don't mean to, like, you know. Oh man, I didn't even get to this. We'll just save that for later. Because I gotta set this up. Boom, boom, boom. All right. We're about to do Spades. You know, Johnny Young Bosch has this movie called Spades that's like crushing it. Johnny Young Bosch looking great for 50. Yeah, dog. Drink water. Drink water. Have lots of sex and some exercise. You could look like that too, dog. I promise you. Johnny Young Bosch Spades movie development. I know, like, these, you know, did I spell development right? I feel like I didn't. Like, it's an E right here. Development. Like, if I spelled it wrong, let me know. All right, hold on. Let me Google that shit, dog. I know y'all be on me like, we're not gonna tell them. I'll be like, hey, I'm not gonna tell them. Like, no, let's let them look stupid. Damn, there's no E in it, dog. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. It's so many. It's still some shots in here. I hope Spades is good. I would love to see it if possible, bro. It's about to be great. From everything I'm told, I didn't see it. Thank you, Aerostream, with the with the correction. Thank you, guys. God damn, how long is the goddamn delay? I didn't figure it out already. All right, dude. Shut up. 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 Don't hurt my feelings. I'm sensitive tonight. All right. Boop, boop, boop. Most people don't know that Johnny Young Bosch movie Spades, the best movie we have yet to see, literally only cost, I don't want to spoil it, but you're going to figure out how much it costs in here. It's a great movie, getting hella reviews with Johnny Young Bosch playing this vigilante. And he's about to talk about the development. But before we get into that, you didn't know that he had a movie, a short called Arc Exodus. And they told him if it was a movie, they could sell it. And this is where he had the idea of making Click Boom, or in this case, Spades, and as a full feature.
And now you're just sitting. I kept saying, oh yeah, we're about to go in to meet with these guys, and then Netflix isn't doing any outside projects now. There's always some kind of excuse, and maybe it was true, but it was like, it just felt like, man, we did all that work and now you're just sitting on it, you know? And then finally it got to the point where the guy said that it's a series, you know, and if it was a film, we could sell it. And I said, oh, hang on a second. It took you a year to tell me that that what I gave you now is not good enough. But if it was a film, a feature film, then you could sell it. And they're like, yes. And I said one more time, if I gave you a feature film, could you sell it? And they said, let me check with my guys in London. And then he came back and he's like, yep, they can sell it. And so I was like, okay. So I revisited, boom, click, boom. And I was thinking about it, but I thought, I just don't know if I can pull it off. You know, it's a lot. And who can I bring in? How much is it going to cost? It just seemed impossible. I wasn't sure. And then a lot of things happened. Then Hellfire came along and it was like, oh, it's kind of nice. I can go do this little thing for a brief amount of time. But it ended up, I had so much more responsibility when I was there and then elevated my character. And then, so I had so many aspects of myself. And I remember thinking to myself, like, don't phone it in like Arc Exodus. That was a nightmare. Let's make sure that when you're there to be the character, you're the character. And when you're there to be the stunt choreographer, you help out and you do that. When you're, whatever you're called to do it 110%. And so I did it and it was extremely exhausting. And I saw even on that low budget project, so many things where I was like, this could have been done like this, or this could, like a lot of things, not necessarily I want to say bad things, but there were red flags throughout that I was like, I think I would have done this. Or like my instinct on a bunch of these things were like to do this. And then when there's like again, problem solving, we don't have a plane, you can go and do that. And you still would have had a decent thing. Maybe it wouldn't have been the plane, but it would have served its purpose. Yeah. It still looked good. And so after that, I thought, you know what, I think I can do a film. And that's when I circled back again on Boom Click Boom, took a look at the script. And I remember talking to Narvi about it. And then he was like, because it was like 3 characters, and he's like, well, maybe you just consume 2 of these characters into one or all of them into one. And I thought, that's impossible.
You know, sometimes you need that little outside inspiration of someone saying it's impossible to motivate you just a little bit. And Johnny's actually going to touch on his motivation for doing Click Boom, along with the budget and how long it took him to shoot it.
and then it took me maybe a few days to go, wait a second, I think I can do that. And so I did. I consolidated the character into one, which eventually I split into 2, sort of. And so, yeah. And then so I just kind of hammered out some of these ideas and I kind of punched up the script a little bit. And I then approached it with like a very limited budget. Even less. And I guess at this point now, since I sold it, you know, I can talk about it. It cost me $50K. Now,
$50K. Spades. Wait, Spades cost you $50K, Johnny? Wait, Johnny, I know you're not telling me Spades cost you $50K. Wait, the movie that won all these awards? No, wait, this movie that just keeps winning awards after awards, this movie that has distribution? $50K? No, wait, Johnny, $50K? Wow, $50K? You mean to tell me you did a full feature-length movie for $50K? I thought that was impossible. Like, I was definitely sure that this was impossible. Wait, maybe did we hear you right?
That's 2.5 years limited budget. Even less. And I guess at this point now, since I sold it, you know, I can talk about it. It cost me $50K. Now, that's 2.5 years of me doing work for free. And it's all my own money, so I don't owe anyone. And if it's terrible, it's all my own fault, you know, for putting in only $50K. And so
that's a banger. And shout out to my man, main JoJo, who said, hey, after I finished barbecuing, I saw the title, you clickbaited me. I thought it was your interview. Either way, fire content, but you tricked me, guys. It was a little clickbaity. I said, we finally got a Johnny Young Bosch interview. I didn't say I said we, as in fans of Johnny Young Bosch. Yes. Was it clickbaity? Yes. Did it work? Yes. But did you see this interview? No, you did not. Like, only at the time of me reviewing it, only 167 people clicked on it. Did they watch all 4 hours like me? Probably not. They didn't. So, but I appreciate you, dog. Fire content. You know, what you expect when you come here?
Right. But it was, you know, so ultimately, yeah, it probably would have cost $250,000. if I was paying people to do the stuff that I was doing for free, it also would have been a lot shorter. So that's just, if we circle back on some of the other things when, you know, I was talking about like Bat in the Sun saying it was going to cost $250 or whatever or more, that all makes sense, you know?
No, it doesn't, Johnny. You being too gracious for him. I'll just stop him. And yeah, shaking my head, this would have been gold if this was A Iron's Kickstarter budget. Oh yeah. Well, Aaron would have never did a budget for $50K. How was he going to eat, man? With $50K, he can't eat. He need $500K, and then he need $4 million more to put out a movie. But $50K, and Johnny is saying it would have been $250K if he would have had other people, trying to give credit to Bat in the Sun, which I think he is egregious for, considering Aaron Schoenke notoriously does all the editing. Like when you look at the credits, it's edited by him, written by him, directed by him, starring him, assistant actor him, assistant director him. He's a one-man show. So because he's a one-man show, I still don't think it would have been $250,000, because what is he doing with the money? Pocketing it, more than likely, right?
Also would have been a lot shorter. So that's just, if we circle back on some of the other things when, you know, I was talking about like Bat in the Sun saying it was going to cost $250 or whatever or more, that all makes sense, you know, because I was doing all of that for free, you know, and I was just funding it. So yeah, bringing in other people, it certainly would have. And I paid everyone. Everyone got paid. They didn't get paid top dollar, but they got paid a comfortable enough to where where they were like, okay, I can do this. And it was a light set, you know. It was hard. It was still hard, especially for like Polo and Keita, who was running cameras with me, and even Narvi, because he had to not only act, but he had to be there for all the behind the scenes stuff and make sure we were running, because it was just us, really. The crew was no bigger than, you know, 8, really, even including cast at a time. You couldn't have more than 8, because if you did have more than 8 people on set at a time, they charge you double the rate. And so that increased the amount. Obviously, I was like, well, how can I shave this down? And so if I had like 8, then I would release actors or even like makeup or somebody, say, all right, you're good to go. And then I would bring in whoever else I needed for that.
Bro was filming a movie on a budget. Like, man, if I bring in 9 people, they're going to charge me more. Yeah. All right. Makeup, come on set, do your makeup. All right. Leave. I could see that happening. So there were no more than 8 people on the set at a time.
That, you know, so that I was always at 8 or less. And many times it was less. So yeah, it was, we shot 17 days, all our actors. And I tried to squeeze in a little bit of action on like our final day, but it just wasn't, it was more of a like, let's see if we can make it work. But then it was kind of rushed, and I was like, yeah, all right, I'm going to do what I originally.
Legend of the White Dragon shot for like over 90 days. So you have a smaller budget, 17-day shoot. And I'm sure Aaron Schoenke would be like, well, your lead actor didn't die after we filmed the movie. Like, bro, like, are we still using that as the excuse for the delays? What's the excuse now? Distribution. We're having big meetings behind the scenes, guys.
Only planned, which is a setup, and there was like another like 9 days, I guess, to do all the action stuff.
That's a pretty good shoot. So, just as a heads up, I've spoken to people that do the entire movie in 10 days. Like,
right? Yeah, no, it was. Like even with Arc Exodus, we had 30 days. We didn't use like full day, even on Spades, we didn't use full days, but you know, I had 30 days, but with that amount of time, even with Arc Exodus, I had a 40-minute film, and I was kicking myself because I kept thinking, if I had gone the full days, I probably could have had a full feature film, you know, if I had like hammered out the rest of the story or whatnot, but we didn't have it then. And so Spades was really kind of using, I mean, it was using less days, and we had a feature film. In fact, the first cut was almost 3 hours long. It was so long. It was like, you know, it was like 2 hours and 45 minutes, and there's so much in there. And I was like,
I look forward to the director's cut.
No, I'm not going to release.
Yeah, we need to release the JYB cut.
Release that
the
version.
Johnny Young Bosch cut, ladies and gentlemen. Get it trending on Twitter right now.
No. So yeah, so that long story, that's how Spades came about. And that's you know, how we got to this point.
I'm really happy that you did go into that depth. But yes, that was a really long story. So I'm really...
It's a long story, but it's how it came about.
I just want to clarify, is there like a time you need to leave? Because I'm now actually genuinely worried we may hit it.
I'm good. No, I'm good. Just wanted to double check what I had today, but nothing today. Like I don't.
Now, here's the thing, right? They do talk about sound design right here. And if you think sound design is not like, if you're talking about sound design, you're taking a shot at Aaron Schoenke. for lack of a better word. But there is a section where he actually talks about like distribution or whatever, because they have a distribution deal. And we're going to talk about physical media, but then I actually know where they might get distributed. Just stick around till we get to that part.
I in the deal, it was like I could give them physical media, but then I had kind of asked, well, if I gave you physical media, can I at least do like, can I bring it with me to conventions because people might want to pick it up there, just like I did with CDs or whatever, you know? And so I was thinking about that, and they're like, no, we can't. We're not cool with that. And I was like, well, what if it's like a special limited edition box set version? They're like, well, no. But they're like, but you don't have to add physical media to it. I was like, oh, I can just keep all that? And they're like, yeah, you can just do that separate from the digital. And I was like, well, then yeah, I want to do that. So the company we went with is definitely much more flexible and just works for us so well.
You see that? You like, wait. He got what? Look, guys, he's literally about to talk about his distribution deal where he like, look, no, I own physical, they get digital.
I in the deal.
No, that's fine. I still want to hear about everything you're about to say. I just wanted to be like, no, I wasn't talking about DVDs, just to clarify.
Oh yeah. Well, I in the deal, it was like I could give them physical media, but then I had kind of asked, well, if I gave you physical media, can I at least do like, can I bring it with me to conventions because people might want to pick it up there, just like I did with CDs or whatever, you know? And so I was thinking about that, and they're like, no, we can't. We're not cool with that. And I was like, well, what if it's like a special limited edition box set version? They're like, well, no. But they're like, but you don't have to add physical media to it. I was like, oh, I can just keep all that? And they're like, yeah, you can just do that separate from the digital. And I was like, well, then yeah, I want to do that. So the company we went with is definitely much more flexible and just works for us so well. So they're going to they'll control all that digital stuff, and then I don't have to think about that, you know? But physical media is one where, when we cross that road, if it's like, if there's a demand and people are like, I want the DVD or I want a Blu-ray, then we'll visit that. But right now it's like, even myself, I'm like, I don't know, I barely buy DVDs. So I might have a Blu-ray here or there, you know, or a DVD that I picked up, but just, it's not something I have collections of. You know, I download digital stuff all the time. So it's like, I don't know if there's really a market for it.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So that's a part of it. And the next part comes up right here where you're going to figure out where it's going to be
at some point. I don't know the order. We know that there's specific places they usually go to.
And then I didn't get any more than that.
Oh, it's we don't have control of when it's going to be up and where it's going to be up. We know that there's specific places they usually go to: Amazon, Apple, whatever the Google one is, YouTube. And so it's going to be up on Tubi even, I think, at some point. I don't know the order of those things or when they're going to, like, whoever says, yeah, okay, we think your film's good enough to put up on our thing. And so it's going to be wherever it's accepted. And then as soon as we know, we're just going to promote it, you know?
So by the time,
boom, you literally got the whole step of, hey, the movie costs $50,000. You have him talking about his distribution deal. Like, there's a part where he talks about having 6 or 7 offers that maybe is not encapsulated in this clip. But he went with the best offer for them that obviously gave him control over the physical media aspect. And eventually he's going with someone that's going to put it on all other platforms. And he did this all on the back of $50,000. $50,000 feature film, found distribution. It's going to be everywhere at some point. He has no control over the release date, but I would say this is a victory for Johnny Yong Bosch right here. Easy. And the only question you have to wonder is, if he would have stayed with Legend of the White Dragon, where would it be? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. See you in the next video. Peace. All right, guys. I think we did good. Like, there's some more stuff in there. I really implore you to go watch it. Like, there is another clip in there. I could probably, let's see. Do I want to find it real quick? We did the Jason David Frank. What's this? The sound design. This is where he takes a shot at Aaron Shonky with the putting his name on everything. I should have put that in the clip. You can hear him talk about AI, where he like bro, he's not using AI. And shout out to all the losers that use AI. But let's talk about Power Rangers, because it actually comes up in here. And he says, like, this is game over for Power Rangers. A lot of people don't know it, but he does say it. I have it. It's in budget and expectations at the 2 hour and 10 mark. This would be a little couple things. All right. Does he talk about Rican? Who? Who?
Because you got my name in your mouth, you fuck.
Who? Who is that? Who is that? Maybe he'll shit post some more on Instagram. You know, like, you know, the crazy thing is when like people run through their cycle of relevance on the in the chord or Henryverse or whatever you guys want to call it. Then they try to find ways to like keep their name talked about, and they do everything but what they're supposed to do. And it's just always like, I just find them all pathetic. Just all pathetic people. Vying for attention, vying for my attention. Like, dog. Like, bro. What? Yeah, dog. Focus on not being homeless and shit, dog. I know nobody homeless. Okay, man. Okay. Cool story, bro. All right. So that sound white would never not be funny. I mean, he's a character, dog. Like, what else he say?
Fuck motherfuckers like Henry. So Henry felt like he had to shoot that out the sky. Give me some of that vagina. Leave Amy alone, bro.
You feel me?
It's like all these classic.
He's the one making people uncomfortable with his fucking memes and his trolling.
Don't miss, degenerate. Don't miss. If you want to fuck me, Henry, just say that, bro.
What the fuck? Bro.
If you want to fuck me, Henry, just say that, bro.
Like, you say that? Like, women say that to men who, yeah, I'm saying, who want to do that to them. A grown man should never be saying that to another grown man unless, you know, they've been intimate like that. Like, bro, just come out the closet already, man. It's just crazy.
I like to suck, you know what? Okay, so what?
Like, the writing is on the wall, guys. It's like he just needed help, you know, and we didn't help him, you know what I'm saying?
What's up, my best?
Hold on. Where is he like, my daddy is awesome.
My daddy's so awesome. He's so awesome.
You see
this? So cool. My daddy's so awesome. He's so awesome. He's so cool.
Blake claims me.
Yeah, straight guy. Yeah, Ryusi, when you ain't gonna clap his cheeks, dog? Ryusi was gonna help him pay the rent, but he would have had to grab them ankles. I don't know. Ryusi watching, maybe you catch the replay. But anywho, Blake claims me.
Blake claims me.
Like, what? Bro, is that you look at your dad and you be like, Dad.
Blake claims me.
You look at your son and you be like,
Blake claims me.
you with your girl who got dementia, and she like, who's Blake?
Blake claims me.
Like, what? Like, what? Just be like, hey, bro, like, hey, what you going, you know, what you doing today? Who you talking to?
Blake claims me.
Bro. You got any references for this job application for washing cars?
Blake claims me.
And who's Blake? And why should we be concerned?
Whoop! Whoop-dee-doo!
All right, anyway. I'm getting sick, man. I really hate that I'm getting sick, but gross, right?
If you want to fuck me, Henry, just say that, bro.
Like, bro, what?
If you want to fuck me, Henry, just say that, bro.
I will die. I will go out canceling you, bro.
Give me some of that vagina.
Like, bro, it's important you document these crazy people on the internet, man. You never know when some documentation gonna come in handy and shit. But anywho, man, where are we at? All right, let's talk about Johnny Young Bosch and Power Rangers. And he actually talks about getting caught for once and always, man. Shout out for the 420. He said, hold on.
Blake claims me.
He said it's gross. Oh man, that's what I get for going up further up north, man. Goddamn, dog. Look, man. Thank you, man. Bro. Like, what grown man is on the internet talking about
Blake claims me?
Serious as a heart attack. So he'd be like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Yeah, dog. What do you expect?"
I own all of your channels.
He's probably getting a kick out of all these sound bites being played. Like, I could invite you, but would you come? Nope. Pause. Please don't clip that.
Just go to Henry's stream and go suck him off because that's what you want.
Like, bro. All right, look, people falling off. They're like, dude, get back to the Johnny Young Bosch interview. All right. All right. Hey, we be having fun, man. We be having fun. All right. Anyway. All right. Johnny Young Bosch talks Power Rangers and its status while just casually going over budget in his latest interview.
I'm sure you do remember this. You took some of the footage of this movie to Power Morphicon, and you showed it off to a bunch of people.
Oh, we did. Yeah, you're right. We did show off some of.
I was going to say, I watched it on YouTube, so you definitely showed it somewhere.
You saw it on YouTube?
Well, I didn't see.
Must have been.
I didn't see footage from the movie, but I saw the panel of you talking about it after you showed the footage.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, no, don't panic. Nobody showed the footage. But the reason why, because obviously I was super interested in spades, and that seemed to be the only place with any information, and it was very helpful. But I remember there was a question that got asked about the budget. And you obviously said you couldn't answer that question because you didn't have it all locked in terms of distribution. But yeah, I asked the guy how much he thought the movie looked like it cost. I saw that.
Yeah.
Is that something that you that you genuinely sort of worry about, that people just have no clue how much this stuff costs in reality? Like,
don't worry, he's going to take the shot at Power Rangers, I promise.
The disconnect between people that have never made films and just watch them?
It's tricky because David Wald actually said this to me. Hey, man, nobody cares what it cost.
True.
They care whether or not it looks good.
True. And you got freaking Aaron Schonke over here trying to talk about cost every chance he gets.
And is good. And he's 100% right. And so that's always also on the back of my mind. But as I'm like struggling with, like, if you only knew the difference, it would, your perspective might change, so that's what's hard, because now that we have secured distribution, it's like I can freely say whatever it cost, and it's whatever, right? But I did want to hold off on that just in case, and now the way things are, there's no real big names. So, Hellfire, you got like a few names, you got a handful of names so that you can get like a bank to guarantee a certain amount, but no bank's going to guarantee a certain amount with my name attached to it, unless it's like some animation and voiceover, and nobody remembers really Power Rangers.
You see, this is so real. He just said it. No one remembers Power Rangers, so you need a big name
to guarantee a certain amount. But no bank's going to guarantee a certain amount with my name attached to it, unless it's like some animation and voiceover, and nobody remembers really Power Rangers. And so I don't have necessarily.
They do, but not
people do. But right. No, none of them own a bank.
You hear this? I'm happy he's doing this, right? One, because this is like some humility or some realism that, hey, no one really remembers Power Rangers outside of us, who like think about it, indegenerate.
Well, Hellfire, you got like a few names, you got a handful of names so that you can get like a bank to guarantee a certain amount, but no bank's going to guarantee a certain amount with my name attached to it, unless it's like some animation and voiceover, you know, and nobody remembers really Power Rangers. And so I don't
Well,
have necessarily.
They do, but not
well,
when it comes
people
to the
do,
money.
but right. No, none of them own a bank. You know, yeah, it's kind of a different level the way things work now, as far as like an indie production. Like you can't go over $250,000 if you don't have a name. You know, you have to have a name. If you don't have
What do you mean? You got Jason David Frank with Aaron Schonke. Clearly, that's worth $4 million.
a name, if you go over 250, they might not even listen to you. Distributors, you know, and they're not off. They don't really offer you guarantees either. They kind of just give you percentages, you know, and they say, well, we can get you here, there, whatever, and maybe you're going to make your money back. And this is how much percentage-wise you're going to get. And then it depends on how you go about it, you know.
Bro, Johnny was cooking in this interview, right? Hey, look, man, no one really talks about Power Rangers. If you want to do a big budget movie, you need a name.
You get a producer's rep who gets a percentage, who takes it to a, you know, sales agent who gets a percentage, who takes it then to, you know, a distributor who gets a percentage, and then an aggregator, and then the platform itself. It's like, and then by the time you get whatever, you know, if they say you're going to get 75%, really? Are you getting 75% after it's all gone through all of those things? So my hope was to get, you know, somewhere almost direct line, skip all these other guys, you know, and we did get a deal like that. But yeah, it's tricky, and it's a different place with the streaming platforms and stuff. So I did hold back on that for a bit, but now, yeah, it's like $50K. It's still gonna cost me more though, even now. You know, the screening that we did wasn't free. You know, submitting to all these festivals is not free. We're gonna have to market it once it is on the platforms, and that's not gonna be free. So we're gonna have to, like, you know, create promos and pay for things. And
do you know what's really crazy?
Remember, Aaron Schonke's like, oh well, we can't send it to festivals free. Like, dog, some of them entries be like $50, but I'm telling you, once people see it, from what I'm told, it's the end of Aaron Schonke's career.
Is obviously you sent me the photo of where a lot of your selections are, and I've seen that picture before, but I looked at it last night and I had to do a double take because I saw that one of the film festivals is Southwest Film Festival, and I laughed.
All right, he was talking about it being near him. Stories from Space, Dan Southworth, comedy, film festivals. Visual effects, color, like these are whatchamacallits, fan audiences. Let's do SAG or not, because this is the shot he takes at like Walter or whatever. So oftentimes when you have these productions, most of the time when it's indie, it's not going to be SAG. But if you guys don't remember, Walter Jones is rumored to be the person who literally made the phone call that shut down the order when he asked SAG, is it okay what we're doing? So here's the Johnny Yong Bosch making the joke, if you will.
Bosch, Narvi, like, yes. How are you going to pay for all of that? That's your problem.
Fly them in, yeah. Fly them in from wherever they're at. Put them up. Make sure you pay them. Feed them well. You know, there's a lot to consider there too. You know, and then it's like, are you running a SAG project? You know, everybody's SAG. You know, it's like, how do we get everybody in on it? You know, unless you're going to be shooting this thing in your backyard with your, you know, with friends, then that's a different story. You could probably get away with it that way, but you know, we don't want anybody to get in trouble. You know, or anybody to call up SAG and, hey, can you double check and make sure that everything's by the book in this? So you know, that makes things a little tricky and messy. Because then with SAG, you know, which does try to like watch out for people, it's like you got to put in a certain amount of the budget down ahead of time. And then it's like, well, gosh, that would have paid for, you know, whatever, an entire location in a whole few days, you know, and insurance or whatever else. So that's where also things get a little tricky. You know, it's like this one, we couldn't shoot as a union thing. So we had to go out and do things like just a small group of guys shooting stuff, you know, like you would. You're going to call up your buddies and go shoot something in, you know, the woods somewhere, you know. Still got the insurance and everything covered, but you know, it's how can you really do things like my budget would have been a lot more, unfortunately, if I were.
And this is why people don't do SAG. This is why Saban was like, dude, we're not doing no SAG stuff.
Done that, which I would prefer to do it the other way, but it just doesn't make sense. You know?
I don't know if you know or not.
So you might know Doug Sloan, right? And he was doing script writing or whatever, right? And he's going to talk about a point, right, where it comes down to monies, and right here versus it being SAG or it's not SAG.
He said, I was making $1,000 a week when I was hired. If the show had been union, you'd need at least another zero on the end to get someone's attention, and you'd need the number to be doubled to be minimum. And he said, that is ridiculous for like a kid that was ecstatic that I was getting to write scripts for VR Troopers, and then get a few years later I'm coaching people, and it's like it was more than enough. But people don't realize the difference between like a non-union project and a union project. Your costs are going to skyrocket, not necessarily for any real benefit.
Yeah, I mean, Doug was great. I liked him, and he was. I won't go on a big tangent, but he was one of those guys where he was up in the writer's room, basically.
Yes,
was upstairs. And I tell this story where I tried to write a story, and he was the one who kind of sat me down and gave me a box
his side of the
tapes.
story.
Did he?
Yeah,
yeah. But I remember.
All right, so here's the video of Douglas Stone for you guys who don't know. That's the guy. There's the guy who wrote the scripts. You're like, wait, what? Yeah. Right here.
Get around Power Rangers. See, I have my own computer and everything. Not napping as usual. Oh, hi, kids. How are ya? I'm Doug Sloan, and I'm the story editor on Power Rangers. See, I have my own computer and everything. What I do is I take the scripts that we get in, and we put them in the computer, and then we change them a little bit just to make them just perfect so we can shoot them. It's a very, very important job, you see.
Always when I see him, he's always busy like this. Doug, what? Oh.
There you go. Rare Jason David Frank spot.
Over here, guys. What we have over here is we have our boards.
Now, the thing with Doug Sloan is he actually has a book out detailing all the dirt on all the Power Rangers. All right, I think I've clipped like an excerpt from it or something, but this is the guy, and he knows all the stories because he was on set for like all the seasons.
I got a degree in business, and then I decided I wanted to go into filmmaking or film, so I went to NYU graduate school for film in the master's program, and started writing. And I wrote screenplays. I've had a couple of screenplays produced, and then I started writing for Power Rangers, and that's how I ended up becoming the story editor. Because to be a story editor, you have to be a good writer. That's basically what a story editor is a writer. You see. Yeah, see, it's an episode change, so I would say we should keep them in the credits.
And just for, sake of the argument, going SAG would just quadruple the budget because one, you have to have insurance and all these other safety precautions, but also you have to pay people more. And anyone in SAG worth their money, you can't offer the bare minimum. So him at 19 getting $1,000 a week was actually great. And the idea of him getting paid like $20,000 a week at 19, that would have been like crazy. So as we keep going, we'll talk about him working for Saban because I think a lot of people don't know he was fired or whatever.
Just to say to that, because I had this question last time we spoke, but I couldn't say it because it was a PR thing. But I've also got something to say about the festival thing that might be helpful to you, so remind me if I forget. But was it really odd that your last movie released under a very familiar brand in Saban?
Yeah, that was a shock. I was like, wait, this is a Saban distribution thing?
Yeah.
I didn't know that until I was like working there in Arkansas, and then somebody on crew like mentioned it, and I was like, wait, really? And I was like, oh wow, okay, I guess all right. It's one of those weird things where I was kind of internally conflicted. It's like, I thought I'm not supposed to be on a Saban thing ever again. I was like, do they know that I'm here? It's like, if they find out I'm here, are they gonna, is things gonna get weird? I don't think I've necessarily said anything bad, but
Johnny, I don't know if you meant to say that, but I don't think anybody knows that you were banned from Saban stuff. So do you want me to edit that out, or are we going to get into that?
No, I wasn't necessarily banned, but I was, removed from Power Rangers.
Yes.
But, and then I know some of the guys, they look at Power Rangers with a negative thing, and obviously there are certain reasons why.
Some of the guys, you mean Walter Jones, who wanted generational wealth?
It's completely valid. But I had such a good time on Power Rangers, So for me, even just to get all the way here it was weird working on Hellfire and then being like, wow, that's a Saban thing. And then at the same time I was working on that, getting calls for like, hey, they want you to come back to Power Rangers for Once and Always. And I was like, this is really weird now.
See, here's the thing, right? Because the role that Walter Jones had is only because Johnny Young Bosch was busy filming Hellfire. So because Johnny Young Bosch was busy, Walter Jones got the call to be the Black Ranger. Otherwise, it would 100% would have been Johnny.
Oh, I'm like, am I going to be working on a bunch of Saban stuff now? But it wasn't Saban then, as long as Hasbro. But anyways, yeah.
I'm glad you came back for Once and Always. I appreciate that it wasn't great for you, like showing up, standing there, giving some lines, and then doing the exact same thing essentially at the end. But I'm still glad that you guys came back so that we could actually get as many people as possible all together one last time.
Yeah. I mean, I asked constantly, hey, can we do a fight? Hey, can I wear red? Can Karen be in pink? They just ignored my emails.
I'm shocked.
I had like so many questions. Like, well, who am I now? What am I doing? Like, when? And then they're finally like, I remember, and maybe it just came across this way because I sent like a ton of emails and got like a response. Yes, it's SPA, and yes, it's part of SPA. But then they didn't answer any of the previous questions I had sent. I'm like, I see. All right. I don't think I'm going to get to do a fight scene or anything. So
did you once again ask for Adam to die?
Why did he want Adam to die? I didn't get that when I was at this part of the interview.
That time I did not ask because I knew, I really kind of knew my place in that, but I was just kind of hoping for
just a
little bit of a fight. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe in the future they're going to bring me back as Adam, a floating head in a tube.
I'm not saying anything.
Hey, you see how you just taking shots at Power Rangers, man? And look, like I think the last part is
if we do have another conversation in the future, I would definitely love to talk about that more. But the reason why I said that is because
all right, I think they're about to go into something else. But the last section is where he talks about Dark Power Rangers, where everyone, I guess, is doing Dark Power Rangers or wants to do Dark Power Rangers, and how he's like, nah, I don't think that's the best way to go.
And but there's stuff kind of in there throughout for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I know that this was probably never even on your mind anyway, but one of the things that I was most happiest about from the moment I saw the first footage and the first images of Spades when you were posting them on Instagram, it's not Dark Power Rangers, and I'm so thankful for that.
Right. Yeah. Although I do have a Power Ranger concept. I do have this.
I'm not against it. I'm just happy that this wasn't that.
Yeah. No, I definitely wasn't going to do that. And even if I did, a kind of like a.
The reason why he's bringing that up is because most Power Ranger actors just want to do Power Ranger adjacent type movies,
superhero type of thing, Sentai type of thing. The concept, even it's with Narvi. Like I've already kind of written out sort of this idea, which could probably live better in comic book format. But it's much more because everyone is like, you got to do it dark, and I feel like it's already been done very well dark. But like there's everyone wants to, I want to see a dark version of this and that, and of course there's Legend of White Dragon is supposed to be that kind of thing too. But I think it's better if it's kind of comical and a little funny, but can have moments that are very dark and very deep character, like emotional things for the characters.
Yeah.
So I have like this complete story that's got, Adam, and it's got Narvi's character Skull, and a few other characters. I think it's a great idea. I think it's really fun and funny, but and also very deep. But I don't know if it'll ever happen. Maybe one day I'll just release it as, here's a story you can read. It just depends. We'll see. Who knows? But yeah, it's not. Spades is definitely not. But you're absolutely correct. People are gonna probably go like, it's Morphin time. I was surprised they didn't do that during the screening.
Oh.
Now let's get to his final clip, which is the shot at Aaron Schonke. But at the same time, guys, like I'm jumping around, guys. You're not gonna catch the full gist of this interview watching this clip, so I implore you to please go watch the entire interview. I know it's 4 hours, but Johnny is cooking in this joint.
Well, I brought Brett in because he's kind of a similar build, and just his movements are.
You directed it, you produced it, and Vox Rocket Studio did the sound and the visual effects, which, if it's anything like Arc Exodus, actually means you did them as well. You were just sick and tired of putting your name on these things.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and there's so many other things that sure, I could have put my name on like all over the place, but then it's like, it's ridiculous, you know, like I have my name all over the final like credit roll or whatnot. It doesn't make sense. It's already in there a lot already. So it almost seems a bit self-serving when you do it that way too, you know? So, and I did, you know, like I would track a bunch of ideas and then I'd send it to Polo. And then he would send me like a guitar pass or something like that. And then I might tweak that a little bit.
So there you go, man. Someone said, where's the link to the video? The link to the video is going to be in the description, but I'll post it in the chat. Hopefully y'all go over there and give my man some views, man, and subscribe to his channel because it is a great interview. I get it. It's 4 hours, but well, I promise you it's worth every second. But let me know what you thought of this clip of some of the highlights of Johnny saying about Power Rangers, budget, taking shots, Tubi, all that good stuff in the comment section. See you next video. Peace. All right, guys. I think we did good. It was a good 5 hours on the interview. I would drop the link, but I got to go to work and I got to clip this stuff up. At least get like a couple clips of this to join out tomorrow. And then I guess next stream we'll touch on the Aaron Shonky stuff and some stronger clips. You know, the crazy thing is, you know, a lot of people are probably just going to watch the live stream, in all honesty. And the clips, you know, the clips would be the clips for the people, for the clip army. But I appreciate all y'all for being here. Any questions, dog? Johnny Jab on Aaron? Yeah. Where's the link, though? I posted it. It's in the chat. It's in the chat, guys. Do me a favor. If you hear, like the stream on the way out. And I'm like tired, dog. I am like bone tired. But I got to get at least 1 or 2 clips out. 1 or 2 clips out. And I'm like, do I get my strongest clips out today? Because what's going to happen, I'll just give you the skinny, like one, I think we had like 1,300 people didn't click the link on the live stream. So you got those 1,300. They're going to go, well, it's actually going to be it's like 14. 1362 people then clicked on this link. Then people are going to click on this link and some are actually going to go to the video and watch it, which I implore y'all to go goddamn watch this fucking full 4-hour video. And then you got some people who are going to be like, nah, I'm not watching 4 hours. Just I'll watch the 4-hour live stream where you talking shit over it. And I'm like, you know, I appreciate it. But it is what it is. And then some people going to watch the clips. So, but as long as you watching me, you know, I'm all about it. You know, hopefully you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy my commentary. And let me see if people already subscribed. Let me see, right? So look, let's do some live stuff right here. I'm not clipping this, but it has 167 views. I had this uploaded for a while. And he had 26 subscribers. Let's see what we at now.
Doesn't make sense. It's already in there a lot already.
Look at that. 40 people that already went on over there. And he only got 12 subscribers. So that's called the Henry Resilient effect. I imagine this is going to eventually get up to 1,000 views. Maybe more. It is what it is. So I can't believe this. Like, there's so much Twitch drama going on right now. Like, Ms. Kiv getting called a loser by sensitive society because he hates him and, you know, he's sweeping for Tectone. I don't know what's going on with Cutie Cinderella. Mythic Talent with this fake story of dropping Asmongold. I like Cam Nuggets. Anywho. The Dwight Howard stuff, man, I was supposed to cover that tonight. But I'm tired. Rizzy W. I don't even know what that means. Spoiler alert, I'm going to watch it. Good, man. Go support him. Go support him. Good seeing you, man. Hey, good seeing y'all, dog. It's been like a while. It's been like a week since I streamed, since I took Friday off. Yeah, it's been like almost a week. We went Monday to Sunday. I don't know. What were y'all doing? Like, what were y'all watching? Hopefully my channel, like, replays. But not really, huh? Asmongo getting strays. I mean, Asmongo, he been at the forefront or the cancellation of so many people and got it wrong, and he never addresses it. Like look what he did to Rich Campbell, and he gotta defend Imaru, even though Imaru is now saying it's not a statement of fact. She was SA, just her personal opinion. And any reasonable person in their mind would know she wasn't SA'd. Yeah, go live and say you were SA'd and be like, no, guys, that was just my opinion. That was my emotional truth. I know Ms. Kiff life is ruined now, but it was my emotional truth. She'll be all right. Asma will be all right. Ms. Kiff will keep crying and people hate him. So world keeps going. Thanks for always giving us great content. Shit, dog. That's what I do. I was like, no lie. Like, I knew about this interview before it came out. I knew about it probably, I don't know, maybe a week before it came out or something. I'll have to go back through the DMs. And I was like, dude, as soon as you put it out, I'm a 100% promote it, react to it, and all this good stuff. And when he put it out, I think he had like something wrong with it, so he had to re-edit it, and then he had to put it out again with the edit. And I told him to clip it down into other stuff. Did he do it? Probably not. People don't listen to me. I was like, dude, you got to clip. You got this 4-hour thing right here. It's like, make smaller clips. Because, people going to look at that and be like, 4 hours? They're going to be like, nope. No. So, I mean, like me, I always try to give people like, hey, if I see them doing something that's like not what I would do, even though it's like unsolicited, I'm like, oh, dog, you got to bust this down. You got to clip this up DJ Vlad style to gain traction. But, this will probably be at like 500 by tomorrow. So, this is what it is. Anyway, guys, do me a favor. Walter needs to understand contracts are contracts. Mike Tyson only got, yeah, he did. Because it was something about his likeness that he didn't want to give up. And I was like, okay, here's your $50K. He didn't want to bet on it. He would have been set for life if he would have took that Nintendo deal. Whatever. Made clip short. All right. Well, anyway, guys, I'm out this bitch. See y'all when I see y'all. We definitely streaming again this week. I'm not going to do it tomorrow because, I got my daughter a lot this week. So there go that. But I'll be around. If you want to holler at me, I'll be in Discord.